What up, people? Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard. And yes, day number 3 of the live feed is coming to you today with some incredible conditions. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by 662 Mob. You riding. We also have Alpha Campaign and Like. All these companies would love your support, so get on their Facebook pages and like them right off the bat. So, hubby guys, it's going to be insane today.
Yeah, you know, we show up this morning and the swell has actually dropped a little bit at the moment, which actually makes it rideable straight away.
Perfect.
Tide, so we're going to be starting early, 8:30 a.m. start here local time. So wherever you are in the world, I know that's about 10:30 p.m. in Hawaii, something like that maybe.
Yeah.
And so, and you guys can do the math from there. But yeah, it looks great. Nice peaks. It's about 4 feet out there. Maybe some bigger sets. Probably going to pulse in through the day as the tide peaks. The waves are going to get a little bigger. Swell always fills in at high tide. But right now we got some nice little action roping in here. And we had guys out here surfing at dead low tide, which is pretty rare. Usually Fronton is a high tide break. And right now guys are surfing it almost dead low. And so we're starting 8:30 and we're going to be rolling all the way through, looking at maybe a massive 8-hour day. Manny rounds 3, 4, and 5 possibly running today, all half-hour heats. And the only other notable thing we wanted to make sure you guys know is today, if your favorite rider is supposed to be in a yellow jersey, he's now going to be in an orange jersey. The yellow jersey has gone missing. It's gone AWOL. Not sure why, but orange jersey is replacing it. So we're liking that as well.
Yeah, I mean, those items, the rash cards, are some high price commodities, and somebody just was able to grab their hands on them. But you know what? We do have backup. Yellow will be orange for the rest of the day, and we'll make sure you guys know that. But I was gazing at round number 3, the lineup, everybody getting ready to go to battle, and all these heats are stacked.
Yeah, they're stacked, and we love it. That's what's going to be so exciting. I mean, straight from the get-go, the first heat in the water is going to be Jared Houston, world number 5 at the moment. He's just been on top of his game, surfing so well, and he's almost, local here at Canary Island. Stays with Ali Barbosa, one of the big locals in here in Gran Canaria, and he's up against Uriah Martinez, big dog. The big dog here, head honcho here in the Canary Islands, and Daliso Rodriguez, who was in form yesterday, won his heat and advanced to this round, and so he's a big local as well. So it's going to be an awesome matchup straight away for you folks who are tuning in. Can't wait.
We saw round number 2 yesterday, which was absolutely incredible as well, and of course, Seamus Makeham stayed up all night to make sure he got this highlight reel for you. So I haven't seen it. Let's all check it out for the first time. Here it is. Highlights from yesterday. Too bad we don't have to make it an audio. Oh, I can do it here.
I know your boom will come from itself.
Everybody, Manny V here, coming to you live from the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by uriding.com. Okay, I know you guys waited for an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3 hours to get the show underway, and guess what? The wait was worthwhile. Round number 2 went out in some pumping conditions here at Fronton. The guys were killing it. Take a look at some of the action. So there you have it. Round number 2 done. Round number 3 coming up next. And guess what? The swell is here to stay. Bigger, cleaner, meaner tomorrow. Round number 3. Stay tuned on IBAWorldTour.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, IBA World Tour. I will see you tomorrow. Boom! Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard, and this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by 662 Mob, You Riding. We have Alpha Campaign and Like Bodyboard, our Brazilian friends, and everybody is tuned in. We put something on our Facebook page, and we already got Australia. They are pretty strong force to reckon with as far as the viewers. They're tuned in. I don't know what time it is there, but I'm sure it's in the late hours or early morning because it's like
early evening, I think.
Oh, so it's almost perfect time.
It's perfect time, and they've just finished dinner. These guys are just settling in for a great evening of bodyboarding.
Perfect.
They're just sitting down in their computers and televisions. It's on.
And having a little, maybe glass of wine or some beer.
Some sort of beverage.
Or dark black coffee. Whatever it is that you have in your hand, sip it away. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The swell is here. The tide is a little low. We'll be increasing throughout the day, and we're going to have some serious action go down today. Round number 3 and 4. Maybe even 5 may even touch the water. So it's a full day of action, and you do not want to miss it. We got some big heavy hitters in round number 3, and the waves are pumping. I mean, as soon as we get this show started, I think it's about 4 minutes out before that first heat gets going. But these heats are insane. Of all the heats, I'm looking at the last heat. I'm going to get a break on heat to 19 and 20, and I was kind of bummed because heat 20 is just like glowing with like it's going to be an insane heat. Heat 20 will be insane. We have Ben Player, Jake Stone, and Jason Finlay.
Mm-hmm. It's a stacked heat. I mean, it's NMD versus riders attacking each other in the NMD versus Fronton Pro. So it's going to be rad. We got, Jason Finlay won here last year, defending, and Ben Player, he's just really renowned for his surfing at heavy waves, especially at Fronton, and Jake Stone trying to requalify. He has to make this heat if he wants to qualify. So this is, it's just this, everything's on the line for these guys. There's no love lost. They're all best friends. They're all brothers, but they have to go at each other's throats here and just
well, that's
we'll
heat.
What happens.
That's heat number 20. We are going to start with heat number 13 in round number 3. We got Jared Houston, Yere Martinez, and Dailos Rodriguez, the 2 Canary Islands locals, and 1 South African ready to do battle. We're about 3 minutes out of the start of that heat. These are 30-minute heats. This is an elimination round. 2 riders advance on. These are 3-man heats. And the 3rd place finisher will end up in an equal 17th place overall in the event, and that will be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, but I mean, they got pumping waves. They got 30 minutes. It's going to be an awesome day. I mean, guys are going to just be going for broke here. Tide's coming up. Waves are probably coming up. The wind's really light at the moment. It's just light offshore, really glassy, which is really rare for Fronton. So we're just going to take full advantage of this wind as long as we can. It's predicted to be maybe a light onshore today, but we could actually have some filler winds that come in and create offshore glassy conditions for most of the days. So, we're going to try and bang everything out. And so, stick to your computers, get your cup of coffee, beverage of your choice, sit down, watch the live action, cheer on your favorite rider, watch Manny blow up the commentary booth for you, and, send him some questions on Facebook. I know he likes to get interactive here with you guys, so just hit him up and tell him your favorite story, what you're doing now. What beverage are you drinking? Tell Manny what's going on.
Well, I do have something on our Facebook page right now. It says, Hubby Guys and Manny V are here with the live feed. Where are you at? From that point on, let me know what you have in your hand, where you're sitting, where you're drinking, and what time it is from where you're tuning in. Alex is in the sunny coast. He's been tuning in. Dan Bird, this guy's been on pretty much every single day, all of the hours that we've been live. Wow. So thank you very much for tuning in. And I know there's a handful of just hardcore viewers out there that are just tuning in no matter what time it is.
Just started. He started. Oh. We're at it. We're ready.
Here we go. Live. That is the start one more time. Round number 3, heat number 1 out in the water. We do have
Jared Houston, Uriah Martinez, and De Los Rodriguez from the Canary Islands, and so it's a pretty exciting matchup. The two locals going ahead with Jared Houston, one of the most young, explosive bodyboarders on tour these days, and so we're really excited to see what these guys do for this first heat. And yeah, man, it's pumping. Someone's in a pit right now. I just saw it
right
out
off
the
the
front of my eyes.
bat. All right, let's go to the live action
Sorry.
right now. Oh my!
We may not have our camera set up yet, folks. That it is early morning here. It is cold. We are chilly here in Gran Canaria. The cameramen are probably running, scampering around the rocks, plugging in lines, getting things situated for you. So sorry, we may not. Heat's on. We'll try to get you some live scores and some live updates as soon as the computer system is available. Hopefully you're seeing us. I know we're here enjoying it. I can try and look out the window and commentate for you guys. There we go. You're back. We're here.
Look at the sun just hitting perfectly on. These are probably
Glistening.
the best conditions that we can ask for right now for Fronton.
Yeah.
Semi-glassy, sunny, and look at this. Starting off the campaign, the big guy, Yeray Martinez. Oh, obviously did not shape up for him the way he would like, and he kicks out of that one.
Yeah.
But you can see the tide is coming up very, very quickly here at Fronton.
It's a super high tide. We've got a 2.5 meters. Like Jared Houston on his first wave, what is he doing? He's bailing out as well. It's shallow. It's heavy out there, but the tide is going to peak at about 12:20, 12:15 local time here. So that's a good 3.5 hours away at the moment. So we got a fair ways to go for this tide to get high, but it's still rideable. There's still some good pits out there. I was watching earlier, Manny, and guys are getting sick shacks, big moves, and once this tide fills in, the swell's going to fill in. It's going to become more and more makeable and more perfect. Especially if these wind conditions hold in, we're going to be seeing some really exciting bodyboarding, and wow, exciting.
All right, as you can see, De Los Rodriguez, his color is green. Yeray Martinez, he will be wearing the white jersey, and Jared Houston, the South African, will be in the red jersey. And you can see the conditions are optimal right now. Semi-glassy, sunny. Any cameraman holding a camera or video camera will be getting some sick footage for sure all morning long. So here we go, Jared Houston taking a peek, and here he is on the right-hander.
He's bottom turning. He's setting it up for a backflip. There he goes. Nice backflip. Holds on, and that's going to be a nice way to start his heat off here, getting some points underway and a great bottom turn. It wasn't a set wave, but he just knew he wanted to get a score done and get something on the board, and we'll see what happens. Look at it. We'll replay it again for you. Talk us through it, Manny.
All right, so Jared Houston, not much of a barrel rider, if any, but he's able to time it perfectly for a giant move right there and pulls it off cleanly. So a one-maneuver wave for Jared. Not bad, but not exactly what he was after, but it's something. The scoring is 15 wave maximum. Each rider can catch up to 15 waves. Top 2 waves will be scored, and the sum of those 2 waves will give you a point.
Yeah.
We'll give you the points. The one with the most points advance or
Local
will be placed. Here we go.
Rider Daliso Rodriguez.
Oh,
wow.
Epic. That is a barrel roll right there.
Yeah, he was in the barrel and did a roll, Manny. Good call. And big boy, Yeray Martinez stepping into a big pit there. Big
and
roll.
another
Wow.
roll. That was insane. Yeray Martinez.
He's not done. He wants it. Wow, did he make that? He's on dry rocks right there, Manny. That's really hectic. Hopefully he didn't bash him too hard, but he got a great start off to that wave. He pulled in the barrel and just came out with a big explosive roll. Nice to see that again. And Jared Houston saw both of those waves kind of in his face, so he's going to be out there trying to get a big bomb. Daliso rolls right through the barrel. Wow, that was interesting. Didn't get much projection, but it was a critical section.
That was pretty nice maneuvering right there from De Los Rodriguez. And Yeray Martinez wave, again, perfect wave riding skills right there. He knew the wave was going to end, so he opted to go for a roll on the exit right there, and he knew the wave was going to feed up a little bit more on the inside and goes for a roll. Didn't complete that inside move, but if he did, that will give him a little bit more edge, maybe a 0.5 more added to his score, but not much more. But look at the inside just sucking off the reef right there.
Wow, it's going to be good. Look, here's the front angle of Yeray's wave, so we can see how deep he gets. So he pulls it under the ledge right there at low tide. Nice barrel, and look, rolls right out of it. That was really well ridden by Yeray. Definitely some local knowledge coming into play there. And he's just pulls off that little roll at the inside, just doesn't quite right out of it. But
Oh,
look at these little
look at
waves
that
inside
thing.
of these guys. So
Oh, my.
they're waiting for the sets. They have the big scoring potential today, and so they want the big moves, the big rides. But man, inside of those are just perfect little drainers going unridden. And these guys are just psyching 3 guys out at Fronton.
Oh,
Not 30,
my
not
God.
300, 3. They're loving it. It's awesome.
Well, the issue with Fronton, in the early 90s, it was pretty much just a handful of guys, and the first foreigner to come here was, one of the first foreigners was Guilherme Tamega from Brazil, and his jaw just dropped when he saw this wave. He thought he's found, the gold at the end of the rainbow. Fronton is one of the best bodyboarding waves in the world, and Yere Martinez, first generation, I believe, of Fronton riders to come to be in the competition, and he's one of those guys that once the Fronton started to get exploited and the world became known about it, he was one of those guys in the water that had to regulate and say, look, this is not a free-for-all thing. If you're gonna come here and play this game, you got to go through us first. And he was I hate to say it, but he was one of those regulators, the local guys that maintained the peace out here.
Wow,
Here we go.
Look at Jared Houston. Nice set wave. He's not done. He got a nice barrel.
Oh.
See if he can finish off here. Oh, he's coming into the dry section. Spins on. He finishes off. Nice comp maneuver. Spin to roll combo there. Well done by Jerry Houston, man. He got a nice barrel.
Epic.
Great second wave for him. His first wave came in as a 5.95, so he was looking really strong in that first backflip. But look at this set wave. He has priority. He knows it's a good one. He scoops in. Look at the ledge. He drives right through it and getting deep. Thing spits. He tries to maintain some control. Sees it walling up again.
Look at this
little
thing.
spin off the lip. Really technical. And then with the roll there, really cute finish. So a nice clean wave for Jerry Houston.
Not bad. I mean, he was able to maintain and keep composure all the way through the inside. And the inside, it's. I mean, we saw it yesterday as the tide was going low in the afternoon. But it's just there's just a big old reef shelf right on the inside. And if you're going to go right, you may end up on it if you take it all the way in. But luckily for us, nobody got hurt yesterday. Look at this.
Yeah, they were pushing limits yesterday, as you guys saw in the highlights clip. It was on fire. The guys were, they knew it was elimination round. They were just going for it. And, wow, it was really impressive to watch. I was in the commentator's booth. I was on the edge of the cliffs screaming and yelling, and it was really cool.
Look at Jared Houston, a 7.7 and a 5.95. He can definitely improve on that 5.95. But those two scores, look at that thing coming in on the inside. Oh, my. That is perfect.
This view is awesome, man. I love just getting able to see the little ones, and in between these guys surfing, you can see the waves, and which is what I'm sure everyone at home wants to see. They're just frothing to see these perfect waves come in, and they wish they could just jump out of their seats and just go surf it too.
Yeah. But it's not as easy as it looks. I mean, as a full package, Fronton is probably one of the toughest waves to ride because you have to jump into a keyhole that can be pretty nuts at times if you don't time it perfectly. Jared Houston up and riding.
Yeah, he wants to do another big flip. And so there he goes.
And he pulls it, lands in the pocket.
There he's cutting out. Whoa. Wow. So that was a really complete maneuver by Jared Houston. That's going to be a really high score. And, he was in third priority. The other guys didn't want it. They wanted the big barreling waves, and they knew that wasn't going to barrel. But Jerry said, well, hey, it's not going to barrel, but it's going to ramp. So watch this, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And here he has perfect bottom turn and just times it perfect for a giant backflip right there. And the thing about this is he lands right back into the pocket, re-engages his rail in the face of the wave, and finds another section right there for a perfect little extended roll right there. Jared Houston. There's something in the air right now. The South Africans, Jared Houston and Sasha Specker, must be feeling the same kind of vibe here near their home. We are kind of close to Africa, so maybe they're feeling some love from South Africa right now because they are killing it.
This is the African stop on tour. We are near Africa, so hey, they're feeling it, and it's really cool. But local riders out there having a little quick discussion in Spanish, but probably real quiet because Jerry is really fluent in Spanish since his girlfriend Natasha has whipped him into shape with his Spanish fluency. So we know the boys out the back are trying to get ahead now. They know they're in a tough situation. But Uri needs an 8.5, and Daliso is almost comboed. He needs like a 9 point something. So totally manageable for these guys. With 20 minutes left, they're going to have to catch a few good waves and try and chip back away at this heat.
So I did put something on our Facebook page. We do have the Sunny Coast. Alex is tuned in. Dan Bird, of course. Ronks Production in South Africa, cheering on his fellow South African. Jared Houston, I'm sure. Tyler's on Kauai. Are you allowed to say Kauai on the live feed?
Yeah, you are.
Mitchell in Cronulla. Kim is tuned in from Maui. Am I allowed to say Maui on the live feed? Samuel in WA. Nico, he wants you to win this thing. So we will talk about the world title race in just a minute. Kenny's tuned in from Kuhuku. Laie said, "Oh, brother." And we also have Cody in the Gold Coast. Nico. We have Dan in the Gold Coast. Michael. Carlos. Oh, man, we got a whole list. I mean, as soon as we put this thing up, this thing goes crazy. So we do have a couple times posted up here. Seal Beach, California, it's 12:30 a.m. So thanks for tuning in. I think Kanu is going to be up all night, and he's not going to miss any of the action. Look at the paddling out the back.
Yeah, who's going? Daliso Rodriguez is here. He takes off deep. Let's see if he can drive through this barrel. That was a deep hit. He's not done. Let's see if he gets through this. Oh, that was heavy. So
Dylos Rodriguez getting slotted, but kicks out of that one on the inside as it looks like it was going to close out.
Yeah, it's probably going to be his best wave. I mean, it's a set wave. He pulls in under this thick section, and he's deep. It's spitting. He comes through it again. He's traveling, and so he's going to be doing pretty well.
And we got, is that Igor? Who's that in the water with the video camera?
It's a great question. There's so many talented videographers and cameramen here in the Canary Islands, as well as local riders. The riders here in the Canaries are, so great, and it's awesome to see. You see Dylos here. He's a wild card, and he comes in, and he's in round 3, just dropping some big points, and it's really impressive. Look at the boys out there: Nick Amarad, Sam Bennett, Louis Finnegan, Jace Finney's. Star-studded crew just cruising up back there, and in the Ryan Hardy. Wow, this is gonna be. The boys are up early, freezing. Looks like Sam learned his lesson from yesterday. He's got a little bit of a miniature sweater on, and he was freezing yesterday in just shorts and a t-shirt, and but now he's come more equipped to face things. And here we go, man.
We were talking about this guy earlier, and he's one of the most focused. This is the first time I actually seen Diego Cabrera in the white jersey, Canary Island rider. This is the most focused I've ever seen him at an event. Usually he's out, talking to people, smiling, just chit-chatting away. But here he is, pretty focused, and I think he wants to make a showing here, pretty much.
Yeah, he's the man. I mean, you're right. This is the first contest in a while I haven't seen him with 5 or 6 female friends surrounding him at all times. So he's just solo. He's just rolling hard, and we'll see where he goes. I mean, he's been surfing amazing, and so I'm really excited to see. He's been focusing every practice session too. He's been out there. He's been, he's back from an injury this year. He hit his head really hard in Arica.
That's right.
So this is, he just came back into the lineup, water in Mexico and then Puerto Rico, but this is his first time actually surfing Fronton all year, and he told me how excited he was the other day, Manny, that he couldn't believe how great of a wave this is for bodyboarding, and just rekindled his fire as far as like competing and riding waves on a bodyboard again, because it's just so thrilling, and he's really, really proud of himself, and that he made his heat yesterday, and I think he's going to find some momentum moving forward.
Yeah, and if you've been watching Diego for the past couple of years, the first year here, I remember very clearly this massive roll he did on this left-hander, which projected him out into the flats with a giant, big old monster cavern of a barrel right behind him, and he totally got annihilated. But just the commitment he had back then, and now here he is going to be committed. Coming up next, he will be facing off with Mark McCarthy and Alan Munoz. Those two are also hungry as well. But here we are halfway through heat number 1. You see heat number 13 on your screen. That is the 13th heat of the main event, but this is actually the first heat of round number 3. 30-minute heat. Tops 2 waves will be scored, 15 wave maximum. 2 riders out of the 3 will advance on to round number 4. Third place, unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for them here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro.
But not before they got a few amazing waves at Fronton with a few guys out. They're psyched. I mean, these guys out in the water. We got 15 minutes left. Uriah Martinez has a 6.25, and he's in 3rd position, and he only needs a 3.95 to advance, Manny. But I think he's waiting for something bigger. He's not looking for a small score. He's waiting for the sets. You know, it's as the tide comes up, Manny, the one thing that could happen is it could get slower. It could either pick up. The swell could have peaked yesterday, and it could be on the decline today, or it could be coming up still yet as it bends around Tenerife. I'm not sure. I'm really interested to see what happens here as the tide gets higher. I mean, the conditions are beautiful. We have some great waves, and it could just get better and better, or it could get a little smaller and inconsistent. I'm not sure at this point. We'll be yet to see, but look at that one. It's just spitting both ways.
And no takers.
Yeah, little granny sneezes. and look at this. Daliso, he's paddling. He wants a good wave. Dilos is going and dropping into a nice deep left pit.
Oh, nice. I love the lefts. They just there's a section that just unloads on the reef. And usually you're going to be behind that section, so you just got to hold on tight and just drive through that wide open section. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so Dilos is paddling. He's bottom turning. That's the section Manny's talking about. It gets really round. It's just it warps around this reef, and it's just really thick and heavy. And it's short though. That's the one downfall as it's a shorter wave the left, and its intensity is just for this brief second, and then it empties out into a channel. So that's where the scoring potential may go down. But Jerry Houston, he wants more big aerial maneuvers. Here he is, big air reverse. Invert instead, cuts out quick. That wasn't quite what he was looking for. He's going to try get back out the back real quick. Oh, he got sucked in. Man, our cameramen are really good today, man. I remember yesterday they knew exactly where the guys were underwater. They were following them really well, so hats off to the cameramen. Jerry eyes at this big invert ball. Nice tweak, boom, cuts right out. But yet he cut out, but the wave's so powerful, it just sucked him back for a while. Yeah. And he's a strong guy, Jerry, but yet the wave is stronger.
What's going on out there? We do have the door open here in the commentators booth, just so we don't, steam up and overheat. So we do have a little breeze coming in through our commentators booth. So we're going to try to shut it just enough so we can get a little bit more composure here. But I'm trying to contact right now Guillermo Tamega. I see him online, so I'm going to try to drop a line in on him and get a couple notes from him throughout the day. But first, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard. Jeff Hubbard is actually in the hunt right now for a third world title.
Yeah, man, it's pretty cool. But yeah,
it's hard. I know.
It's hard to talk about because I just want to focus on today, and I'm just going to focus on my heat. I got a pretty fun heat coming up with my friend Jacob Romero and Nick Omrod. We're all staying together. It's going to be a super fun heat.
No.
It was some tense times last night at the Casa, but no, we were having fun and joking about it, and it's we're all friends at the end of the day, and we're going to just go out there and just do our best and try and put on a show for you guys. I know we got some sets coming in, and we'll see who's going. Jerry Houston again, just magnet out there.
Oh my, look at that. That was insane.
He's happy. I mean, look at this guy. He's just playing around. He's in a solid first position. He can take the risks, and now he can get the reward.
Oh, my.
Really cool surfing.
Tell the viewers how difficult that maneuver is. A regular spin on the face of the wave, pretty basic. But to be able to have a tight, really compact spin inside of the barrel, pretty tough maneuver to pull off.
Wow, not pretty, very tough. Fronton is a heavy wave, and so we'll see Jerry look. Oh, you guys don't want this wave? Okay. So bottom turn, he's like, yeah, I'm not that deep, so I'll just spin in this pit real quick.
Oh, my.
And that was the textbook spin into the barrel, and spinning in the barrel is a really critical move, and I'm really excited to see what the judges are going to throw for it. And he rolls out with a great roll. It was a really complete ridden wave, and Jerry's on fire this heat. He's untouchable, basically, and we look at Dilos looking to this left and right, see if he's going, and he's going on a deep one, man.
Oh.
Wow, that was heavy. Dilos, getting crunch time. But Uriah Martinez is the guy out there. 10 minutes left. He's caught one wave in this heat, Manny. He's been super patient, and it's really interesting because he's leaving it a little late, but he only needs such a small score. He's got a great first wave. He knows it. He needs a 3.95 to advance, and over his friend Dilos, and so I know he wants to advance in this heat. He's not out there just relaxing. He's out there just focused, waiting for that wave, just hoping it's going to come in, knowing he's going to get a bomb. And
well, I mean, we've seen it before. I think it was Hermano Castro, I believe, in one of the last events where he got an incredible score on his first wave, but he had priority pretty much throughout the entire heat, and nothing came through for him. It would be shameful to see Yaray Martinez fall into the same type of situation as Hermano Castro did in a previous event. So it could happen.
Yeah, it could. I mean, I know Jerry's last wave was one of his keepers. It was a 7.2, the spin in the pit. So that was really awesome to see judges rewarding that, even over his big backflip. I mean, they noticed the degree of difficulty for Jerry. Maybe the huge backflip to roll for Jerry was easier than the spin of the pit to roll. I mean, wow. I mean, I'm really psyched to see that. And we got 9 minutes left, and Jerry's pretty much through. He's going to just kind of relax now and maybe just have fun like he has been doing spins to the pit and big backflips, probably looking for some more air bowls to practice on. He's got a long day ahead of him. He wants to just stake his claim. He loves this wave. This is his favorite wave in the world, and he really enjoys coming here. And I really enjoy watching him surf this wave. And it's, you wouldn't really want to compete against this guy because he's so hectic in the water.
Dylos Rodriguez taking a look at this one on the right-hander. Oh, gets out of that one just in time as it just unloads. Look at that on the inside reef right there. Dylos Rodriguez, he's going to be all right. Grabs his board and starts making his way back out there. So the IBA contracts the local videographers in the area, and what they like to do is not just get any camera person, but they want to get the best camera person in the area. And this guy out in the water, Ali Ramirez, he's the creator of the controversial video series, and this information being thrown at me by Angel, who's local here he lives in Las Palmas. So I thank you, Angel, for the info. But yes, the video that we've seen from the water in the highlight video is coming from this guy, but up and riding South African.
Jared Houston, look at him.
Oh.
Nice invert, playing around, hair in the face. He's happy, just cut on out. Here, he's just playing out there. He's just like, if you guys don't want these perfect waves, I'm going to take them. I mean, this is too good an opportunity to pass up. Fun waves, barreling lefts and rights. I'm happy to ride these waves. And you know what? It's strange because Jerry's surfing so good on these waves, that Uriah Martinez could have caught any one of these waves and gotten the score. So the last 4 waves Jerry has caught, Uriah has priority. He can catch them if he wants, but he just hasn't, and he could have got the same score as Jerry, which is really strange because you see that it's not like the waves aren't good that are coming in. Jerry's the big tweaked invert. It's kicks on his way down, clean landing.
And I think Jared knows that. He knows he's catching the smaller waves, not the big sets, and he's going to do everything he can to squeeze out the most points on these, medium-sized waves. They're not small waves but he's able to pull off the big maneuvers. Yaray Martinez, he's got to catch a second solid wave, and you know what? He's turning around. Here we go.
It's a long one.
Look at this one.
Go. He's got to floor it, Manny.
He's got to come out of this, and he does. Pulls in deep, and he comes out.
So that was going to be his 3.95. So he waited. He got his score. He got a deep barrel. We're going to see if Dylos can now return the favor and try and come back here, because he needed a 3.93 to be second. That was a pretty good wave. He's deep. It's a set wave, wrapping right-hander, and look, he's driving through this section.
Again, this angle, it doesn't really do it justice because he was pretty much in the barrel like a second after he dropped in. So, yeah. I mean, he was in there for a very long time, and that was a deep pit barrel ride from Yaray Martinez.
Yeah, the judges will reward that. I mean, that's going to be, definitely in the fours for sure. Here he goes. He's just on the cusp. There it is.
Okay.
Barrel. Maybe he's not as deep as he would have liked to have been, but I'm hoping he's going to get the score. It's going to be tight, actually. Now looking at the replay, we'll see what the judges do here, whether they put him into the fours or keep him under the threes. It's a tough call, considering he waited that long. At least he made the wave, which was great, and he's in. So he got a 5.3 for that one. He's going to move into second place. So that's the great position for him to be in. He just now Dylos needs a 6.3 in 5 minutes remaining. We'll see what happens here if Dylos can come through. you know, he was a champion swimmer back in the day. I heard he was an amazing athlete when he was younger, and he's just been, he turned to bodyboarding. He's loved to bodyboarding, and now he's just, you know, a real passionate Fronton local here. If you come out here and in the any of the big days, you'll see him charging, just pulling in, you know, stamping his authority on the lineup. It's pretty cool.
Well, the thing about Fronton is you got to be not only know what you're doing on the board, but you have to be physically fit. Jared Houston up and riding, bottom turn, another big invert right there. On a medium-sized wave again, it looks like he's just having fun out there.
He's having a lot of fun, Manny, and he's, you know, like we were saying, it's not, this is very unusual to be out in these conditions with no one out, and so for him to have full reign of the lineup as he chooses, he's going to take advantage of it. 5 minutes left. He's just honing his skills for the next rounds, just making sure he's in fine form, and that was a great invert. Now, it's not going to be one of his top waves, but we were enjoying watching him surf, and I'm just happy he's continuing to ride these waves.
I think Jared Houston pretty much did every maneuver in the book. I mean, in this heat. Here's a perfect example on how to do an invert. Perfect bottom turn, nice clean line, good projection, lands perfectly on the face of the wave, and then was able to do a quick spin on the landing with that speed that he got on the landing.
Yeah.
That was amazing riding from Jared Houston. I mean, seriously, it looks like he's just having a good fun time out there.
He is, and he went left in invert, now he went right into an invert, and it's pretty rad to see. I'm enjoying it, and you know, it's fun seeing his scores drop. He got a 4.6 for that right invert, is smaller. The 6.5 for the left invert, or 6.0. So he's got some good scores, but they're not even falling into his top category because he's already dominated the heat with his spins in the pits to rolls, big barrels, spin to roll, a big backflip to roll. I mean, he's just milked these waves on, and as much as he can, and it's great to see. A good way to learn how to ride Fronton is watching Jared Houston in this heat.
We saw a shot of the peanut gallery, the riders, the other pros, the other competitors watching intently, and I think they're taking note on the strategy that Jared Houston is doing here. Yere Martinez and Dailos, they're opting to wait for the bigger set waves try to get the big barrels and big maneuvers, but because of the tide coming up, there's not many of those coming through. On the other hand, Jared Houston is catching pretty much everything in sight, and is able to look at that thing just coming across the reef right there. But Jared Houston opting to catch anything coming his way and just putting together a nice piece of work as far as the big maneuvers on those waves. So Jared Houston pulling ahead 7.7 to 7.2, and then we have Yere Martinez on the hunt for an 8.65 for first place. But again, 30-minute heats. Top two riders will advance on into round number 4. Third place, that is the end of the road for them in this heat, and they will end up in an equal 17th in the event. Hubby, guys, we do have it's coming up on 8 p.m. in Sydney and coming up on 6 p.m. in South Korea. So that's just to give you an idea. Yeah, we got Oliver in South Korea and Robert Nash in Sydney tuned in, and we have a ton of people tuned in. We can't thank you enough. Text, Facebook, tweet, do whatever you can. Tell your friends to watch. We have round number 3 stacked heats throughout the morning here in the Canary Islands, outside of Galdar in the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard. NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding, our Brazilian friends down in South America. So, hubby guys, coming down to the wire, 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and the ocean looks pretty flat, so it's been an awesome heat. We're really happy to watch Jared Houston ripping it up, and Uri Martinez has got his second place with only 2 waves, and Dailos is just waiting for a big bomb right now in the last dying moments. But with only a minute left and nothing going on, I'm going to just give this mic over to Benny Player. Here he's going to come in and commentate a bunch of heats since he has all the way to the last heat. So Benny P is going to come in here and jump in here, and we're going to give it off to him right now.
All right. Coming down to the last 45 seconds. Hubby has to get out there and start concentrating. He's coming up next in heat number 4. He's going to face off with fellow Hawaiian Jacob Romero, and the Australian still going for, he's got a slim chance to qualify for next year's Grand Slam Series. Nick Omerod, he's going to face off with Jacob.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Jeff and Jacob. Now with the mic.
Whoa, hello everyone. I'm Ben Player, and I'm here to talk to everyone. How are you all? Oh, geez, we've got 15 seconds left, Manny.
That's it. We've been watching this heat all from the beginning, and It could come down to the wire right now. It is Dailos Rodriguez who has to gain. And can he get that 6.3?
Manny V, he's pulling into the pit. He's nice and deep, getting spat out. Big roll.
That could be the 6.3 that he needed to knock Yere Martinez out of that second place position at the buzzer.
That is going to be very, very, very tight. He might well get that score. That was really nice riding, deep on the shockwave and coming out with a nice clean air roll. That was great surfing. Yeah, so that was a great heat. I just watched that from the competitors area just down to the right here. And good to see Jerry blitzing that heat. Nice backflips, nice tube rides, everything. And Yere and Dailos also ripping. And here we got Dailos taking off on this wave.
6.3. 6.3 is what he needed to get into that second place advancement spot. And I think that could have been it, knocking Yere Martinez out of that second place spot. We're going to wait to see what the judges nail down for that one. But Dailos in the last second.
Yeah, that's always a problem, mate. Heats, they can always come down to the last couple of seconds and change around like that. Not sure if you got the score. 6.6 was it that he needed. It's quite a big score. Yes, I don't know. It's going to be very, very tight. But yeah.
So, Benny, hold on for a second. We're going to pay some bills right now with this ad. We're going to come back with more live action and the last score from Dailos Rodriguez. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Ben Player. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by Alpha Campaign, U Riding, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Check it out, people. Round number 3 is underway, and we are still waiting for that last score to drop for Dailos Rodriguez, that first heat of the day. And, unfortunately, it looks like the final score did drop, and it wasn't enough. I thought it was going to be totally doable, but
yeah. I guess you got the 5.7. You must have got the 5.7 because that was a really clean barrel. Well ridden, coming up with a big air roll.
All right, so there you have it.
Damn, that sucks. But yeah, so the conditions today, as you guys can see, the next heat, it's pumping out there. It's absolutely pumping. I just went for a bit of a surf this morning, bit of a warm up, get my head around it, and yeah, it was great out there. It's pretty shallow this morning. One guy who's out there, his name's Elliot, hit the reef really bad and got hacked up big time. And in this heat, we got Mark McCarthy, Diego Cabrera, Alan Munoz, all really good competitors. It's going to be an exciting heat, so make sure you guys stay tuned to this one. We saw that last heat, Jared Houston surfing really well and taking out the heat with a bunch of backflips, good tube rides, and Yere also getting a bunch of good tube rides and ripping in that heat. So, yeah, it's great to see the level of competition coming out today. And the waves are here to meet us and greet us as well. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the sun is out. We got perfect conditions. We got our video cameramen out in the water. Everything is shaping up for a full day of incredible action here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Get your friends to watch this. We're going to see some incredible action throughout the entire day. Round number 3 for sure will be completed today. We will go into round number 4 and maybe even round number 5, depending on what Mother Nature wants to deal to us here at Fronton. Ben?
Yes.
I'm going to have a short break on heat 19 and 20, and I'm very bummed out because you're in heat 20, and that is going to be an incredible heat.
Yeah, it is a pretty good heat. It's a bit of a shame that I have to compete against my mates in that heat. I got Jake Stone and Jason Finlay, all Aussie crew. It kind of sucks because, you know, you want everyone to go well and make it as far as they can make it, and unfortunately, one of us is going to have to get knocked out of that heat.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's not me. Hopefully, I'm not the one that gets pissed off. But yeah, yeah. So, but I mean, the conditions are there. So the way I've got to look at that heat is just to try and have fun and surf as well as I can personally surf and forget about that. And I'm sure, like the guys, like every competitor is kind of like that, you know, because we are all pretty close mates and we do all get along. And sometimes you've got to switch off to that and try and rip as hard as you can rip, you know.
Well, this is it. We are still going to we're going to stomp our way all the way to heat number 20, your heat, and I'm going to be watching from the cliff. But I think we might have Alex Leon in here for that. But right now, in the water, the South African in the red jersey, Mark McCarthy. From the Canary Islands in the white jersey, Diego Cabrera. And in the green jersey, we do have Alan Munoz. Alan Munoz from Chile.
Chile, yeah, he's been ripping. Alan's. I remember seeing Alan a couple of years back. Actually, I had a heat with him at Eureka in Chile, and yeah, he was ripping. I only just pipped him in that heat, and that was like 5 years ago.
Oh.
And yeah, he's been on a roll ever since. And it's really good to see him just, his level of performance getting better and better and better each year. And like he's just been ripping. And this year he's actually re-qualified. He's actually qualified for the IBA World Tour for next year. And that's awesome.
I think that will be the first Chileno to be able to qualify on the Grand Slam series. That's going to be exciting to watch because he's one of those guys, the new faces to come onto the tour and could definitely hold his own.
Yeah. It's really good. It's an amazing thing. And, I think it's a real tribute to having the event in Eureka in Chile to Tomate, who runs that event, the promoter. And, that's the kind of thing that these events develop, is it develops this kind of like sense of pride amongst the locals, and B, it also creates an opportunity for them to kind of push themselves and, get into the professional realm. And that's exactly what Alan's done with his riding and with coming onto the tour next year. And, here we got, looks like green Alan Munoz having a bit of a paddle, driving down this little section. Nice, clean barrel, looking for a probably big ace. Oof. Just comes in a little bit too quick sometimes, that section. Alan probably took off. Here we got, who is that? That's Diego Cabrera taking off. Nice barrel as well.
Nice. And another
he's
one.
Milking it. Nice. Coming out with a nice little air roll. Look at that light on him. Clean waves. He's stoked right now. Look at that.
I was talking to Jeff Hubbard about Diego. This is the first time where I've actually seen him super focused and concentrating on, the work at hand. So it's good to see that everything's coming together for him.
Yeah.
Diego Cabrera in the white jersey, local rider here from the Canary Islands, actually, I believe from an outer island.
Yep, that's right.
But loves to come over here and, play in what is deemed one of the biggest waves the best waves in the world, the bodyboarding waves in the world. Alan Munoz having fun out here as well.
So, yeah, he was driving into that section, probably thinking he was going to do a massive air, but it kind of came in a bit quick, unfortunately. And that can sometimes be a problem with Fronton because it is so shallow and it's so sucky that you can't get up to the section in time. And here we got Diego driving down the section, nice little scooping bottom turn, pulling up under the lip. Bit of a chandelier section, but it opens up quite nicely in here, and he just kind of travels through it like the TARDIS. Time machine right there, eh?
Unreal.
Yeah. No, he's a good bloke, Diego. I've known him for a long time as well. And Diego actually had a really unfortunate year this year. He was down in Chile for the Eureka comp, speaking of Chile, and hit the reef really, really, really bad. And what happened to him? He got swelling of the brain, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually hit his head really hard on a free session out at Arica. And Arica is one of those waves on the Grand Slam series which you do not, want to mess around with. It's very dangerous, along with pretty much almost all the breaks on the tour.
Pretty much.
And during one of his free sessions, he just hit his head perfectly. And if it wasn't for a couple of the guys who were riding out there with him, I would have to say that he probably won't be here. He wouldn't be here, but he was taken to the hospital. He spent some time in the local hospital there. And lucky for him, he was under the Spanish Federation team and was able to pull off a very cool, calm recovery. And here he is, putting together a nice piece of work. His first wave coming in at a 7.0. Alan Munoz, first wave. Mark McCarthy still looking for his first wave.
Mark,
and here it
good
is.
paddle. It's going to be heavy and sucky.
Oh,
that is a sick pit, Mark.
Oh.
Nice one. Now he's going to nice little cutty section. That was a really nice wave. I reckon the judge is going to love that. That's probably the biggest set we've seen of the morning. He's right in the perfect position for it.
Epic.
Yeah.
The South African, Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, Mark. And I see up on the IBA World Tour Facebook page, Lau says, hi, Benny boy. Hey, Lau. Here we got Mark paddling. Good takeoff, scooping right under that. Oh, he's deep.
Oh, my.
Riding it perfectly right on the
that
shocky. Jeez, that's a nice wave. I'd love to be in that thing, wouldn't you?
On the knee, of course. Nice cutty right there from Mark McCarthy to get back into that zone right there. But an epic wave for Mark McCarthy paddling by...
There's his mate Cuevas, who's going like, yeah, Mark, you did really great on that. Let's go out and get another one, bro.
Well, welcome, everybody. Ben Player and Manny V here throwing down the live feed here at with the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And we've got some... action all day today in some perfect conditions here at Fronton. 3 to 4 foot, occasional 5 foot set rolling through. Sun is out. Barrels are being had, and the guys are showing no fear when it comes to these big acrobatic lip maneuvers as well. Here we go. Mark McCarthy's first wave. 8.25. The judges love the big keg. Perfect barrel riding skills from Mark McCarthy.
Oh, my goodness. Everyone loves a big cave, they don't know, hey? That was amazing. That was an 8.25. What a way to start the heat for Mark. That's exactly how you want to start your heat. Commanding lead right now. Like, if he just gets another 3 or 4, he's probably, pretty safe to get through this heat. So, in terms of tactical way to start your heat, that's perfect. And he's stoked on that. And Mark is a pretty tactical guy. He thinks about things and he strategizes on ways he can kind of make his heat and stuff. He's a smart competitor.
Thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. A lot of Australians tuned in. It's perfect timing in the evening. Look at this. Alan
that's a slab. He nosedived.
No.
Oh, that's
you
heavy.
cannot do that. That pretty much explains what can happen if you're not ready for that wedger.
Oh, my goodness.
Inside of the barrel, the wave still is coming across the reef.
Has he come up yet? Has he come up? I mean, this is a dangerous wave. That's right where you don't want to be doing that. Look, Mark's, he probably just wants a couple of scores, but that was dangerous. And sometimes that happens if your board's a little bit too stiff for the water temperature and a sucky little section like that. You do have a tendency to nosedive. And we'll watch this in the replay. You'll see him it's perfect line, and see, just sucks him out and just pulls his nose under. Yeah, that sucks, man.
McCarthy to play with on that lip right there, but Diego Cabrera, we could have a little paddle battle. Nope.
I think that was strategic. He was probably thinking, I could do another backflip, but it's not going to be my other scores. Instead, I'm going to opt to turn out and get priority above Alan. So, yeah, it's pretty smart doing what he did.
The priority system is in place. A quick brief on the priority system here in this round number 2.
You mean priority?
Yes.
Yeah, so priority system is a great system that the IBA actually invented a couple of years back where, hang on. Diego having a bit of a paddle. Oh, my goodness. Big roll. Nice one. He needed a second scoring wave. He's got it right there. It's not going to be massive, probably in the range of about 4s, but still, he's got something on the table, which is great. So going back to the priority system, the priority system is a great thing because what used to happen without the priority system is a replay. So we'll go back to that in a second. Anyway, thanks, guys. Thanks for ruining me. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. So, going back to the priority system. So what it actually does is stops hassling. It just means that if you got priority, you can kind of just wait and know that whatever wave comes through next is going to be your wave. So it's a really fair way of competing, actually, and I love it. I think it's kind of changed the whole dynamic of the World Tour. Instead of being, a strategic hassling tour where you kind of bully guys off waves, it's more just about surfing, which is the perfect thing. And anyway, Manny, you were talking about how good is El Fronton before. It's a great wave. Look at this. It's perfect. It comes in with a nice barrel, good little air section. That was pretty cool. I like that.
He's got to pull it off, but it doesn't look like he's going to pull that off either.
But what happens in there is it just swamps you. And sometimes you can get the biggest air and do the biggest air and you'll land perfectly. And what will happen is all the wave will just converge around you and actually go on top of you. And just run you down, and you just go underneath the wave. And it's really tough. And Chile, actually, where Alan's from, at the Wave of Rica, where we have a competition, is really famous for that as well. It's really hard to push out. We call it pushing out of the foam. And judges typically love to see that. They love to see you land the air, foam hit you, and then you push out of that foam. And what Alan just did then is kind of like a no-make because he... here we got Diego having a bit of a paddle. It's a replay for this set wave before. Going up, nice big El Rolo. Purple slick shining right through that the whole time, looking nice. Yeah, so I think that's a nice wave. He got a 4.5 for it. Scores just dropped, which is good. He's in a strong position right now. He needs an 8.8 to get up into first place where Mark McCarthy's sitting right now. Alan Munoz, he needs a 7.8 to move up into second or a combo to move up into first place. So it's quite difficult for Alan to move, but he's been ripping and I dare say he can do that. And so there we got the scores right there, guys. Looking good.
Yes, thank you all for tuning in to the NMD versus Fronton Pro as Ben Blair's frothing on that inside nugget right there. Beautiful conditions. The sun is out, semi-glassy, 3 to 4 foot, occasional 5 foot set rolling through here. As you can see the scores on the screen, this is heat number 2 in round number 3. What you see, heat number 14, that is the 14th heat of the main event. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. We do have 30-minute heats in round number 3. top 2 riders will advance on, and the rider in 3rd place, unfortunately, will call it an end of the road here in this competition. Alan Munoz in the green jersey. Turn around. Look at this left.
Oh, what's he got? This is a nice little section. Big backflip. Pulls it around. Yes, he does. That was quite nice, actually. Smart
Alan
surfing, Alan.
Munoz making the last-minute charger here in the last few minutes.
Here we got Diego.
My.
Nice little cave.
Is
Everyone
he
loves big
gonna-
cave. Oh! Comes out with a little hand to God. Bit of a claim. Good on you, mate. And this guy's going to have a bit of a paddle battle now to get back out there to get priority. And Mark is out there already in the lead, and he will be having first priority. So things looking positive for Mark. Alan driving up into the section. Nice ARS.
Yes.
Clean. It's a good move. It was really nice. I think the judges will actually like that. But straight away behind, Diego had a nice wave too, which we're going to show the replay of now. Diego driving through the barrel.
Look at that section.
It's nice. It's clean. Be interesting to see what the judges like more out of those 2 waves, actually.
That's going to be a good, whatever.
Just don't worry about it. Let's
Yeah,
just
you
watch
know,
Mark
I'm
right
lost
now.
of words
And
right
here
now
we
because
go.
I'm looking at Mark McCarthy pulling in deep on this one. Oh, and he comes out of that with a nice roll. So Mark McCarthy, wave exchange right there. That's his bid in the last 3 waves being ridden right there. But out of those 3, what do you think? We'll get back to it.
It's a tough one. Yeah, we'll get back to it. And here we got Diego opting to pull out, smacking his board, getting a little bit frustrated, obviously, because he's a local out here and knows how well he can ride it. And he hasn't been able to get that second scoring wave like he wanted to. But, you know, we'll wait to see what the scores drop through. But he's in 2nd position right now, so things are looking pretty positive for him.
Here's another look at Mark McCarthy's deep pit into a roll. As you can see, he's already set up for that barrel. Comes under that.
Oh, my
just misses the
goodness.
lip, and then comes through the lip right there with a nice roll right there. Clean move, clean ride.
He's just
for
having a bit of
Mark
fun, isn't
McCarthy.
he?
All the South Africans so far. I mean, Jared Houston was having a heyday out there, just catching everything in sight. Mark McCarthy seems to be doing the exact same thing. And again, thank you all for tuning in for the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Luke Smith is having a little yogurt drink and some toast, and I believe Australia. James Dixon is saying he's having a little difficulty right now with the live feed, so we are working on that, in fact. So stay tuned, James. Just keep watching. Danny Smith, we'll make sure that's taken care of. Danny Smith is having chocolate and orange juice, 8 p.m. in Coleroy. Everybody tuning in. Michael in Wilmington, 3:30 a.m.
Jeez, how good are the supporters? How good is this, huh?
3:30 a.m. on the east coast of America. He's just sipping on some water to stay awake. Australia, he's having some Gatorade as well. Brandon, we have Dylan in Australia
Whoa.
at 8 p.m. eating some spaghetti.
Dude, that's like gnarly, dude. What's going on there, dude? Dude.
I'm still fighting this jet lag cough, but I'm feeling way better than a couple days ago. Look at this thing
Cold
unloading.
Oh, yeah. It's perfect out there. And you know what I love to see? I love to see waves when they're breaking. You see that reflection going through the lip line, you know, where it's that smooth and you get to see it all. Just all the colors and everything. It makes it so much more enjoyable and, you know, attractive, doesn't it? Really.
You can actually see through the wave and see the reef.
Oh, the water is so clear here. It's talking to the reef. Jeez. So I had this surf this morning. One of the worst reef cuts I've ever seen from this guy. It was like a 2-foot wave. Didn't make it. He's got absolutely pumped.
What happened? Where was it cut?
The whole way down his arm, and the whole way across his chest.
Oh my! So
See, little white bits coming out, everything.
do you know who it was?
Yeah, his name's Elliot. He's actually Alex Urunga's mate over here, and yeah, so hopefully Alex isn't having to take him to hospital right now because that's no way to get prepared for your next round heat.
No, Alex Urunga will be facing off with Ryan Hardy and Elliot Morales, a local rider, in heat number 6 in round number 3. So that's going to be coming up next. We got stacked heats throughout the entire day today. Out in the water, round number 3, heat number 2. Mark McCarthy leading the charge right down the red jersey, the South African, with a total combined score of 15.8. And we have Diego Cabrera sitting comfortably in second. Alan Munoz, unfortunately, is not having the best heat right now with very low scores of 3.7 and 5.1. Here we are looking out with 1 minute remaining out in the water. Mark McCarthy taking a gander at the left. Diego as well, both of them opting not to go.
Probably a good idea. It looked a little bit short, I reckon.
So the difference between the right-hand waves and the left-hand waves.
Mate, I don't know. The right-hand waves seem like they're a little bit easier to predict and a little bit more open. The left-hand waves, you can take off on something that you think is good, and the whole thing just keeps sucking around the reef, and you just get trapped in this thing. And that almost happened to me this morning. I had to abort out of it, and I was paddling for my life trying to get out of the back of it because otherwise, the reef's so sharp, and if you hit that reef, it's going to do some damage. So you want to stay away from it at all times, But yeah, look at this level of detail. You can actually see Mark blowing his nose. Dirty boy. He's having boy's having a bit of a paddle. Alan deciding to take off on this. Look at that thing bowling in. Backy the hell out of that. That was sick, Alan.
Oh my!
Wow, that was amazing.
He needed to pull that off. He's looking for an 8.78. I don't know if that's going to be it, but he will get a high score for that. Mark McCarthy, look at this thing. And he comes back with something bigger.
That was unbelievable. That was crazy. Wow.
You thought Alan Munoz's reverse was big. Mark McCarthy just fights back with that one.
Yeah, that was amazing. Wow. Mark having a killer heat.
Oh, let's take another look at both of these waves. Alan Munoz, we thought was an incredible maneuver right here. Clean air reverse and lands it perfectly. But then within seconds, it was Mark McCarthy who probably went twice as high, twice as big, and it was just incredible. Alan Munoz, it was a solid wave. Look at the reef.
I actually can't believe he handled this, Mark.
It
looks like he's going to go off the back, just drives through that section, up and off it.
Oh, my.
That was amazing.
Incredible right there, Mark McCarthy.
Look at him. He looks stoked, doesn't he? Yeah, look at you, buddy.
Woo-hoo.
That's going to be a big score. Saffers.
Yeah.
Definitely a bit of national pride right now because they're in the same continent.
I would not want to be in a heat with a South African, that's for sure, because they are on fire. We saw Jared Houston take that first heat, and here we are with Mark McCarthy in second heat, and he walks away with a win there. We still have about, I think we're done.
I think we are done. It's all storybook. And so right now, guys, I'm going to say Uru, and I'm going to swap it over to Jason Finlay, who is my fellow NMD team rider, and he is in my heat in heat number 8. So, yeah, so wish me luck, guys, because he's been ripping it lately.
All right, as they swap, we will be back right after this with Jason Finlay in the next heat. We'll be back. Alpha campaign, you riding 662 mob and like bodyboarding. This has been so far action-packed. Manny V here with Jason Finlay, the defending Fronton Pro champ. Jace, your thoughts on the conditions this morning?
Oh, it's pumping. Like just up from those last two waves, you can already tell it's pumping. It's really clean this morning, and the tide's pushing in, so you can only assume the swell's going to push in as well. And yeah, okay. The results of last heat, Mark McCarthy absolutely killed it.
Yes.
First place. Second went to Diego Cabrera, and unluckily Alan Munoz got a third, so he's knocked out now.
Alan Munoz, definitely a new face on the tour next year, but just had a shocker of a heat out there. I mean, he was in top form up until this point, and just the bolts came loose on this last heat for Alan Munoz, but we will see him in 2013. Diego Cabrera, very focused, ready to rock and roll. He will advance on along with the South African Mark McCarthy. They will go into round number 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Manny V here with Jason Finlay. We are now ready to rock and roll with heat number 3 of round number 3. Out in the water, we have Udi Valadao, Sam Bennett, and Nelson Mora. Another stacked heat. Who do you got your money on?
Man, every heat is just so stacked. Nelson Mora, he's the local guy, so he's got all the knowledge. But you can't pick it. Yuri is just incredible, can make any move look massive, and Sam Bennett is just like a little power pack, so he can fly off anything. It's going to be intense, I think.
Sam Bennett was out here, I think, yesterday or the day before or after the competition out there, and just was absolutely destroying it. And he's definitely a contender out here at the Fronton Pro. It'd be nice to see him take a win. That'd be incredible.
Oh, for sure. He's such a young guy that's got big hopes, and he's been ripping. I think he did really good at pipe this year, was it? Yeah, so it's...
And we also have Udi Valadao, the Brazilian, the only Brazilian competing here at the Fronton Pro. Udi, the 2008 World Champion, he is here ready to rock and roll, and I'm excited to see him. I actually saw him driving down the road the other day, and I'm like, hey, do you know you're the only Brazilian out here? And he's like, yes, a lot of pressure. So the whole country of Brazil is watching, tuned in to watch Uri Valadao. Nelson Moura, the local rider, unbelievable skills, and you're going to see him on each and every wave, cool, calm, and collected. Nelson Moura.
Yeah, you see, whenever the surf's good at Fronton, he's out here and he's one of the guys that are dominating. There's only a handful of them who can really, really surf it to its best, and Nelson Moura's at the top of them. I don't know if you remember a cover he got a while ago, possibly the biggest,
massive.
the biggest wave ever ridden at Fronton, and competing with the biggest wave ridden on a bodyboard.
Yes.
And it's not just the size out here as well; it's the thickness of it. It was almost as thick as it was tall. So this is going to be a really exciting heat.
We do have our Facebook IBA page open, and that is your way to jump in the commentators booth with us. Right now, I just threw something up there, threw something up on the Facebook page. Here we go. Nelson Moura up and riding. First wave of the heat.
Nice scoop in.
Oh,
It's easy for Nelson. Spin into a little second section. Is he going to get a roll off the end too? Beautiful. He knows how to do it. That's his wave.
he was able to connect all the way inside, open face wave all the way through, and incredible wave right there. Nelson Moura, you can see him. His skills, his tube riding skills are some of the best in the world. You can see him slide into the pocket, and here he is, ready to hit the brakes. Stays up above the shockwave. His legs pretty much dictate his speed, and he's able to whip around a quick spin. Right here, he gets back further on his board and is able to pull off a roll on that inside section. Nelson Moura, what a perfect way to start your heat.
And they're the kind of waves that are going to get you the scores. He's got the barrel, he's got the technical riding on the face, and then he's got an air section as well. I think the only way you can top that is to do a really big air after your tube. So, and these guys are going to do it the next few waves, I'd say.
So the responsibility of being the Fronton champion from last year.
Yeah.
When you went home, what happened after that win?
It was actually when I got home. My sponsors from home threw up a big surprise party.
Yeah.
I had absolutely no idea about it, and it was really big celebration for all of us because it wasn't just my win. It was the guys at home who I grew up with, and the guys who sponsor me and support me. So it was a win for all of us, and it was just an exciting time in my life for sure.
Well, everybody still remembers what you did last year, and we're still in awe of what you threw down in some massive conditions. Check it out. We do have the interview with the winner of the last heat with Alex Leon. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here with Mark McCarthy, taking that one out. Surfed incredible then, Mark. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. Just so many fun waves out there. Even not just want to try to keep busy. And I was on a priority a few times and just be able to get a couple of fun ones. Yeah, stoked to be out there.
Yeah, you're just picking off the right ones, getting nice barrels coming out. Exit maneuvers is perfect.
Yeah, I just after that first 7 minutes, wait for that first good one, and then I got a second one straight off the bat, and then I think the pressure was off from then. I just wanted to have fun and just try, express my surfing. I was able to get a couple of fun ones.
Yeah, well, you done well there, mate, and now you're into round 4, which is non-elimination, so you'll be trying to jump up to the quarters from this next round.
Yeah, I'll just take every heat as it comes and look forward to this non-elimination round. It's an exciting one to watch, so yeah, it'll be cool.
How's the conditions out there?
Oh, it's just it's perfect right now. It's not as big as it was yesterday, but it's just like 4 feet and just running off the reef. The direction's just phenomenal. So it's just great to be out there. It's beautiful.
And your boards are going well at this event?
Yeah, I've been got my new boards from Stealth, and they seem to be working out well for me at the moment. So I'm stoked.
And quick shout out to anyone back home?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a whole bunch of staff and guys watching. Send my love back to you guys and all around the world. Cheers, guys.
All right, Mark McCarthy taking that one out, moving through to the next round. Surfing incredible, as usual. Back to you, Manny, in the booth.
Congratulations to another South African, Mark McCarthy. Jared Houston and Mark McCarthy taking the first 2 heats of the day. And now heat number 3 is underway. We saw Uri Valadao's wave. That was pretty incredible. That was his first wave. We also saw, let's take another look right now at Uri Valadao.
Here's a replay. He tucks in early. He got pretty deep in that. You can see he jumped over a little bit of a shocky. He was looking for a bowl, but it didn't come till later on, but it was a really nice wave. So he gets height off those, even that smallest of sections, he knows how to get height off it, which gets you the extra points. So he'll be sitting pretty now. I think it's just Sam Bennett waiting for his first wave. So the two other guys have got a good start, but there's plenty of time in this heat. There's 30 minutes this round. So here's Sam's having a little look now. He's going to take that one.
All right, Sam Bennett's first wave. Nice clean drop right there. Legs spread to slow him down. And look at that. Perfect roll. Lands back in the
into the
pocket, and he comes
tube.
out of that.
Beautiful.
Sam Bennett, he's on a good one.
Oh, that was insane. He got a second section, which is hard to tuck in back to in the barrel in the second section. So he scoops in. His legs get him in tight there, and he's trying to milk that tube and busts the roll out the end. Nice clean roll, and then he gets another little second section.
Oh, nice. That was incredible wave riding skills right there, throwing it down from the 6 foot, 35-inch tall. That last wave during that last replay, nice clean wave right there from Nelson Mora. But so that's 2 waves right there for Nelson and Sam Bennett. A solid wave. Actually, Sam Bennett, he is young, but not that young.
Nah.
But he is a tall kid.
Yeah, he is. He probably was the same height at 16 as well, so you got it right there. So it's now Nelson Mora sitting in first. I'm not sure if they put up the scores from the last exchange. Second is Sam Bennett and Yuri Valadao on third. But they all have a similar first wave score, so it's gonna change up on these next few waves. Here comes the set.
Look at this. Woody Valadao, the Brazilian, taking a look. He is deep on this one. Slides under the lip right there. Clean line. Comes out of the barrel. Goes for a nice roll right there.
Big roll. That's intense on the end there. You got to be committed and you got to hold on. Especially it's not high tide yet, so it's shallow in there. I don't know if you can see, but you got to be committed, and these guys are going to go for it all today, I reckon.
That was unbelievable wave riding right there from Woody Valadao. Let's take another look. He was deep.
Scoops in behind the peak of it, so you know he's deep. Oh, that'd be a beautiful photo. Comes out of that, and he's looking at the section the whole way. Clean off the lip, and he's committed from start to finish. That's really nice. That's going to score well, I think, Manny.
That was a perfect landing right there. Lands in front of the whitewash, pulls it off. Clean wave right there. So he's sitting on a 5.25 right now. This will definitely help him. Here's a different angle of Woody's last wave.
You can see he's behind that peak, which is he's got a race to get through that section, but he knows that as soon as he's coming out that, he's going to make it a combination of a bowl as well.
Look at that roll. Perfect landing right there. Then it just explodes right behind him and bails out of that as soon as possible. As you said, the
set.
Oh, he knew he wasn't going to make it through that barrel and goes for a roll through the lip, but unfortunately that was not going to happen
Couldn't
for
hold on.
Nelson Mora. Now he is, that was his third wave, but Sam Bennett's second wave definitely will improve his second placing right now. His first wave is 7.13. Here's another look at that last wave from Sam Bennett.
He milks this tube for quite a while. He's got long tube time, and you can still see he's eyeing off that second section.
How perfect is it out there? I mean, everybody is getting some serious tube time.
It's got to be the best competitive wave around. I can't get enough of this wave. It's too good.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming up in the last heat, probably going to be one of my favorite heats to watch. Ben Player, Jake Stone, Jason Finlay, the last heat of round number 3. Don't go anywhere. Jason Finlay in the hot seat right now with myself, Manny V, giving you a live feed from the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Check it out. The boys at U Riding have put up the wave of the day. You can walk away with a Medusa gift pack if you come up with the highest score on today's wave, and it is Mundaka. Get on U Riding. Get in there. Go for that gift pack from Medusa. Here we are, taking a look. Udi Valadao, the Brazilian, in the red jersey. Oh, opts not to go on that one. He will retain priority.
Yep.
We do have a priority system right now in place.
So there's the 3 men in this heat, and basically at the start it's a bit of a free for all. It depends if you want to have a little rock, scissors, paper, rock to decide who goes first, but usually the boys are hungry to try and get a good start.
Wow, look at that. Scores instantly dropped in front of you. Sam Bennett in the lead right now.
And
Udi
here comes
Valadao.
another set.
Udi.
It's a solid one. Drops in behind.
Oh, my.
Perfect tube.
Woo. Look at this. He's not done.
Big invert. No way. Possibly the best wave of the morning.
That was incredible.
That could be the best wave of the morning.
Udi
Oh,
Valadao.
behind him, Sam Bennett, but he tucks off early. It didn't produce a section down the line.
Udi's deep pit. He will definitely improve his second placing right now. Actually, you know what? He's looking for a 7.32 on this wave. Let's take another look.
Every wave is just this perfect
Oh,
barrel at the
my.
start. This one's got a lot of size. It's probably one of the biggest sets of the heat, and he gets a nice invert section. Inverts are gonna
Oh,
beautifully tweaked. Uri's
como
on
vai?
fire.
Tudo bem. Udi
That's-
Valadao, 2008 world champion, no stranger to the fierce competition, especially here at Fronton. He is throwing it down. Here's another angle from Udi's last wave. As you can see, drops in, perfect bottom turn, scoops in under the barrel. Lot of tube time right there. Hits the brakes so he can hit this section. Nice clean invert right there. Lands in front. Perfect wave right there for Udi Valadao.
Sick.
That's going to come in probably the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, for a free surf, you'd be absolutely frothing to be out here. I think he scored an 8 on that wave.
Oh,
is
my.
that the update?
That is the update. We do have the screens, what you see on your monitor, and what we have over here on our little screen pad over here. Udi Valadao, 7.25 and an 8. Look at that.
Very-
Udi's last wave comes in as an 8. Sam Bennett, 7.43 and 7.1.
It's a high scoring heat, very high scoring. These guys are absolutely shredding.
Oh, my. That was unbelievable. So, Udi Valadao and Sam Bennett in a commanding lead. Now it is Nelson Mora looking up the hill, looking for an 8.48.
No, 8.48.
Oh, my.
It's a tough score, but if anyone can do it, Nelson can, I guess. He's a hot favourite from the locals. He's absolutely ripping. Oh, Jeff Hubbard coming up in the next heat. That is an intense one. The title race on the line here. This is a knockout. This is a knockout round. So if he does get third, he's out of the comp and he leaves it up to Winnie. So good luck to Jeff there.
Yeah.
But for now, Uri commanding lead. Bennett next. Nelson Moore needs an 8.48 to be in second.
Essentially, oh wait, hold on. Udi Valadao dropping in on a smaller one. Oh, he's able to get more barrel
Oh,
time.
my
Oh, and he comes out and
goodness.
another one. Udi Valadao.
Look
he is
at him, he's
stoked right there.
stoked.
He was pretty much in the barrel the entire time. Udi Valadao now having fun out there, noticing that the guys in first place getting all these solid waves. They are just, after those first two solid waves, now it's all about having fun. Look at this, Udi Valadao.
How many competitions can you have some of the best waves of your month, of your year, in one heat?
Exactly.
Here he gets a barrel for about 5 seconds,
Oh, my.
even into the last section. And you can see he's stoked with it. He's loving it. And who wouldn't be?
You know what? Can we replay that one more time in regular speed? I would love to count down the seconds on how much time he was actually in that barrel. I guess we're going to have to put that on hold as we go to live action. Sam Bennett.
He's having a look. You can tell he wants a section here. No, it just fades out. There's a little wedge that sometimes pushes across Fronton rights, and you can either be behind it or in front of it. Here goes Nelson Mora trying to get that 8. Big invert. Nice invert. Maybe not as big as Uri's before, and he had a good barrel, so I'm not sure if that's going to get the 8.48. But he's going to try and race back out, so he's in second priority.
I don't think we know that Sam Bennett was in a paddle battle with Nelson Mora. As you can see, Sam is just cruising back out there. Nelson Mora knew what he had to do to get in that second priority because Udi was already out there. He was going to make that first priority.
Yep.
But Sam Bennett didn't look up and didn't see Nelson Mora that he did have a chance to get out there for that second priority spot. The priority system, really quick briefing for those who are just tuning in.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish it before. So basically, it's a free-for-all at the start, but once you catch, the first person who catches a wave is then basically at the end of the queue. Second and third and so on. So from then on, if you catch a wave, you're at the back of the queue, and you paddle back out, and you have to wait your turn. You can still catch any waves you want that the other guys aren't going for, but if you were to interfere or drop in on a wave that a guy has that has a priority in front of you, then you'll be penalised. So it's a really good system because it showcases bodyboarding by its surfing, not by the little paddle battles you can have out there.
Yeah, I love the priority system just because if you have guys like Yurey Martinez in your heat,
Yep.
at his home break, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
So the priority system in place for you, the viewer, to see the best bodyboarding possible. And we can't thank you enough for tuning in from all over the world. We got the UK tuned in from We Bodyboard. Roy is tuned in from New South Wales, Australia. Billy Thiel and the Thiel Board Company tuned in from a very cold London. Shop Brew. We got Jack Field tuned in from King's Cross. The Alpha campaign in from the 808. Oh, cousin. Tom is tuned in for tuned in going for Udi Valadao, of course. Alexander in Reunion Island. Jeff K is eating donuts at 1:40 a.m. in Southern California. Watch your weight, brother. Antonio in North Burleigh, Australia. And we do have a lot of other people tuned in. Brandon in Dana Point. And we have Morocco and Kauai.
Here comes the wave coming in.
Here we go.
Yuri Daladeo on the right again. A little curtain
can
section.
He come through that? Well,
Just held on. Well done.
Punches through a couple chandeliering sections on that one. Here we are, Sam Bennett. Oh.
He had a look at the next one, but I don't think it's going to give him a high enough score to secure first place. He is sitting in second, but you want to secure that and get into first. Here's Nelson Mora paddling onto a really wedgy one. This could have a big air ball.
He's deep on this one. Comes around the section and oh my!
Big flip!
Oh.
Nelson Mora. He knows this wave, and that was the biggest bowl of the day. That was a huge flip.
That was massive. Nelson Mora showing no fear right there. If he would have aided on that section right there, he would have ended up really close on the very shallow shelf reef right there. And it was. I held my breath.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you'd talked about Elliot Butler the last few heats, but this morning he got absolutely destroyed. All right, Nelson, eyes only for the biggest barrel of the day. Huge flip. Man, I don't know. I'd hate to be a judge right now because that's got to be close to the score he needs. Huge flip. Definitely the move of the day so far.
That was massive. Elliot Mora going for the...
Nelson Mora.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Elliot Mora.
Well, you did mention Elliot Butler.
That's right.
Was he the one that got destroyed this morning?
Yeah, ripped his arm to shreds. Had to go straight to hospital.
Oh, no.
So these guys really are putting it, like, it's a big risk factor out here. Fronton's heavy. Another view of Nelson's here.
So big move right here. Going for the backflip. More of an ARS, actually, as he pulls that thing around. Nelson Mora lands out in front of the pocket right there and pulls it off. One of the bigger moves of the heat so far. But it was just a one maneuver wave.
Yep.
And the scores are still dropping for Nelson Mora. So it was Elliot Butler. He's not having the best of luck out here with the reefs here in Gran Canaria. A few days ago, he hit his lip.
Yep.
His mouth hit a reef. Not fronton, but down the way a little bit. And he also messed up his knee a little bit.
Yep.
And this morning, on a smaller wave, I've heard.
Yeah, on a smaller wave. The tide was low, and he's just a guy that is going to go for it no matter what. So sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't pay off. And this morning, he got absolutely destroyed.
Oh, man. And you scratch your head. On a 2-foot wave, he got destroyed. But you've seen in the highlight reels from that first day where he was dropping in on a massive bomb and walked away unscathed. So Mother Nature sees no limit on, on the size of wave. You can't let your guard down on any size.
There's always that potential to get hurt, so you got to manage how crazy you go, I guess. Nelson Mora, another big backflip, showing his repertoire, can do them on lefts and rights just as good as each other. He's really one to look out for, I think, Nelson.
Nelson Mora, you see him out here on one of the bigger days, you're going to see some very incredible things. Here he is putting it down on the medium-sized waves, comes off the bottom, big ARS, lands on the foam, and pulls it around. And just, again, a second wave for him where there's only one maneuver. These scores are going to be, depending how big they are, that right-hand wave, that came in at a 7.4. The big backflip, more of an ARS maneuver from Nelson Mora, but that was a big section going all out. And on the left, scores are dropping, and we'll wait for that one. But again, thank you all for tuning in. Jason Finlay and myself, Manny V, giving you the live feed from the NMD versus Fronton Pro. We can't thank you enough. We did get a couple messages that our live feed is perfect everywhere in the world except for Australia. So we're going to make sure that is taken care of. So everybody in Australia can watch without any buffering and make sure that everybody can see the live stream as we see it here and everywhere across the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is heat number 3 out in the water. Round number 3, 3-man heat. Top 2 will advance on. We are at a 30-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored, 15 wave maximum. Third place in this heat will not advance on and will get an equal 17th overall in this event. So it's all about advancing on to round number 4. Round number 4 is one of those key rounds where you advance on, bypassing a heat or two, going straight into the finals, quarterfinals. So we'll talk more about that coming up in round number 4. But currently, round number 3, heat number 3, out in the water. Look at this wave coming in. The conditions have been insane.
Perfect day for it. I'm really glad that we got through the one round yesterday, because today we're shaping up to run maybe 2 rounds of just pumping waves. It's coming up to high tide, so we've got about 3 hours till then. We're gonna be able to fit in so many heats as well as on the dropping tide. It's just gonna be an epic day, I think.
And I can't thank you all enough for tuning in from all over the world. We got Jading in the Gold Coast. Andrew tuned in from Mililani. Hector, it's about 6 a.m. in Puerto Rico, going for Winchester all the way, Australia. Connor, we do have Charles in Port Macquarie. Richard is in Puna, Big Island, Hawaii. It's almost midnight there. He's eating ganja cookies, drinking homemade mango wine. What? Brandon is tuned in Australia. And maybe I should read these before I read it all live. Sorry about that. Harry is tuned in. And we have a bunch of other people. We can't thank you enough for tuning in. Here is the situation out in the water.
First, Yuri Valadeo.
Oh,
Big
man.
combination of scores. He's got an 8 and a 7.43. That is huge in a heat. I mean, it's been really consistent at the start of this heat, so he was able to get those scores, which is insane. Second, Sam Bennett on a 7.13 and a 7.43. That means Nelson Mora needs a 7.17 to jump into second place. He got a 7.4 in his last wave. If he can get another one of those, then he could be sitting pretty. But for now, it's tight. There's only five or odd minutes left.
All right, so time is winding down. It is up to Nelson Mora, and he's
There.
got 7.17.
Sam Bennett. He's having a look. He scoops under the lip. Ooh, half a tube.
You see him look back. He thought he felt something. It was a spit coming out of that wave.
Bit unlucky for that one on Sam Bennett. That means he's given priority to Yuri and Nelson. So he's going to have to sit at the back of the line and hope that Nelson doesn't get that score and jump him.
7.17 is what Nelson Mora needs to take that second place spot. Again, first and second advance on to round number 4. Third place, that is the end of the road for the competition for them. And you don't want to be in that position because the waves are only going to be good for the remainder of the event.
That's right. I mean, the next few days look pumping as well. I think bigger and more intense. So you really want to get through today, or at least this heat, because the next round's not elimination. Yeah. So then you'll be surfing big Fronton tomorrow.
You've been here for how long before this event?
About 3 weeks. I came a bit earlier. It's for me. I really love the Canaries, and I love the vibe. I love the locals, and I love the waves.
Can you see yourself living here?
Not full time, definitely for a few months at a time. Yeah. I'd love to get my girl over here. I think she'd really enjoy it. Yeah. And yeah, the waves are incredible. You can tell how hard these guys rip because of the quality waves they have.
Yeah.
And
well, you have been spending a lot of time here, and you actually were able to piece together an awesome preview of what's to come as far as being in the Canary Islands. You can find that video clip on the IBAWorldTour.com page, and you will see, I think we put it up in the news section. So go on the news section of the IBAWorldTour.com website. Look for that clip. It's an amazing clip. Who actually put that together?
His name's Jean-Francois. He's a French guy. He goes under the company name Riro. He usually films Pierre's stuff. Quickly, Bennett having a look. It's a bit too small. He needs something a bit bigger to secure a higher score than he already has. Yeah, so we got that clip out just before the comp, and so lucky to have those waves that we did. And he does a really good job, and I really can't thank him enough, and I love the response it's had, so I was lucky.
Yeah, that was an incredible clip. Some are saying one of the best clips they've seen. And if you haven't seen it, go on there and watch it. You'll see it on the IBAWorldTour.com news section, so check that out. And if we actually uploaded it from Tu Mismo Cafe, which is the local cafe down the road here where most of the people are staying at Agujero. And a little shout out to Chipi, Carla, Jored, Danny, and Jenny, who have been taking care of everybody who's been coming into Tu Mismo. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, some of the friendliest faces you'll see in the Canaries, I think.
Yeah, and good grub.
Oh yeah, really good and cheap.
Cheap. I ordered this pretty good sized margarita pizza for like $4.
And of course, I haven't tasted the beers yet because I'm focused, but I hear they're cheap as well.
I think they are very cheap. A few of us got together, and I don't know how many beers we drank, but maybe that's why I'm not getting over this cough. But it was under $20, and there was like 6 of us drinking. It was incredible. So, tu mismo, gracias. Back to the action. 2 minutes remaining. Round number 3, heat number 3. You see heat 15. That is the 15th heat in the main event, and you saw the situation. Look at this view right here.
There's Dave Winchester, who's got the title up for grabs here. He's got to have a really good result in the.
Essentially, he has to make the final. That's what it boils down to. If Dave Winchester wants a world title in his pocket, he has to make it to the final.
Yep, and he's the kind of guy who can do it without even trying, though.
Yeah.
He's the last few days he's been on a surfboard, just keeping relaxed, hanging with the fellas. I think that's his mentality that really works when he comes to surfing. Sam Bennett's having a sniff, but it's not going to be a long enough wave to give him the score.
Well, fortunately for Dave Winchester, whose arch nemesis Guilherme Temega is not here for this event, so it would have been interesting to see them going head-to-head one last time here for the 2012 IBA World Tour. Those two have been going head-to-head, and it's been amazing to watch those two guys. But GT is not here. But
here goes Nelson Mora. He needs this
Mora.
last score. Spin.
No!
Unlucky
that
Nelson.
Been the end of the road for Nelson Mora with less than a minute to go, and he knows it right there. He just threw his hands up in defeat right there. He knows that was the end of the road.
He needed the big score, so he had to go for something pretty radical, and unlucky he got unstuck there. It's hard to see anyone lose.
I know.
Such a incredible competition. Every guy is so nice. 30 seconds left.
Look at him just slapping the water right there. He's coming in. There's 30 seconds remaining. He knows there's nothing he can do now. Nelson Mora, we would love to see the local riders advancing on and to see them in the bigger stuff. That's what they love out here at Fronton. But Nelson Mora, unfortunately, will remain in that third place slot. Sam Bennett and Udi Valadao will advance on to round number 4. Wow.
Awesome
amazing.
heat. Incredible heat. There goes the siren. Those boys must be stoked.
Unbelievable heat right there. Big moves, big barrels had from everybody. We're going to take a quick little break right now, and we will be back with the next heat. And coming into the hot seat, Mark McCarthy, Jason Finlay. Thank you, brother.
Thanks for having me, Manny.
All right.
Have a good day, everyone. See you soon.
We'll be right back right after this. Oh man, sorry about that. We're looking down on our heat sheets right now, and I just realized we have a stacked heat out in the water. Mark McCarthy, who do we got?
Oh my gosh, this is current world tour leader Jeff Hubbard taking on the man that's just been on fire, Jake Romero, and the trialist. He's been ripping and feels right at home out here in these big wide open barrels. Nick Omrod from Australia.
Oh my, this is another stacked heat. Round number 3 is every heat is stacked, and we're looking at a possible new world champion, Jeff Hubbard. If Dave Winchester does not make it to the final, Jeff Hubbard will walk away with number 3 world title. But Jacob Romero, definitely a contender. This guy has been on fire. Nick Omarad, he is on the cusp. He still is in a situation where he can still qualify for the 2013 World Grand Slam Series. So each one of these guys have something to prove.
Yeah, no, it's big, and I think the last hit for Sam was pretty big too, making sure that he gets enough points to progress and move on to the top 16. I think he's currently line number 16, so now he might have moved above Eda Luciano, or he has to get better than a 5th to move above Eda. So yeah, a lot of things have to still play a role and still have to wait out and see, but currently in the water, the man that's Nick Ormrod, he is currently lying at 8th on the qualifying series. Jake Romero. He actually qualified to the trials this year, and now he's lying in the 7th, so he's guaranteed a spot in the GSS. And Jeff Hubbard, this is a big one for him. If he can make it through the year, he'll go into the round number 4, which would be non-elimination. So yeah, this is still big, and I think these conditions really suit Jeff and Jacob's kind of surfing. They're really explosive riders. They won't be looking at going to the barrel too much, but more like to the air attack, where Nick Omrad's got a complete different approach. He would be looking at anchoring himself into a big pit, throwing down spending as much time in the barrel as possible and exiting out with a nice flip or even a roll. We've seen him do some inverts yesterday in his free surf. So yeah, Nick Omrad's got the goods.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a stacked heat. But unfortunately, we've seen heats, the first 2 heats, actually the first 3 heats, get wave after wave after wave. And it seems like right now, right off the bat, in 3 minutes into the heat, Nick is only the one that has got, or actually nobody's got a wave yet.
Yeah, nobody's got a wave yet. It's just
so it's slowed down just a little bit.
Yeah, it slows down. The waves are pulsing, so you'll see waves coming at like 4 or 5 sets right after each other. Then it might be like a 5 or 6 minute wait. But we'll see. This is going to be very interesting. If we don't have a wave ridden in the next 6.5 minutes, they're going to have to restart the heat. But yeah, still 6.5 minutes. It's ages, and I'm sure someone will catch a wave. And here we go. This is action. Couple of bumps coming to the back. What do we got, Manny?
All right, looks like Jacob Romero is deeper than Nick Omrad, but Nick, here he goes on his first wave, slides under the pocket, perfect bottom turn to get into that barrel, comes out of that perfectly, and then look at that. Oh, nice flip right there from Nick Omrad to start off his campaign. Solid, perfect wave right there to start off your heat. So Nick drawing first blood.
Yeah, Nick drawing first blood. Then I just said he'll look for the barrel and do a move out of it. And here's Nick. He just scoops and just puts his legs right in there, tries to maximize his time in the barrel, gets a little sneeze out, and always trying to see that end ball. Times it perfectly with a nice ARS cartwheel and just rides the wave out perfectly. So yeah, good start for Nick Omrad.
Nick Omrad with a solid wave, and you see Jeff Hubbard paddling back out. We will try to see a replay, but live action! No! Jake Romero in the white jersey. Big flip maneuver on the inside, but lands into the pocket and cannot come out of there. But, oh, look at that. His fin has come off. Talk to us about the amount of power Fronton has.
Oh, man. He would have landed straight into the V there, and the wave would have exploded probably on his foot, so his foot went straight through the fin. If it didn't snap it, no, it seems like his foot went straight through it. So he'll be fine. He'll just reassess. And yes, Jeff Hubbard, this is wave before.
Oh, my. Look at that. Perfect stall to get into that barrel. And usually you're done after that. But look at this. He finds a section, clean invert. And he was in here earlier watching what the judges were scoring the riders. And he opted to do exactly that to get the most points, and that was a solid wave for all the riders. Unfortunately, Jake Romero did not complete his maneuver, but the scores are dropping.
Wow, Jeff getting himself a 7.88 on that first wave. Definitely the best exchange. Nick Omrad with a 5.75, and unfortunately, Jake Romero 2.13. Not the best start for Jake Romero, but still early days, still very early days. 24.5 minutes left.
Oh my, here we go. We are rocking and rolling. Heat number 4 currently out in the water. We have Jeff Hubbard in red, Jacob Romero in yellow and in green, Nick Omrad, Dave Winchester, a world title contender at this event, the last event on the 2012. This is going to be an exciting event for a ton of reasons. New faces are qualifying for the 2013 Grand Slam Series. A world title race is up for grabs, and the prestige of winning here at the Fronton Pro is a thing you really want to tick off your to-do list.
Oh, man, this is bigger than any event possible. This is just bodyboarding at its best right here. Here's Jeff Hubbard looking at one of the inside one. He sees this one wrapping. He's going to probably go for the air right here. He's going to generate as much speed as possible. Goes up and over for a nice reverse there. And he's going to ride out of that one. Jeff Hubbard just guns blazing at the moment. And when he'll be watching, he's going to be up next. It's
amazing. So tell us really quick, how difficult is that maneuver? We've seen it performed a few times already. Tell us how difficult this really is.
Well, timing is probably the hardest thing to do right here, and Jeff Hubbard's just got that down to a fine art. Goes up, times it perfectly, tucks his legs in, and just tries to ride out of the white water, because he didn't land on the face right there. He landed kind of with the white water, so it makes it a lot harder to drive out. But Jeff Hubbard doing just a textbook reverse there, and we wait for those scores to drop. Just 23 minutes left, so she's so early, and Jeff Hubbard's just firing a couple of warning shots.
Oh, man. So we do have our IBA Facebook page open for you to tune in and get right in here with Mark McCarthy and myself, Manny V. Noah's tuned in. It's 12 o'clock in the morning in Kauai, going for Jacob and Jeff, obviously. Yes, holding it down for the Hawaiians. Becca says hi to you.
Hi, Becca.
Christian is tuned in from Thailand. He says, what's up, Mark? Noah is also going for, well, I just said Noah. You put yourself twice. Zach tuned in, going for Nico. Noah, again, what up? Henry. We got Hugo, Carl, Jesse, Lucy, and Lucas all tuned in. Thank you for tuning in live from all over the world. And again, we are trying to get into the hardwire to see what's going on with our feed in Australia. Everywhere around the world, perfect. Australia, just a little slow. I don't know if it's because we're totally on the opposite side of the world, but we are looking into that, so stay tuned. Jeff Hubbard, up and riding.
Jeff Hubbard, just keep him busy on this little one. This one drains off the reef. He's going to go up and over for a big roll.
Oh, my. He's not done. He's not done.
Woo, another one.
Oh, my. Jeff Hubbard, he can get out of the water now if you'd like to.
Yeah, that was just a great exchange there for Jeff Hubbard. Didn't lose any control with the rolls there. Let's try to get a replay, and we'll talk you through this one. Here's Jeff Hubbard. He just drags himself a little scoop there, trying to get a bit of barrel time. He gets it. Just waits, perfectly timing. Flings with a nice air roll, just this textbook stuff. Doesn't lose any control, just keeps the same kind of line and goes up and over again. That's going to be Jeff Hubbard's second best wave. Wow.
Amazing. So Jeff Hubbard essentially is doing what yourself and Jared Houston did, and that's look for the perfect, clean, not necessarily smaller waves, but medium-sized waves, and just piece together a solid barrel and a couple of maneuvers at the end. So he's doing his homework.
Well, and his scores have dropped for the reverse there. He got himself an 8.003. So just add that to 7.77. He's already got, and he's in the lead with a 15.91. And scores have dropped for his next heat was his next wave was a 6.7. So that's not going to fall into his top two. So currently Jeff Hubbard in first, Nick Omrod in second, Jacob Moreira in third. Still, he's comboed for third. He hasn't really got a wave yet. So, yeah, still, Jacob will be looking at getting his campaign off to start still.
All right, Mark, check it out. We do have the winner downstairs with Hugo, who's going to be doing the interview. Hugo, where you at, brother?
Thank you, Manny. Here we are with the current heat leader of the last heat, Uri Valadão. Estamos aqui com o vencedor da última bateria, Uri Valadão. Como é que está a correr? Nós sabemos que estás a competir para o título. Como é que está a correr aqui?
Na verdade, eu sou o único brasileiro aqui competindo nesse Mundial e a responsa é bem grande. Eu me sinto na responsabilidade de fazer um bom resultado. Não só por ser o único, mas por precisar de um bom resultado aqui para melhorar minha posição no ranking. Então, graças a Deus, acho que Deus iluminou hoje com altas ondas, mas tá muito clean, muito perfeito. Um dia épico, realmente. Apesar de ter baixado bastante de ontem para hoje, mas Fronton é Fronton. Acho que em qualquer condição é possível um grande espetáculo.
Sim, estão excelentes condições. You were saying that great conditions here at El Fronton is really looking for a good ranking and keep going on the competition. Do you want to say something a shout out to Brazil? Queres dizer alguma coisa lá para casa?
Eu queria agradecer muito as pessoas que estão mandando mensagem. Eu vim sozinho, então às vezes eu fico olhando as mensagens para me motivar a galera e é muito bom isso, muita gente me motivando e é gratificante tentar fazer um bom resultado aqui para alegrar todo mundo e principalmente para mim mesmo, né? Então eu queria mandar um beijão para todo mundo do Brasil. Curtam aí que tem muito show de bodyboard pela frente. Valeu!
Ok, com vocês, Uri Valadão. Back to you, Manny. Uri Valadão. Cheers.
Uri Valadão on fire, as well as Jeff Hubbard out in the water. So Uri will advance on into round number 4, along with Sam Bennett. Sam and Uri taking first and second in that heat, round number 3, heat number 3. Coming up next, this. Check it out.
Jeff Hubbard just opting to go on a little left here and deciding he wants to go up and over for a big backflip, and timing's just perfect.
Oh my!
It's
Look at
so
that.
high right there, and he just lands perfectly there. He's going to get himself a good score. I don't know if it's going to better his 7.88. It's not going to better his 7.88. It's going to be his smallest score yet, and he's going to drop it down as a 6.2, and that's going to be a little throwaway for him.
All right, so yes, we are currently out in the water right now with heat number 4, round number 3. Jeff Hubbard leading the charge right now with 2 solid scores. Jacob Romero, unfortunately, he's on the hunt right now. He's in combination land for that second place spot. Nick Almerod in second. Another look, different angle of Jeff Hubbard coming off the bottom. Big backflip right there. Look at the distance covered in the air before coming down for a perfect landing. And he does a little maneuver just to maintain and hold on as he cuts out of that on the left. So the left's really quick, short, poppy, and you can have this deep section as well that you can barrel through, but really short compared to what we see on the rights.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, you have to pick those lefts out pretty perfectly, and they're not as high scoring as the rights are at this current time, just because mainly it might be a bit too west, and they aren't wrapping as well as the rights are, but let's just hope that Jacob Romero gets a couple of more opportunities here to get himself out of that situation he's currently in with 16 and a half minutes left. Jacob is searching to get himself on the board here. It's not. It's really difficult when you haven't had a score yet with 16 minutes left. Things are starting to build up pressure. You start not believing in yourself, and a whole lot of things start going into place. So Jacob just needs to get a good wave here and start fighting back.
Well, he's in a good situation right now as far as being in priority. We have Nick Almerod sliding under the barrel right there, and he comes out. Look how clean that barrel was. He was deep. He's not done yet. Nice roll at the end of there. So Nick now pulling ahead of Jacob Romero. That will probably better his. But wait, here we go.
Oh, Jacob on the one right behind him comes out of the
that.
wide water, goes over for a roll. Not much of a lift there. He's going to try to get ahead of Nick this one because this battle really is between Nick and Jacob right now. And Jacob he needed to strike back, and it was a good little tactic there, taking off on a wave right behind him. Here's Nick's one. Nick's was probably better. He scoops into this one.
Oh, clean.
Just really deep at that stage. Look how far behind the pocket he is right there, and just got a perfect little view of the barrel. Goes up and over for a nice extended little roll. And I'd have to say that Nick's probably got the better of this exchange. Let's see replay of Jacob's one. Here's Jacob. Jacob has a look at this one. He wants to get deep. Also, he finds himself, the waves might be a bit bigger, but it's not as clean as Nick's one. Hits a bit of the white water and gets blown out there. Perfect timing. Does a bit of a flop roll there. Not much of a section, but still wanted to get a move out the barrel. And nonetheless, it's going to be a good score. And it's Jacob Romero's first score. So Jacob will go on the board. Nick Almerod's score has dropped. It's a 6.775. Oh no, we're still waiting for Nick's wave to drop. That was his previous score.
Woo, here's a look at Dallas Singer sitting down. Unfortunately, his event has come to an end yesterday.
Wow, look at this one. Jeff Hubbard on an absolute bomb. Just drops down, throws down the brakes, and the maximum time in the barrel is going to come up, and unfortunately there was nothing there for him. Still able to finger a little roll. There's a couple of more coming through. Who's in the back one? Jacob Romero on a bomb on the outside.
Another one. Jacob sliding into the barrel, comes out of that, puts a maneuver, not as clean, obviously, not as big, obviously, as Jeff Hubbard's, but that was an amazing wave exchange. We're not done yet.
Oh my gosh, Nick Almerod, he is only so deep.
Can he come? If he comes out, I'll rub your feet for 2 weeks. There's no way Nick would have came out of that. The airdrop into that one. Oh my!
Wow, that was incredible. How Nick just showed full commitment there. This is how badly he wants to make this heat. If he came out of that one, he would have been in a great position to progress, if not take the heat. So Jacob Romero's scores have dropped. It's a 6.338, and Nick Almerod got the better of that one. He got a 7.43. So Nick Almerod still in second, Jacob Romero in third. Now Jacob needs a 7.8.
Whoa. We just saw the replay from Jeff Hubbard. Incredible wave right there. Definitely will probably come down as the highest score of the heat, probably of the day, too. That was incredible. It was massive, no?
What was it? I don't know. I was just trying to get the score. Was it a sick barrel or what?
It was it was the replay that we saw.
Here's Jacob's one. He just throws his shoulder into it, and just a nice clean put. Didn't really get that deep, and once again, he didn't get that section that he was looking for. So Jake Romero, things just not adding up the way he wants to right now, but still in striking range there. We got scores still dropping for Jacob's last wave. We're hoping that
There's a replay of what.
This is the one that really mattered. Nico just getting so deep and just really behind the 8 ball in that one, and there's no way you're going to come out of that one. It's just pretty much took off on. Let's just hope he's okay.
Oh my, that was
he's not on the
incredible
lineup
wave
at the moment.
exchange.
Oh,
Look at this angle right here. Nick barely making it to the bottom, but there's no way he could have engaged his rail to get that driving line from that bottom turn. That was incredible. Well, he went for it though.
Yeah, he's just he knew that Jacob had the one before, and if he wanted to stay in the game, he needed to take that one. Unfortunately, Jacob's scores did drop. It was a 5.88. It's not going to be enough. Jacob still searching for 7.8. Very doable for Jacob. We've seen him out here throw a couple of 9s, 8s. He's got the moves down, so he can get the score. Just 12 minutes left. Wow, 12 minutes. This heat's still, and the waves are starting to pump too now, man. We see a couple of lines on the outside.
Oh my!
Who's gonna go on this one?
Oh.
No one decided to go.
The peanut gallery standing by. Oh, there's Elliot Butler. We're trying to get the camera view over there. Elliot Butler is the kid in the back with the black hat, and he's just getting annihilated on the reefs of Gran Canaria.
Oh my gosh! I got you this morning. The tide is pretty low, and I was just trying to stay focused and get prepared for my heats. And Elliot Butler came out of the water and just up the rocks, and he was pretty much bathed in blood at that stage.
Oh.
And he just got absolutely destroyed on the reef this morning. And apparently he took up on a small and trying to come in, and just things just went really south for him.
Well, he looks good. I mean, he looks fine.
He's probably just all drugged up and happy right now, but I'm sure he'll be painting later. So I hope a speedy recovery for Elliot, and we can see him out here maybe later on during his stay over here.
There he is. He is pretty much. He's got the uphill battle right here. Dave Winchester coming up next. He is a contender for the world title. Essentially, he has to make it to the final, and depending how far Jeff Hubbard goes, he will have to. If Jeff makes it into the final, what's going on? What's going on?
I see a couple of lines there. Can the boys see it?
I don't think they see it yet. Look at them. I don't think they see the set, but here we go. Jeff Hubbard will see it first as he comes over that peak.
Oh, there's a couple of big west balls coming in. Took Jeff, ask him, do you want to go on this one? They decide no, they don't want to go. They let this one go. Can there be one behind it? Looks like there's some big lines. I don't know if anyone's going to take this next one. But yeah, we saw Jeff and we saw Dave Winnie in the next one. Dave Winchester, essentially, he needs to make it to the final to take over Jeff's current position. He is first. And here we go. Yeah, these ones probably a little bit too west and closing out. Nick Omrod learnt his lesson on the first one.
Oh my! So the strategy is working for Jeff Hubbard, where he was just taking off on some of the medium-sized waves just to get those high-scoring waves under his pocket, and then waiting for those big sets to roll in. Jeff Hubbard leading the charge right now. Nick Omerod looking very, very solid, but now Jacob Romero. Last few minute charges. He's only got 10 minutes remaining, 9 minutes and 30 seconds actually, and I just got handed the world title trophy right now, and this thing is humongous. I would not want to check this in security, that's for sure. I don't know if we can get a wide angle. I really don't want to put my fingers on it, and I'm not worthy of holding this thing up either, but look at how massive this thing is. I think it's massive. So this is the world title cup. Will be handed over to either Dave Winchester or Jeff Hubbard at the end of the event, and we will find out when that will happen. Essentially, Dave Winchester has to make it to the final to be able to take this home and be called the world title for 2012. But Jeff Hubbard, it's pretty much in his court right now to come out on top. But anything could happen.
He's definitely got the heads up. So if Dave Winchester doesn't make it into the next, doesn't progress into the next round, Jeff Hubbard will be crowned the world champion. So
it could go down today.
Could go down in the next half an hour.
Oh, my. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in from around the world, thank you. Once again, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Here's the situation out in the water. Jacob Romero has been on fire. Now he is on the search for a 7.8 to get in that second place advancement spot. Nick Omerod, he is currently in second. Jeff Hubbard in first. Man, stacked heats all the way through.
Yeah, it's this is so important this heat for Jeff Hubbard, but he's definitely shown all his worth for getting himself a 8.03 and a 7.88. The grade combination score of 15.91. Nick Omrod, he's had a couple of great scores himself with the great start of a 7.43 and a 6.75. And Jacob Romero, it's not searching much. He only needs a 7.9. So let's just hope a couple of waves come through, and we can see another great exchanger from these boys.
Oh, my, man. I hope I have my voice by the end of this competition because we've got, looking at the swell forecast, it's getting bigger. I mean, the conditions have been pretty nice to us pretty much for the duration of the event. Last 2 years, as you know, it's been very windy, very out of control, and now we have some glassy, sunny conditions. Hopefully, it'll stay with us throughout the entire event. So we will see who will be the world champion, who will be the new faces on the 2013 Grand Slam Series, and who, look, wait a second, hold that. Nick Omerod slides into the pocket behind the section. Can he, he maintains and comes out of the foam ball. Look at that, nice little carve back into the power zone. Throws this quick spin right there. Nick Omerod, deep pocket, barrel riding, comes out clean.
Wow, that's going to make things a lot harder for Jacob Mera.
Oh, my.
Nick Ormond looking at burying his lowest score, which is 6.75, and that's in a really small trouble for Jacob. He has Nick Ormond on this one. Just scoops once again right into the barrel, right onto the foam ball. He's behind the foam ball. This stage, you can't even see him. The wave just has a little sneeze and pushes him right out of the pocket. That's just a big Australian man, just manhandling that barrel right there. Nick Ormond, he's very familiar to the barrels, and he would have known exactly where he is at all times in that barrel, just weaving his way through it. So, geez, we'll wait for those scores to drop. I think it's going to, scores have dropped from the last of Nick Omrod is 6.33. So it's not going to better the situation. Jacob Romero needs a 7.8. So if Nick got a 6.33 on that one, Jacob Romero, I think the only way that he's going to get a score if he goes to the air. And here comes a nice little wave for him right now. You see Jacob, a lovely wide angle shot of the whole reef and the whole setup. Jacob Romero, look at this one. He's getting really deep, maybe a little bit too deep there.
Oh, my. So Henry Gibbs pointed out that you couldn't take your eyes off of that trophy.
Yeah, I think it's every bodyboarder's dream, and
yes,
once that kind of trophy gets in, I couldn't really breathe when it came into the room. I was just having little heart penetration. It's a dream, and right now it's Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester's dream that can come true right here.
And you know what? Mark McCarthy is definitely one of those riders that can hold that trophy up high. Obviously not this year, but, I mean, he's going to go out next year for that world title, of course. That's the reason why all these guys are on the Grand Slam Series. They want to be that world champion. And taking a look back, you would be in the company of some of the, most infamous bodyboarders on the planet. PLC 2011, Omri Laverne 2010, Jeff Hubbard, Jacob Romero up and riding. Look at this.
Jacob has to go up. He has to go over. Big reverse. Can he hold it? He holds onto this board. Comes out a bit sideways. I think his board's back to front. No, it's not. Jacob Romero.
Oh, my.
He needed to go up and over. I don't know if he's going to get this score there. He should get some kind of reward, but just Jeff Hubbard on an absolute bomb. This is the one that Jacob really needed.
Jeff comes out of that barrel. Big ARS right there. Oh, my. Jeff Hubbard. You're right. Jacob, if he would have just waited a couple seconds and given that wave to Jeff, that would have been probably his wave that he needed, a 7.8. But Jeff Hubbard, now with priority in the position he wants to be, Nick Omrod. He has priority. He's in second place. Now he can fend off Jacob Romero from getting a solid wave. But Jacob's wave is not bad, but I don't know if it's going to be a 7.8.
It's going to be full, really close to Jacob Romero, just eyeline in that section with a nice fling reverse there. See his board and his body didn't come down at the same time there, but so not the neatest ones we've seen today. We saw Jeff Hubbard get an 8.03 on his reverse there, so it's going to be interesting. His wave was bigger, and but this is probably the wave of the heat so far. Jeff Hubbard just situating himself in the barrel right there, so clean. The wave just blows out really hard and just still really behind the pocket there. just utilizing his speed, accelerates, sees that end ball, and goes up and over for a nice big ARS. So that's definitely going to be the wave of the heat so far.
Woo! So back-to-back wave exchange right there from Jacob and Jeff. Now Nick Omerod again in the green jersey. He is. Wait, let's take another look at this epic wave from Jeff Hubbard.
Wow, Jeff Hubbard, highest wave of the contest so far, getting himself a 9.23 of the day so far. But wow, just great. What a great wave there. And Jacob Mera getting himself a 7.58. He needed a 7.9, so it's falling a little bit short there. But now he only needs a 6.6 with 2.5 minutes left. Can we see a couple of waves coming through the back there?
Oh, my. Again, it is Nick Omerod who is sitting comfortably right now. But I just got a word from our IT tech man, Andrew Bleakley. He says, listen up, people. Go to youtube.com/IBA World Tour. You can watch the live feed there without any issues. So get on that site now. Jeff Hubbard comes around the section. Nice backflip right there. Turns it around into another spin. Jeff Hubbard now just having fun in these last couple minutes of the heat. In the barrel.
Who was that?
I don't know. Was anybody in there? I looked up, and the perfect little barrel was just driving. Jake Romero, I think, was trying to pull in and get out of there. Yep, there he is on the inside. You do not want to be where he's at right now.
Whoa.
That is a lot of whitewash, a lot of power, and it takes a lot of energy to do what he's doing right now, and that's duck dive and paddle back out. Jeff Hubbard, this is what happened on his last wave.
Yeah, Jeff Hubbard just taking himself on a little bit smaller one. Maybe just having fun out there. Now he knows that he's way in front. I think he's almost comboed. Nick Omrod needs a 9 point, pretty much a 10-point ride right now. So he's just having fun out there, trying to catch as much waves as possible. Why wouldn't you? 3 guys out, perfect Fronton.
Oh. So let me ask you really quick. We keep saying that 3 guys out. Any other given day, how many people would be out there right now in these conditions?
Right now, during the contest period like this, you'd probably have about 60 people out there. And oh my gosh, Nick Omrod has just seen a big wide one. He's in a oh my gosh, can Nick Omrod get himself into this barrel?
Look how clear.
Oh, let's hope he didn't go over.
He may have gone over that wave right there. There's just so much power. Look at that. Look at that. Nick Omrod could have been in that barrel, but he knew he was going to be a little late. I saw the green jersey on the top of the screen there. And another one. It's only getting better, ladies and gentlemen.
And the tire's getting higher. Waves going to get better. We got the whole day of entertainment ahead of us. Jeff Hubbard, he's got priority now. He'll use it up. Just 28 seconds left. Jeff Hubbard beats himself in the barrel. Drives, and comes out, does a little spin in the pits. He'll do a little air ratio maybe. Nice clean roll. Jeff Hubbard just on fire.
Oh, my. So Jeff Hubbard absolutely just dominating that heat, and it was all about Nick Omrod and Jacob Romero in that second place position. But it was Nick Omrod, I think, who will be on top, come out in that second place position. Woo! Another look right here of Jeff Hubbard's last wave.
Jeff Hubbard, just as the sound goes in the background, that will sorry to say that's the end of Jacob Romero's run in this event, and Nick Omrod, Jeff Hubbard, right there, just little victory lap for him, I would expect. And yeah, that's it. The heat is over. Jacob Mera in third, Nick Omrod in second, Jeff Hubbard taking it out.
Jeff Hubbard and Nick Omrod advance on to round number 4. Unfortunately for Jacob Romero, he will end up in an equal 17th here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And you know what? We can't take anything from Jacob Romero. We'll talk more about him as soon as we get back from this commercial. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. You riding Alpha Campaign 662 Mob. And here's what went down in during the commercial, the start of the heat. Guillermo Cobo. Nice, yeah.
Iron it up through here. Punches, short little roll. Won't be a high-scoring wave. Want to start the heat off. So here it goes. Hubby just dominated that heat.
Oh, man, that was insane to watch. I thought I had a pin here. There it is. Yeah, so it was Nick Omeron and Jeff Hubbard. Jeff Hubbard just having a field day out there. But now it comes down to this heat. Dave Winchester, he has his work cut out for him. If he gets knocked out of this heat by either Sasha Specker or the local rider, Guillermo Cobo, that will be the end for Dave Winchester's world title run here in 2012. And it could go down in this heat. But he is definitely a contender and definitely can hold his own. Guillermo Cobo drawing first blood on that first wave that you just saw. Sasha Specker, Dave Winchester waiting patiently. So you have you're the shaper to the pros. Give us an insight on what Dave Winchester is looking for in the perfect board for Fronton.
Well, yeah, Woody doesn't deviate too much. You know, he's had the same. Actually, he's got a favorite board, and I believe when Slater won one of his world titles, or maybe a couple, he had one board. It was a 6.6 or a 6.4, and he just rode that throughout 2 years and put it back together. And, and Dave's the same. So he's got a magic board that he's just had for the last 3 or 4 contests, and he only brings it out for the contest. So it's just got that sweet shape that he likes. I might shape Dave up, say 6 boards, 8 boards. And they're all the same specs. They're all made the same way, but everything. It's a custom board. It's handmade. So they all turn out with very fine differences.
Well, what are those differences as far as bringing a board here to Fronton? Would he change up the cores, and if so, what's he looking for?
He's got the parabolic cores, and he's riding those. He's rode those consistently for the last year. So
can you explain that
and
for people?
What a parabolic core is basically we have a central core, we have 2 parabolic beams, which are these rails, and got Cobo there on another one. He's going to come out of that.
Oh, no, too deep.
So we've got 2 vertical beams, and then we've got 2 more flexible outer rails. So what happens on the parabolic is the outer rails are able to flex, independently almost of the core. It's only very slight. So you get a board that, drives like a PP board, but can scoop like an old PE board. So they tend to work, Winnie loves them. Jace is on them, and all the boys have, in my team have had them. And the boys find them very fast and responsive. And that's what Winnie's been on, like I said, exclusively for a couple of years now. So the board that he's got out there now is that board that he's ridden for the last probably 6 contests.
So what is the advantage? So you can take that board into a warm water and maintain the flexibility into a colder.
Yeah. I mean, if the complaint always is PP boards last, but they're too stiff.
Yeah.
PE boards have got great flex, but they don't last. And then in different combinations you have, the boards don't work and this don't work and that. So this is the way that I sort of thought out to get it in the right, to work in everything, to cover all bases.
To get the best of both worlds.
Exactly, and if you look, like I keep saying, like Winnie's been riding that same board for the last 4 to 5 contests, so he's been surfing, Sintra, he's been surfing Mexico, all those different places, and it's worked for him in those different ones. So there's J-Rom there, disappointed, that's his campaign over for the year.
Yeah, but you know what? He can't hold his head down. Everybody's clapping for him as he comes up. He qualified for the 2013 Grand Slam Series, so I can actually hear Maui, too, giving this guy a round of applause, too. The Maui boy, Jacob Romero. Unfortunately, the end here at the Fronton Pro, but definitely see more of Jacob, and he's exciting to watch.
Is that his first on the tour, Manny? Is he the first time he's been on full-time?
Yep, this is the first year he has
qualified.
qualified.
Here's having a look at this one.
Here we go. Starting
First
off at his first wave.
He's going to punch a nice little invert there.
Oh, my.
Nice clean one to start it off for Winnie there. He's sporting the samurai haircut. And then straight to Cobo again, his 3rd wave. Looks like a nice wave.
Oh, Cobo straight off the bottom. Big roll on that end section. That was a big move right there for Cobo. That's going to add on to his scorecard as one of his highest scoring waves so far. These are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. There is a 15-wave maximum. These are 3-man heats. Only 2 riders will advance on to round number 4. Third place will come into an equal 17th overall on the Fronton Pro. Here's another look at Dave Winchester.
So he just stalls that takeoff a little bit, eyes the section, nice extension on the invert, eyes the landing, and it's the way you start it off. Whips around a reverse, and off he goes out the back. That was followed straight behind the wave from Kobo. So, yeah, I think Specs still got a wave, hasn't caught a wave yet, but as Manny says, it's 30-minute heat, so there's plenty of time. No need to panic.
Here's another look at Guillermo Cobos. This is a local rider here from the Canary Islands, straight off the bottom, just like Winnie, but little late, punches through the lip, but big extended roll right there from Guillermo Cobo. Look at the paddle battle was ensuing right there. Look at this, Dave Winchester, before he can even get back out, turns around and catches a nice little pocket ride right there. I'll tell you what, if you're watching right now, I'm sure you would give anything to be able to ride out here in these perfect conditions. Look at Sasha Specker on his first wave.
Goes through, punches a roll, and does he pull that? No.
All right, Sasha has been on a roll. He's got to just sit back, relax, and continue what he's been doing throughout the entire first part of this event. As you can see, take another look at Dave Winchester.
In the pit there, just tube time, getting a shampoo on the end section. Out he comes. I mean, the amazing thing with Sasha Specker, I saw him this morning. He sits there, he's taking photos, he's editing photos. He's got a full-time job. And that's working for the IBA. Now here he is in the contest, driving through a pit there, and all the other guys, they're here at the contest. At the contest, they focus, they chill out, they watch, they have some food, but not Sasha.
He's working.
He's working.
Oh, nice clean reverse, but cannot pull it all the way around, just in time for the landing. And he's got to be a little bit careful. All the riders do, because if you do these big maneuvers, pull into big barrels, the chance of your leash breaking is there.
Yeah.
And we saw 2 riders yesterday break their leash, one early in their round and one later in the heat. And if you do that, you're going to lose time, which could essentially, bite you in the butt.
Yeah, well, yesterday there was a bit of confusion as to, board caddies. Could we have board caddies? And we'll just watch this wave here from Kobo, and he bottom turns into it. Bit of a frothy one. And
nice.
Air reverse off the end. But you really have to pull those clean. You can't just have a thought and then go bang it, because the landings are so hard here. It takes so much strength to get through that inside section as Manny gets his breakfast.
Yes, the Manny special from our friends over. All right, she's going to give me the name of the... Oh, man, I don't know if I should show you this, only because it's...
Thanks, Manny.
Oh, my, I don't know how I'm going to be able to eat this, but thank you for bringing this. I'm not going to eat the fries. They're bad for me.
Well, yeah, it's a little food shack just up to the left of us, about 50 meters, and the lovely lady there and her husband, they've been cranking out the sandwiches, the bocadilla, and the fries, and the coffees, and the beers in the afternoon.
Oh, man, it's been great.
It's been great. And you get the perfect view. You sit there with your coffee, and you're looking straight at what you guys can see on the web feed. So,
they actually have the web feed going, too, in their little,
do they?
In their little tent. They have a little TV there. So thank you once again. We do have... this is a perfect time for me to take a bite of this sandwich. We do have an interview with Alex Leon and the winner of the last heat. Alex, where you at, brother?
Thanks, Manny. Yeah, well, I'm down here with what people are talking about. Heat of the day there, certainly incredible. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii.
Yeah, Leo, thanks. I was just stoked. I just want to make that heat. It was a bummer I had to eliminate Jacob because you were surfing and we're all staying together, and me, Jacob, and Nick, and so it was, it was a bummer, but I was stoked to win that heat and just make it through this next round. It's non-elimination, and the waves are going off out there. It's so good, and it's not big, but it's just perfect. Every wave's right and left. You can just choose whatever you want to do. It's just like it's so cool. I'm just excited to get back out there and try to get some more good waves.
Well, you've done what you just did then. You've been doing for most of the year, and you're coming right down the wire now. It all depends. If Winchester gets third in this heat now that he's in the water, you're going to be crowned world champ today.
Yeah, that could be pretty rad. He's so good out here. I'm not even thinking about what he's doing. He's rad. So yeah, I'm just stoked to make that last heat and just see what happens the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, the cameras, they can't keep off you and Winnie. The whole show is watching. It's all down to you and Winnie. So
love it. That's rad. It's all about me. No, just kidding. I'm just stoked. Thanks, God, and all my family at home. Thanks for all the support. You guys are great. Just want to thank all my sponsors and family and friends back home. You guys are awesome. Thanks for everything, guys.
Well, there you have it. Jeff Hubbard, humble man as we see from Hawaii, holding it down for the boys there. He's moved into round 5, which is a non-elimination round. So these guys are going to just give you another show later on today, and we'll see if we can crown Jeff Hubbard today. Back to you, Manny.
Congratulations to Jeff Hubbard winning that heat hands down. Advances on to round number 4. Welcome once again, Manny V here with Nick Mesritz. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by You Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Currently out in the water, round number 3, heat number 17. Dave Winchester looking good right now, keeping his world title hopes alive. If he gets knocked out of this heat, those dreams are over for 2012 world title.
And just to butt in there, Manny,
Yes.
if Dave does get knocked out, that means Jeff Hubbard is the world champion.
That is correct. The only way Dave Winchester can be the world champion is if he ends up in the final. And if he is in the final with Jeff Hubbard, he has to win.
Well, no, not even. When he has 2 firsts and he has 3 thirds. So it's the top 5 finishes. Jeff has 3 firsts, a 5th, and a 9th. And it basically comes down to your top 5 results. So Dave has to knock off one of those thirds to be a 2nd or a 1st to go ahead of Jeff. But if Jeff makes the final, Jeff's won the world title. So they need Jeff to be knocked out in the semis, and Winnie has to get 1st or 2nd. But if Jeff makes the final, I believe that's it. He's won the world title. So that's not, that's just my backdoor maths. But I believe that's the situation. We can get that confirmed later on. But Winnie has to, pretty much has to win it, and I hope for some, I wouldn't say bad luck, but hope Jeff, get some competitors do a number on him. But that first heat we just watched Jeff in was pretty impressive. I mean, the first 2 waves, you could have paddled in from that. It was like an 8.5, and it was all over before it even started. So Jeff's just been in the zone the last 3-4 comps, and
I'm sure we'll have a camera on Jeff Hubbard during each and every single one of Dave Winchester's heats, because Jeff Hubbard will be watching intently to see where Dave Winchester ends up in each and every one of his heats here at Fronton. Again, round number 3, heat number 17 out in the water. Dave Winchester currently holding that first place spot. Again, 30-minute heats, top 2 riders advance on, and that's where we are right now. You don't want to end up in 3rd place. Out in the water, Dave Winchester in red, Guillermo Cobo in green, and Sasha Specker in white. Sasha has been on a roll.
He has, and like yesterday, he had the highest scoring heat of the day, and 2 of the top, I think 10 highest scoring waves of the contest so far. So that was just an amazing heat for Sasha. But then today, it's not working for him. He's just woken up on a different side of the bed or had the wrong thing for breakfast, and Huey's not giving him what he wants. So he's got time to change that. I think 16 minutes left. Still plenty of time. Only 3 guys in the water, so it's not too much of a hassle fest out there. And he's got plenty of time, but he needs to start getting his program back on track, because that time will run out. We've got Dave in front there with a 6.63 and a 4.75, and Guillermo Cobo with a 3.88 and a 5.38. So those 2 guys will look to build on their scores, whereas Sasha needs to get a score and start to put pressure on the guys in green and red.
For those of you that don't know, Mez is the man behind NMD and Versus. And NMD is pretty much... Let me just backtrack a second. Because you're one of the best shapers, if not the best shaper in the world, in my opinion, I do want to ask you some technical questions about board design. Crescent tails and bat tails. This has been a give and take through the years.
Well, I mean, the crescent tail, that's if you look at the riders today, I think with in the contest, he's got green hair paddling for one. Let's wait for this wave, and he's kicking into a smaller wave there.
Oh yeah.
And
Guillermo Cobo. Oh, we seen that yesterday. That is an invert into reverse, and those are very difficult to do because you are actually changing your rotation mid-flight. And Guillermo Como almost pulls it off right there, but falls a little short on the landing. Dave Winchester knows he's got to improve on a 4.75, comes off the bottom. Oh, and he also goes for a reverse right there, but could not pull it around. I don't know how the judges are going to score that, but that was
I think we'll take points off for that one.
That was more of a save face kind of maneuver where his timing was off on an air reverse, but lands it and just he didn't pull it around and just trying to keep composure and just rides off of that wave. Now, Sasha Specker, he has the ball in his court. He has priority. He needs to put something solid on his scorecard. Here he is, up and riding.
And he goes eyeing off the barrel here. He's inside, rolls out of it.
Nice. That will improve on his 1.83. So now he has a wave that is solid to
probably be in the 4s or the 5s, maybe the 5s. So that'll put him in contention with Guillermo Cobo there. So he needs a second one to get ahead of Cobo. So here's the replays here. So here's Sasha's wave, stalls it, pulls up in, and just rolls out with it. So yeah, like I say, maybe a 5, low 5s, and he's on the scoreboard with something decent. So yeah, the crescent tails, I mean, like I was saying before, like most of the guys out here are riding crescent tails, probably 80-90% of them. But then we've got Jeff Hubbard, who's currently leading the world tour, riding the bat tail. Now, the bat tail, basically the part of the tail that protrudes out is it gives you, when you're driving off the bottom, you're actually turning off 2 points. You're turning off the tail point in the middle, and you're turning off the rail point. So you're turning off 2 points. On a crescent tail, you're pretty much turning off the block, so you're turning off 1 point. And for Jeff, I think it allows him to sort of hold a higher line in the wave, so he's boosting. You can see that, like, Jeff boosts and probably higher than anybody, but he just has that light body. He just holds his line up a little higher, and then bang, just flips off the top. Whereas Winnie, if you watch Winnie, he's driving more off the bottom of the wave than coming up and doing the rotations.
So it's essentially a preference. It's what the rider wants. But crescent tail seems to be the safer way to draw those lines cleaner and I guess sharper.
It's what works. And a lot of these guys, they're diehards in the sense that when they're on a board, they don't want to change too much. I mean, Ben Player's been riding the same specs and the same shape for probably the last 6 years, and we haven't deviated one little bit. So that's he knows what works. He doesn't deviate from that. Guillermo Cobo again in the pit, coming
Live
out.
action.
Little cutty there to reverse, coming on the inside, and that's the end of that wave. So in the battle for second, I think Como's going ahead with that one. It'll put him a little bit further out from Sasha. And I think Dave's still comfortably in the lead there. But if that scores in the high 6s, he could knock Dave. So back in the barrel, out through the back door, doggy door as they say, and smooth little reverse on the inside there. So the conditions have changed in this heat from what we saw earlier. We're seeing some bigger barrels, more of a lip on the inside, and the guys were boosting, especially Jeff's heat. We don't see that right now, which is probably something to do with the tide. I'm not an expert here, so some of the local guys would be able to tell me a bit more about that. But that's what I can see from the screen here. I'm sure you can see the same at home. So it does do that, though. Like the heats, some heats are cracking, other ones not so much. Sasha here.
There it is,
ARS.
Sasha, big move. That's what he was looking for right there. Sasha with a giant flip on the inside. And, I mean, he would love to prelude that with a barrel, but unfortunately right now Sasha's looked like he's scrambling. I think he just needs to slow it down a little bit. He knows he's capable of those higher scores, but again, it's Mother Nature as well.
Well, his high scoring wave there for Sasha's a 5.18, and that'll definitely be higher than that. The judges are scoring these aerial maneuvers with good completion, really high, more so than barrels. So you've got good projection, nice landing, and he continues with the wave. So that'll score well for him, probably in the 6s. So we'll wait for that score to drop. And that second wave from Guillermo, has that dropped yet, Manny? I don't think so.
Let's put
it has a 4.43. So just keeps him in second place. And
oh my, look at these sets. Look at these sets. Maz, take a look. Dave Winchester taking a look at this. What's he going to do? Slides under the pocket perfectly, getting as much barrel time as possible. Comes out of that clean, looking for another section, throws a spin right there. It's just going to be a big barrel ride and a spin at the end for Dave Winchester.
And you have to, I mean, the way that the guys have been judging these heats this morning, the guys winning, that was a sick barrel from Winnie, but you need to do the deep barrel. And then, sorry, mumbling here, but punch off the end bowl, with an ARS or a roll or an invert, and that's what gets you in the 8s and the 9s. But the barrel there, in years gone by, that would score you an 8 or 9, but not now. It's not enough. So when he's deep inside that one, rides the shocky.
You can tell he was
Comes out.
actually slowing down
Yeah.
to get even more barrel time. He dragged his legs a little bit. You can see his pelvic area lift up a little bit as he was dragging his legs. That pretty much slowed him down to get even more barrel time. You can't see it from this angle, but the reason why he was in that barrel longer is he did hit the brakes at the very end and was able to get just, a second longer barrel ride from that barrel.
And also the foam ball that comes out of those ones, you can see there's a foam ball. That's a hard thing to ride. And that can just grab around and suck you down. You see guys, they're set up perfectly in the barrel, and then the foam ball comes in and just kicks your behind, and you suck down, and what was a 6 or a 7 becomes a 2. So when he was just making sure he came out of that one clean, and that'll be another good scoring wave for him.
All right, up and riding. Oh, taking a look was Guillermo Cobo in the green jersey. So just got word from our IT tech maestro, Andrew Bleakley. It looks like our servers on the IBA World Tour website are just getting jam-packed, but you can watch. Wait a second. Sasha Specker, here it is. Nice clean barrel, deep barrel, clean exit. Now looking for that inside section. Big roll, lands in front of that whitewash.
Does he land it?
Does he land it is the big question. Either way, he does have a big barrel before that. So Sasha Specker now sitting very comfortably ahead of Guillermo Cobo. Woo, that's just going to pull him a little further away from Guillermo Cobo in the red.
That last wave for Dave Winchester was a 7.63. And, I don't know how the judges will score that because Sasha's wave, it was a better barrel than Dave's barrel. We'll see that here. Winnie there going on a left-hander. So what does he do off this one?
Oh, my Lord. That was
land that, though?
massive. That was Dave Winchester during the live feed. That was a split peak. Dave Winchester going left on that. That was gigantic.
Well, if he landed that, that'll probably be in the 8s maybe.
Oh, my. It's so much speed coming off of these sections. Again, we've heard the term skate ramp thrown out left and right. Perfect ramps. Here's what Sasha got. Big, clean, deep barrel, stalling to get more barrel time, and a big roll right there.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like that end section takes that wave from being a 7 to high 8s. But we're not sure if he pulled that. We can't see if he got through the white water there. And like I was saying, how do the judges, what do they do on that wave? They say, okay, he's made the barrel and he's made the roll was not complete, so therefore the wave's not complete, or they just judge him on the barrel. And you have to complete the wave from what I believe. Here's a different angle here. Stall sets himself up. Perfect barrel here at Fronton. Exits, eyes off the next section, and then bang, rolls it. And now we'll see if he makes the landing. And that's a shallow section inside there, and he's working his way, and we're not sure.
The judges have the clear view of that. We're waiting for those scores to drop. Sasha making his way back out there. And again, if there's any Australians having any issues, check out youtube.com/IBA World Tour. There you can see the live feed, hopefully without any issues. But everywhere else around the world, you guys are looking pretty. No issues anywhere else. Other than Australia, there has been a couple Aussies saying, look at this, Sasha, turning around.
Smaller wave here. Back in the pit.
Nice.
Hiding from the sun. Nice little ARS on the inside.
There it is, Sasha coming together towards the end of this heat.
So when he's got the last air reverse we saw was a 6.8. So it was a smaller wave, good rotation, but only one move. So spectacular move that it was, but not enough to score a higher score. And here's Sasha on a smaller one, perfectly in the pit. Bang, ARS. Bit froggy on the landing there, but that'll be put him up there. And Guillermo Cobo now, he's has to start to worry. He's got 5 minutes left, and it could be the end for him, the end of the line for the Fronton contest. So he needs a 7.35 to go into second, but that's before we get that last score from Sasha. So Winnie again, and the waves are really starting to pump here at Fronton. Comes out of that one, eyes the section, nothing doing, so he pulls away. So that won't better one of his scores, but he keeps the rhythm going. And that also shuts out Cobo and has less of a chance of picking one up. So Guillermo can't buy a wave, and the other two guys are getting too many. So it's sometimes the way it is here. So he eyes it off, stalls the whole way, straight under it, comes out.
Oh, nice.
The wave backs off. So, yeah, so we say again, he needs Guillermo Cobo 7.35 to get ahead of Sasha Specker. And we are waiting for that last score to drop, I believe. Or was that the 5.85, Manny? Maybe that was a 5.85. So, yeah, that was that barrel. He didn't complete the roll. So that goes to show, you know, if you don't pull that off, if he completed that, he would be in the 8s at least. Probably the best wave of this heat. So, and the judges do judge per heat based on the conditions that they're in. One heat might be firing. Those guys are scoring 8s and 9s. You'll see one heat where it's not firing. The guys are still scoring 8s and 9s. And you think to yourself, how can he do that when Hubbard just smashed, an air reverse?
Yeah.
Well, they judge based on the conditions and what they're doing in the conditions that are put in front of them. So it also helps to spread the score. If we have a whole bunch of scores in the 5s, it's very hard to to see who's going to win the heats and make things a lot very, very tight. And world surfing judging around the world's always been spreading the scores up between the lows and the highs. So I was speaking to Kiwi boys before and having a bit of trouble with the web feed. So Kev McAllister and the boys, if you're out there, just follow Manny's lead, and it's youtube.com/IBA World Tour.
There you have it. Yeah, if you are having any issues, our servers are just getting hammered right now on the IBAWorldTour.com feed. So head on over to youtube.com/IBA World Tour. You will see the live feed there. And let us know if that feed is coming in good. We're pretty sure that'll take care of any issues. Guillermo Cobo paddling over to the inside section, not forming up a good wave for him right there. So Sam is tuned in from Brizzy. Thank you all for tuning in. Yaniv in Cops Harbor, what up? Carl in Brazil. And here we go. Guillermo Cobo up and riding. Comes under the pocket. Clean barrel. No, just too deep as he gets into that inside section. There was no way he was going to come out of that. And look at the power just holding him down. Guillermo Cobo grabs his board, makes his way back out into the water. John in Wollongong. Henry, he's in Coleroy. Benjamin in Estrella. Christian all the way from Thailand. Yeah, buddy. Connor in Shell Harbor, Australia. Dylan White, thank you for tuning in from Sunshine Coast. James is in Cronulla. And here we go, people. Sean Polson in Sydney. Yeah, Sean.
Sean's a long-time bodyboarder from Hawaii.
Yes.
And moved to Australia a few years ago, probably several years ago now, showing our age. But he used to live with Kainoa, I believe, right? In that house on Honolulu.
Yeah.
I stayed there 1 year. Bizarre. They tried to make a shaping bay in their garage. They had like a 44-gallon drum with a rubber tire, and
Oh, that's right.
yeah, it was the cockroach is big enough for piggyback rides. It was quite an experience. But yeah, Sean's in Australia now. He's got a young child and doing well. So it's good to see the old school guys out there. So we got 125 and we're counting down, and I think the scores aren't going to change too much, which we'll see Dave Winchester still in contention and heat things up a little bit more. So Dave will go through to round 4, and as did Jeff Hubbard in the previous heat. So the world title hunt is still on for these two riders.
Oh, my. Guillermo Cobo putting a great showing. Again, he's one of those competitors, one of those local Canary Island riders that in the big stuff here at Fronton, he is fearless. And it's unfortunate that we won't be able to see him in some of the massive waves that are apparently supposed to show up for the Fronton Pro. But Guillermo Cobo making a fine showing nonetheless here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here with Mez holding it down. 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Unless Guillermo Cobo can find a 7.35 on his next wave, it is at the end of the road for Cobo. Sasha Specker had a little slow start in the beginning, but came back firing towards the end and sustained 2 solid scores in his campaign here in this heat. So he, along with Dave Winchester, I believe, will move on unless Cobo can find that wave. Look at this. They're paddling, getting in position. 10 seconds remaining. Sasha looks down the line. Sasha does have priority, and he would have tried to fend off Cobo if he were deciding to go. But that's it. No change towards the last part of the heat. Cobo, unfortunately, that is the end of the road. Sasha Specker and Dave Winchester advancing on. Oh, Cobo, a little slap on the water right there. That's the thing. A lot of these guys spent a lot of time and waiting for this event to come back to Fronton. And if it doesn't work out for them, then they just they're bummed. They're a little upset. So
we saw it with Babi Quinones down in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we'll touch on that as soon as we get back from this commercial. So Bobby Quinones, keep that in your mind. We'll be right back.
We on? We live? Okay. Manny was just putting some more bocadillo down the front entrance, and we're just discussing Bobby Quinones there, who got second in the Puerto Rico event, and we're saying with the boys here, the Canary Island boys, how they might not win a world title. That might be a bit hard, but if they win, the Fronton Pro, they'll go down in history. And in this heat, we've got Alex Uranga from he's at the Basque Country, and Ryan Hardy, the old warhorse. Probably slap me for that one, but I'll throw it out there. And the legend himself, and Elliot Morales, the young gun from the Canary Islands. And Elliot's a lot like Jeff Hubbard. He's just so light, and when he just gets there, he just gets projected out, way out. So.
And as you were speaking, local heroes, Elliot Morales from the Canary Islands. He's actually from I believe, the east side of the island, but he always makes his presence known here at Fronton when the waves are massive. But he's one of those hometown heroes too. I mean, we do still have Diego Cabrera and Yaray Martinez still in the event, holding the Canary flag high. So we're going to see them in round number 4. Will Elliot Morales be the third Canary Island rider to be able to advance on? We'll find out in the next 30 minutes. These are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. 15 wave maximum. Only 2 riders out of these 3 will advance on to round number 4. One, we'll call it an equal 17th place in the event. And unfortunately for Guillermo Cobo in the last heat, ended up in 3rd place. But Dave Winchester still on the hunt for that world title.
And the world title's going on, but we've got Ryan Hardy, and he's fighting for a top 16 position for next year's tour. So one of the legends from Australia is actually battling for his
seed.
His seed for next year. So every heat's got something weighing on it. The local boys trying to make a name for themselves, and then we've got Ryan, trying to battle him through. So first blood's coming here from Alex Uranga. So he goes a roll. Not too much projection off that one in the sense that he didn't get projected by the lip. He rolled with the lip. So it's not going to be a high score, but he's got a wave up, and that's always important in these heats. So he's drawn first blood. Yeah, and we'll watch the replay here. So not much happening in the sense of a barrel. Yeah. Basic move there. Be a pretty low score. So it's not to write the guys off. These guys are all exceptional riders, but in this day and age, in these types of conditions, and it is a World Tour event, a Grand Slam event, and you got to bring your A game in that. That means you got to get that wave, and when the wave comes through, you got to be able to punch it. And we will see that. We saw it before with Hubbard.
Yep.
He's done it, and Elliot can do it. All these guys can do it. So
that's the beauty about when we get closer to the nitty gritty.
Manny's got a bit of a cough going on there, and bit of a flu, probably from the aeroplane flights. It nails everybody, but
I think it was a French fry in the throat. But I was gonna say, as soon as we get closer and closer to the final, you're gonna see these heats matching up where every heat will look like and could be a final. And it starts right here in round number 3 with the big guns fighting it out with the new faces on in the event. So it's pretty interesting to see how it all shapes up as we get closer to the final. As you can see, everybody waiting patiently. Again, you're going to see heats that it's wave after wave after wave, and then you're going to see heats that, the Mother Nature hits the brakes and decides to take a little break herself. But all these guys are ready when the sets do roll in.
We were expecting some bigger conditions today, and it's dropped, if anything, from yesterday. And I think talking with the contest directors, it's to do with the wave period. So the wave period, the longer the period with the swell, tends to be the bigger the waves. I'm not an expert there either, Manny, so you're more of an aficionado in that sense. But yeah, the period has changed for what was predicted, and hence we have a bit of a drop in wave size. But as the tide pushes in, hopefully it'll bring some swell with it. And here's Hardy eyeing off something, little bump. And we'll see, no, nothing happening. So that's Elliot Morales in position.
Elliot Morales dropping in. Oh, nice little scoop right there. Finds his way into the barrel, and that thing's just spinning all over him as he comes out and finds a section to be able to pull off one maneuver, his spin up high on the face of the wave. But that barrel ride in the beginning will definitely help his cause here in heat number 6, round number 3.
Elliot, he knows what's up, and you could, as we've been talking about, he got the pit. That's the first part for a good wave in the barrel there. Nice big barrel. Comes out and he's looking for that section. You can see it on his face. Where is it? Where is it? Doesn't happen. So he throws a spin in there and off he goes. Yeah, so I mean, Elliot, he can fly with the best of them, and he was looking for that section. It didn't happen, so he got out of there. But a good first scoring wave. And the wave here, like, still a deep pit, Manny. I mean, I'd love to be in there. I know you would too. So comes out, little basic spin, and a solid scoring wave first up there for Elliot Morales. And we went down his neck of the woods a few days ago to visit a store, and it's out past the airport there, and nice small little town. I cannot remember the name of it, but yeah, and that's more towards the tourist side of town. You go further south, and there's all the hotels and the resorts. And out here in Guldar, it's very arid. You know, it's banana plantations and wind turbines because this island doesn't have any water of its own. So they have the desalination plants, and they create energy with the wind turbines, which is good to see. So
yeah, on the east side, there's hundreds of them.
yeah,
You'll see a few here on the north side of Gran Canaria. The ones here located that you probably see in the background of a lot of images are actually powering the desalination plant for all the banana plantations. Look at this, Ryan Hardy. He is pulling out all the stops with that big barrel and a big roll right there. So Hardy's his first wave is a decent wave, and that's going to be right up there in the 5, 6, maybe even 7-point range.
well, that'll definitely put him in in first place with that wave. And if you watch that again, if we can see in the front end, watch Hardy's legs here. He takes off, he splits his legs for the stall, brings them back together, splits them again. That stalls him just on that wave face, pumps it up, rolls through, the green slick shining through the white water there, and that's a good scoring wave for Ryan Hardy.
Oh, my. Solid wave. We're going to wait for the scores, but definitely definitely a solid wave for Ryan Hardy's first wave.
What got the riders out there, you don't forget that your legs are also an extension of, it's almost like body surfing. And these guys use their legs. Like a lot of people say, oh, I keep losing my edge. What do I do? It's like, well, use your leg. Your leg is an appendage. It's, it's long. You drop that in the face of the wave, and that's going to steer you through a barrel. And if you want to stall, you just put it against, the side of the wave, stick it in the wave face, and you'll slow right down.
And we'll talk more detail on that on some of the replays. But first, we do have an interview with the winner of the last heat with Alex Leon. Alex, where
with
you at,
a
brother?
composed Winchester. Well, you held it together there, mate. Surfed incredible and got the victory.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow heat. We were expecting probably a lot more from the heat before us. It was just constant waves, and then so we just had a little bit of a wait out there, but got some alright ones.
Yeah, talk us through the pressure. Did you feel much pressure going into that one?
I felt a little bit, obviously, because Jeff was dropping 9s the heat before, so it's kind of right in your face. So I was pretty pissed off about that. No, just, then I saw that left coming through. I just thought I'd catch this free surfing out here, so you just sort of got to go them and, get some good ones.
Yeah, it was probably the biggest move we've seen today, if not in the whole event, that huge flip on that left.
Yeah, I didn't really know how the judges were going to score it because it's kind of off the side, but I had enough height to get a little bit of hype up there, so and got a 6.8, so I was pretty stoked and just happy to live another day.
Yeah, just rubbing it in Hub's face there, right? Just make sure you're just making sure that he knows you're still in the contest.
Yeah, you got to let him know. I mean, I'm not just going to give it up to him. So he was in this position last year and got taken off him there, and I know he's not going to give it up easy either.
Well, congratulations. Moved into the next round 5. It's not elimination, so we're probably going to see some more big busts from you.
Yeah, there should be some big ramps going down the Savo, a bit lower tide than that heat, and hopefully I can do it.
Yeah, well, it's a static down here, Hub. The tension, you could cut the air with a knife between Hub and Winnie. So, back to you, boys.
Yeah, buddy. All right, welcome once again to NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We are in round number 3, heat number 6. Dave Winchester obviously is still on the hunt for a world title, but we are in heat number 6 out in the water. Alex Uranga, Ryan Hardy, Elliot Morales, currently the situation.
Yeah, so we thought that wave from Ryan would be a higher scoring wave, but it's not the case. A 6.45, where Elliot's got a 7.3 at. And during that interview, Manny and I were discussing, why that's so. And we're not judges. We don't want to be judges. It's a thankless task. But we can only sort of guess, but see that Elliott's barrel was a bigger barrel. You know, he was in there for longer and came out, whereas Hardy's was a nice barrel with a roll, but obviously they judged Elliott's barrel to be bigger, and hence the higher score. So we have a 7.38 for Elliot Morales, a 6.45 for Ryan Hardy, and Alex Arunga has a 5. So they've all got good scoring waves to start off the heat, and they're all looking for backups. So 18.5 minutes to go, plenty of time.
All right, Mez. Just to reiterate a couple things we did mention is our IBAWorldTour.com feed. Our servers are just getting ambushed right now with so many viewers. So if you're having a little issue, head on over to the youtube.com/IBA World Tour. And apparently the feed is there, and it's smooth as butter.
Well,
so there you have it.
First day, the viewers are up around 45,000. So you got that many people watching the event. You know. It's we've got a high-speed internet connection here, which is doing a good job. But when everyone logs on, it's slowing things down. So that's not making excuses. We just it's the situation we're in at the moment.
Yeah.
We want you all to see it. So if you jump over there to YouTube and divert some of the traffic away, it'll hopefully make it better for everyone.
Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. For me, one of the best, if not the best, bodyboard shapers in the world. And, you know, I'm so amped to have you in here. Now is the time. I'm going to put something on the Facebook page, IBA World Tour Facebook page. You have a question for Mez, bodyboard shaper to the pros. Now is the time to ask it. Get as detailed and specific as you can. He's going to be hanging out here for maybe another heat or so. But while we have Nick here, perfect opportunity to hear from the viewers and fans. Mez, first bring us up to speed where we are right now. Wow, interesting. Not many waves being
No,
driven.
we're still with the same scores we've had, you know, just announced probably 2 minutes ago. So no change in the scores. Alec Morales in first, Ryan Hardy second, Alex Arunga, the Basque Country lad, he's in third. So on the who's the best shaper debate, most of us that make boards really don't give two hoots about that.
Yeah, I know.
We're all friends like the riders are, and there's some excellent shapers out there now. You've got Jared Taylor over at Found Boards, Todd Quigley at QCD, Dan Silvestre, who's with me now, works with me in the factory. Pretty much an unknown soldier, but one of the best. We've got Glenn Taylor over there in Port Macquarie. We've got PMA, holding things down in San Diego. Primo over in France. We've got Shepa Gato there in Portugal. We've got Yamo, who's got his own company now, doing things for himself. Alex Arunga on this one here. Bigger wave.
Oh, my, look at that.
Again, the leg split. The leg split for the stall. And that's
yes.
going to be, can he pull that?
That is probably one of the most difficult areas to pull off the maneuvers because you're getting projected towards the whitewash, which is coming at you. So if you're not landing right, the whitewash is just going to engulf you.
There's a compression factor going on the rocks there, and that's what happened to Alex. It just like ground him down. So Elliot, another big one, pulls in, driving it.
Look at this.
Throaty
Deep.
barrel.
Just gets clipped on the way out of there, and you can see his board just coming up. Wow, the crowd is just erupting over here on the cliff. They can't believe it. He looked like he was actually going to make it out. If he didn't attempt to make it out at that section, he probably wouldn't have made it at all.
Here. He's looking at it. Is it going to do it? No, he's not interested.
Is that Sasha Specker? He just got done with a heat.
Yeah, he's out. He's got to earn the dollars, mate.
Oh, my.
And here's Alex's waves. The split legs I was talking about before. Stalls in the pit. He wasn't there for very long. So that'll go against him. But it was a nice projection on the invert, and he just gets slammed by the white water coming from the side there. And Elliot pretty much dealt with the same thing. It just pinched on him. Got it in the back of the head. Otherwise, that would have been probably the highest scoring heat. And as Manny pointed out, there we have in the background Sasha Specker.
Here's another look at Elliot's big keg of a wave. As you can see, he was so deep that the only way he could escape is trying to find an exit. And when he saw it, he went for it. And unfortunately, the wave said, no way. This one is not for you.
I've seen a few of the boys trying to roll out of that, but it gets that same compression factor. You try and punch through these. They come through the lip, and as they land, that white water just comes and says, nah, you're not coming. So Elliot, this wave would have been a high-scoring wave. He's right in there. He's deep. He's coming through, and he tries to negotiate an exit, and it doesn't happen for him. So, yeah, we're going back about Sasha. We're the Sasha Specker fan club, but the guy's ripped up. You know, he's got about 2% body fat because he's in the water 10 hours a day. And he's going off to shoot some pictures there, which will end up on the IBA website. And we've got Seamus Mackham, and he's working until 6 a.m. doing all the editing you see. So here's Hardy up. ARS in the pit, going through, and not too much happening on that wave. So it didn't really cooperate for Ryan on that one. He looked for the barrel, no barrel to be had, and popped an ARS off it. And then that's a second screen wave for him, and the boys are scratching out the back. And we have Alex who's going to let this one pass, as does Elliot. So everyone's got a backup wave now. Elliot Morales has got a 3.2. Alex and Ryan's waves are yet to drop.
Here's Ryan coming around that section right there. Perfect timing right there for an ARS. Just lands perfectly on the face of the wave. Lands and then pulls back out, but he could have landed a little cleaner. You did see a rail catch just a little bit, but he was able to maintain it, pull it around, and that was a completed move for Ryan Hardy.
Those green slicks really pop. You know, the boys love the green slicks, but it really makes those things light up. So it probably catches the judge's attention as well. I saw Nelson rocking a fluoro orange slick out there before on his found board, and it was really blinging, I guess you could say, out there. And whereas the duller stuff, maybe not as much. And who's this? Elliot. He's rocking it. He's going to go. Oh. Man, he's got a mouthful. So, they let that one go. That was a good wave, you know. The boy should go. Priority's probably going to Alex, so Elliot didn't have a chance to go that one. He's going to go this inside one here, dropping down. There he goes. Oh, ARS on the face and just gets eaten up there. Just caught a rail, caught an edge, and down he went. So that was Alex Arunga, sorry. So Hardy's second wave there was a 5.9, which puts him into first place. So Ryan Hardy in first with a 12.35. Elliot Morales from the Canary Islands in second with a 10.58. And Alex Arunga with a combination score of 8.08. We've got 12 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of time for these to change.
Wow, very slow heat. All the riders only have a couple waves under their belt.
Well, as we hinted on earlier, Hardy here is fighting for his top 16 position. So there's plenty on the line for him here. And we have Alex Arunga, who I believe is in already for next year. So he has qualified. So we'll see Alex at the newly released 2013 IBA Tour with some new spots on there.
Yeah.
I saw a mobile event on the South Coast. And Elliot again on this one.
Oh, gets out of there
not a good pace
just
to
in
bail
time.
on that one. And you see these guys, when you're looking on the point, they just get dragged. Like, you know, they pop through that one, but he looks like he's pretty safe on that one. But I've seen a few of the boys. Mobile event in Australia.
Yes.
Reunion Island, St. Louis. So we haven't been there for a few years.
Yes.
The big ones are there with Mexico, Fronton, Chile. Pipe, of course, Pipe. You can't forget the granddaddy of them all, which will be in February. So that will start the year. Unlike the ASP where they finish it, we start at Pipeline, and we've been blessed with good conditions for the last 4 or 5 years. So hopefully that can continue, and we'll see these young guys going out there. You know, a lot of new faces. We've got Sam Bennett, we've got Alex Arunga, we've got Jacob Romero.
Yep. Alan Munoz.
Alan Munoz, yeah. Is that the Chilean boy?
Yes, it is. Mez, check it out. One of the first questions to get onto the IBA Facebook page is a simple one. How did you get into shaping?
That was a basic one. I went to Aussie. I was born in New Zealand. Went to Australia for a holiday with my parents. And here goes Elliot looking this wave here, behind the peak, and we'll watch it. He's going to punch it. Nice invert there, into the barrel. Can he come out of this? No, he can't. So, oh no, does he? We saw his head for a while there, and it might count. There's Alex Arunga in the pit, driving through that one. Comes out clean electric. Bit of a bumpy wave. Not too much happening once he exited that wave. So 2 scores for the boys there. Leaves Hardy in priority out the back, and he's being patient. You know, he's the veteran. He knows what it takes to win these contests, and it's not a sprint, you know. And it's still got 9 minutes to go. He'll just bide his time out there, wait for the set wave. He's in first position. He doesn't need to search for those waves. And here's Elliot's wave again. So draws off the bottom. Nice invert. Lands straight in the pit. negotiates that, and then it just pinches there, and we see his head pop up, and he tries to fight through, but I don't think that was a make. So there's Sasha right in the front. Keep swimming, son. So yeah, anyway, I bought a bodyboard, got the bug, and came back to New Zealand, and my father was a courier.
What year was that?
Jeez, okay. This is probably like in the 80s. Let's just say I'm that old. So here is, that was Alex's wave, so I couldn't quite see through Manny's giant scone. So, yeah, so this was in the 80s, late 80s, and my father, who was a courier driver at the time, truck driver, said, oh, there's a bodyboard factory up the road. And this is New Zealand, right? This is like probably as far away as you can get from the bodyboarding world at this stage. And so I sort of go, what? You know, got on my bike, rode up the street, knocked on the door. There's a guy there called Rick Broderson. And Rick Broderson was one of Tom Morey's first workers. And he had moved down to NZ to set up the Australasian factory for Kransko, who owned Morey at the time, Morey Boogie. So I rock up, find this factory, beg for a job. You know, I'll sweep the floors, I'll do anything. And that's what I did after school. I swept the floors, and actually the very first day, that wasn't correct. The very first day, as Ryan Hardy looks at this wave, he's going it, and it's got a bumpy face on it, and he's straight through the barrel there, Hardy. Just drive. You can see him driving that rail. Stalls, little cover up on the inside, and can he bust something out here? And a spin. So Hardy in control in this heat. You know, you're just driving through that barrel, adjusting his rail, clean exit, come through, gets a second cover up, and that'll be a good scorer for Ryan Hardy. And here in green is Elliot Morales, who did take the lead with that last wave. So he must have pulled it. So here's Hardy driving through the barrel, adjusting his board, just getting it on the right line. Second cover up here, exits. Nice. And will that put him back? Because Elliot jumped into first place with a 6.75. So that barrel, invert to barrel must have been a completed wave. Came through the whitewater to get that score. So yeah, so he was in first place with a 7.38 and a 6.75, whereas Ryan had two 6.45s. As Alex Arunga scratches into this one.
All right, Alex Arunga drops in, holds on his rail, goes for a big ARS. He's notorious for pulling those off. Oh, and he was trying to land it, but felt his body going over with a whitewash, so he holds on and tries to do a roll in the whitewash. But Alex Uranga, unfortunately, did not pull it off, so he's going to head back out. Alex Uranga, currently in that third place spot, was looking for a 7.9. Ryan Hardy got bumped down to second. Elliot Morales is currently in that first place position with priority. Ryan Hardy making his way back out.
Well, Ryan needed a 7.68 to come back into first place, so I'm not sure if that will do it. But remember, two barrels, you know, it's like double moves, it's like an invert. So, and he threaded that perfectly. He just set himself up. You could see his board just sliding on the face of the wave, and always in control. Pulls it up when he needs to, splits the legs, drives through the pit, comes out. So the master in control on that one. The young gun in Elliot Morales taking it to the air.
All right, so let's finish your story.
Yeah, so back to the short mare story that goes for 10 minutes. Anyway, I can talk underwater, but yeah. So I begged to sweep the floor and do that stuff, but first they put me on the laminator, which you run the decks on, and I ran 100 boards, and I came in the next day, and the Rick comes in and goes, it's straight into the office, sits me down and goes, how many boards did you run yesterday? 100. How many did you F up? I don't know, you effed up 3, and I just got this riot act. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'll pay for it, blah, blah, blah. And I just got ripped a new one. Day one, I thought, that's my career over. Although I didn't know I'd have a career at that stage. I just thought, my dream job's gone. I've just been, I've screwed up.
Did you get demoted?
No, he didn't realize it. Why would you put a rookie on the laminator on his first day? Yeah. So I went back to sweeping the floors and cleaning the bogs and cutting some rails. So my next job was cutting up rails for the boys, just cutting the deck skins into strips so they could go onto the rails. And he said, I want these perfect. So I went downstairs to a bandsaw and cut up 8 hours of rails or 4 hours, whatever it was. Next day back in the office. I'm like, oh my God. He goes, well, what was your job yesterday? To cut rails. How many rails did you cut? I'm not sure. You cut 200 rails. You were there for 4 hours. You only cut 200 rails. And it did get better, and
nice.
I was trying hard, I believe. So that's what started it. I was fortunate to have a factory up the road.
Yes.
I begged for the job. I got the job, and I was fortunate to go from that to America to Tubes, where Buzz was my mentor and still is, and he's the guy that taught me and made me think about things. And I've been all around the world, and now I'm in Indonesia. So
Awesome.
Alex Arunga here on a smaller one needs to get the scores there, and that won't do it for him.
Alex Arunga in and out on that one. So a question from me.
Yo.
You have so much history in that noggin of yours. Have you ever considered writing it all down and having a book?
Probably be pretty boring, actually, mate. But
I doubt it. If you want to see Mez write a book, let's hear it on Facebook. You can comment under the questions for Mez. But yeah, you have a lot of history. You are pretty much history, and that's what we have in bodyboarding is some incredible history. You got a ton of it, and I think you should write it down.
Alex here on the left-hander, ARS,
Oh,
bread and butter move, and we can't see from the angle there, but that will give him a scoring way. Probably won't better his 4.75, so he's still in not a good position there with 3 minutes to go. But I just watched the new Bones Brigade documentary, the skating team, which was a classic team from many of my youth, with Tony Hawk, Steve Caballero, Lance Mountain, Rodney Mullen, and
man.
Here we go, Alex Arunga there, ARS small wave, and that won't do much for him. And that was a documentary. I think be better off to get into some sort of a project where we start to document the sport. We've got enough history now with enough legends, and Tom Morey's still alive. Not I don't want to put any bad thing on, but here's the guy that invented the sport.
Yeah.
This is a guy who now would be in his 80s. It's because of him that we're here today.
Yep.
He is the true legend, along with Mike Stewart. But this is the guy that created something from his brain, and from that came, the
That's why
movement
we're
that is-
sitting here
yeah,
right
well,
now.
Exactly, from one guy. So I was in a very fortunate position last year where I went to my good friend Brian Peterson's wedding in San Diego, and I'm not sure what you call them in America. We call them celebrants. It's like not a priest, but they do the ceremony. So Brian's good friends with Tom, and he asked him if he would be his celebrant.
Oh.
So here I go to my mate's wedding, and the celebrant is Tom Morey. Now, I've met Tom a few times, but this was a different situation. So pretty amazing, pretty special for us, and to be able to sit with a guy like that and his lovely wife, and chew the fat and talk about stuff like cold fusion and I don't know. Some very, very, very
eccentric.
very eccentric guy, but it was awesome. And Alex Arunga here, hopefully he can stalling the legs, and the rhythm's just not happening there for him. He just takes off on a wave, hopes for the best, and that one didn't barrel at the start, and he punched the air on the invert, and he got compressed there. So
it looks like he's starting to figure out time is running
look what's
out.
coming out here, Manny.
Well, we got 1 minute, 23 seconds remaining. Alex Uranga's last wave probably was going to be his last wave for the event. He was after a 7.3, but there are sets rolling in now. Elliot Morales and Ryan Hardy, they're comfortable. They can sit out there for the next minute with no problem. And if Alex Uranga comes out, he will be at the bottom of the priority totem pole. So these two guys can actually sit and wait and catch the better waves before Alex Uranga.
We can't see who's got priority, but it's going to be Ryan or Elliot. So one of the two has priority, and second priority will be the other guy. So as Manny said, that's effectively how the pros shut the third guy out. And it's a business for them. It's their job. So there's friendship, but it only goes so far. And we're going to see that'll be the heat, and there won't be a change unless Ryan gets a wave. So it's effectively heat over. And the next heat, who do we have?
We're going to see PLC, Sergio Alonso and Johan Florentine. These are the young guns. Although PLC is your 2011 world champion, he's still, he's still a young Grom, punching his way through, and he is definitely one of the favorites in any world tour because he's got these backflip maneuvers nailed down. So you're going to see some backflip, ARS, big lip maneuvers from PLC. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of heat number 6. Elliot Morales, Ryan Hardy advance on. Alex Uranga, unfortunately, he does not advance on, but you will see him seated in the 2013 Grand Slam Series. Coming up next is heat number 7 and 8, and I think this is where I get a little break for a couple heats. I think you're going to be sitting in here either with Alex Leon or another rider.
That's Alex Leon, mate.
Alex Leon.
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 Leon. He's not French. He's Aussie.
Oh, he's not Mexican?
No, he's not Mexican. Well, that's what we say to me. Alex Leon.
All right, Leon.
That's okay. I'll pick you up on that one. You pick me up on my pathetic Spanish.
Wait a second. Right off the bat, we got the first wave of this heat. Oh, Johan Florentine finding a keg of a barrel. Pulls a big roll at the end of that one. Oh, my. The Reunion Island rider is putting together a solid first wave. And
how is that? Like the last heat, nothing came through.
Nothing.
This heat is not 1 minute old, and Johan Florentine there gets a barrel, smacks 2 rolls.
Let's take another look.
Look, leg stall. We're seeing that now. Driving through the barrel.
His hair's still dry.
Straight through. Shampoo on the end. Nice roll. Full extension. Eyes it off again in the pocket. Drives up. Second roll. High scoring wave.
I think that is the first wave we've seen completed in and out barrel, big move with the hair still dry.
Yeah. Having a drink there. But if you remember the days, Manny, we used to have the US Open down in Huntington with the surfers. And we were there one year with Tubes. Remember we did the signing at the front of Jack's Surf and Sport there, which is, for those that don't know, it's one of the most iconic surf shops in the world. Right on the boardwalk there at Huntington Beach in California. So we had Paul Roach, Manny, Russ McBride, all the Tubes boys down there. We probably had a good 3,000 people lined up to get signatures. But Rob Machado, he had the fro going on, and he'd paddle way out through the pier so he wouldn't get the fro done. You know? So I always remember he was a bit of a poof to doing that. But yeah, the dry hair. But yeah, that was some funny memories for us. And and I'm not saying that Johan's the same as Chob, because he's definitely a different guy, young fella. And he's on the world tour next year. Sergio Alonso from Venezuela.
Yep.
And he was a kid. They went down there a couple years ago, remember? And for a contest, and I think he won it. And they were like, the local kid, where the hell did this kid come from?
Yeah, and he's been stomping his way up the pro ranks since then. So this is going to be another stacked heat. But as you can see, they're all chilling and waiting for the next set to roll through. That'll give us a perfect time to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by You Riding Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Johan Florentine, this is what went down during the commercial break.
So he's pulling to this one here in the pit.
Oh, my.
I think the hair got wet on that one.
Yes, it did.
It messed up the do. And
nice barrel roll.
That was
actually
a true barrel roll, yeah.
That was sick. Johan Florentine with 2 solid waves right off the bat. Oh, my. With 4 minutes have gone by, and he's already clocked an 8.13 and a 6.5. The other 2 guys haven't caught anything.
Yeah, well, he's just dominated the heat already. 5 minutes in, he's got 2 high-scoring waves. So
wow.
The pressure's on Pierre-Louis Costes and Sergio Alonso.
That is the first time that's happened so far in today's competition. Actually, probably in the entire competition. One rider taking the first 2 waves, and both of them being in the high score, high point range.
Well, I think Hubby guy did that. Hubby just went, boom, 8.
Yeah, that's
8.5, and he went ahead of rest. Then we got Specker to paddle him out some breakfast, and he had a rest out the back. But yeah, well, Johan definitely's got the connection with Huey, and his timing's working there on those ones. As a lump sort of pops its head up, not too much happening.
Here's a couple more things that popped up on our Facebook page. Leon Takumoto Rickson says, He just wanted to say, what's up to Mez? I have my 08 BP since release and hasn't creased, warped, or snapped. His stringer's still as good as new. Would like to say you make the best boards and keep on going. Cheers.
Thank you, Leon. That's very kind words. You must have kept it in the cupboard for a while because boards do break down. But no, I appreciate the kind words. And it's Johan again. Heavy drop in the pit.
Wow.
Straight through, and he's just got it dialed.
Johan
ARS.
Florentine. Holy mackerel.
All over it.
If he can hold on to that rhythm all the way through the event, he's going to take this thing. Oh, big flip out the back. This is Sergio Alonso, super lightweight kid.
What does that kid weigh? 40 kilos?
He's I mean, featherweight for sure. Little paddle battle.
He's throwing the kitchen furniture around. Throwing the chairs.
Sergio Alonso in the white jersey from Venezuela. New kid on the block. He is heading out. Johan Florentine as well. Look at this airdrop right here. Boom.
Boom. Straight into the pit. Spreads the legs. Comes through the doggy door. Eyes it off. Stalls. Hits the roll. Inside. ARS. Mistaken from me. And another scoring wave. So that might better as 6.5, which will just solidify his lead with Pierre-Louis Costes still to catch a wave as we look at Pierre there with the French do.
You can see the wind starting to come up, a little texture on the water. And here's Sergio Alonso's last wave, the Venezuelan grommet, going for an ARS. Got semi-projected, but try to whip that around really quick. Not as pretty as some of the other ones we've seen from him, but it was a completed move nonetheless.
Well, it's interesting. You look at guys like Sergio Alonso, who are very small riders, and to some extent Jeff Hubbard. And we have the bigger guys like your Sam Bennett's and your Nick Omerides. I mean, these guys 6'2", 6'4", like big units. And I mean, Nick Omeride just killed it in his heat. You know, awesome barrels. But when he does the roll, does the ARS, doesn't get the same projection because he's a bigger guy. He's got a bigger frame, but it's beautiful to watch.
Well, I mean, here at Fronton, you do have the power. There's Sasha on the foreground again. This guy is an animal. But yes, you do have the power here at Fronton for the guys like Nick and Sam to actually get projected and tossed out into the flats. So, and then you get Sergio and Jeff on the same waves.
Yeah.
And these guys are going to go flying. So
especially in conditions like today, you know, it's a little bit smaller than yesterday, and like definitely Yere Martinez. You know, he's a local out here, an enforcer, strong guy. You know, and he's just praying for the big stuff to show the lightweights, you know, what he can do. And Delos, the same. You know, he killed it yesterday, and today the waves were smaller and a bit tougher for him. So, yeah, I mean, it's conditions for the lightweight guys. We've got Pierre-Louis Costes, who's one of the best. You know, one of the small guys, smaller frame, can do the backflip. You know, like his patented move, and he's just waiting for a wave. He got a small one. It was a 1.08, so not much on that wave.
We're going to run down with the situation right when we get back from this interview. Alex Leon is with the winner of the last heat. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here with a local wildcard, Elliot Morales from Canary Islands, surfing incredible again. We saw him last year doing the exact same thing. Elliot, felicidades.
Thank you very much, all the people to watch this comp. And yeah, I'm so happy because all the hits is hard, you know, all the ride is really good level. And yeah, I passed the next hit. I hope I can surf well like this hit. So thank you everybody.
You're into the next round, which is round 5, non-elimination, 4-man heats. Hopefully we see some more huge moves from you.
Yeah, I hope so. I think the wave looked good for all the comp. So I think this comp will be sick.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody.
Well, you're a very dangerous competitor. In my eyes, one of the most dangerous here. You can break many hearts and many dreams. So good luck for the rest, and spoils to Victor.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, back to you, Manny. Elliot Morales, the local wildcard, advancing through.
All right, Johan Florentine right there with another solid wave. This guy is just a machine out there right now.
Well, he's probably up like 4 waves with the other guy still on 1. So he's getting his quota ticking over there, and not giving the boys a chance to get a sniff. So here's a replay. You can see the wind, like Manny said, is getting in there. The barrel didn't cooperate. Nice roll and solid landing. But yeah, the wind is whipping up a bit here, but that's not too much of an alarm, because with this break, the wind moves around a lot. It can come up and it can back right off. So hopefully it doesn't become too strong. and conditions tell us that hopefully is not the case. But Johan Florentine dominating this heat so far.
Wow, Johan Florentine from the Reunion Island.
Johan.
He is. I wonder if he's excited to get back to St. Louis, which is on the 2013 Grand Slam Series, going back to Reunion Island. That's going to be exciting. But he is absolutely dominating right now. And a big shout out to all my drunk Mexican bodyboarder friends in Mazatlan, Manny Zunza. I don't know if they're drunk or not.
Where were they? Where were they?
In Mexico.
What was that word?
Well, he said drunk, but you know what?
Where are they?
They're in Mexico.
Okay, I thought that word was like a tongue twister.
They're in Mazatlan right now, and I'm sure a bunch of my friends in Cabo are tuned in, as well as Puerto Escondido. So shout out to everybody tuning in. And another question right here to you, Mez. Cody Sykes wants to know, what's your favorite part about shaping a bodyboard and why?
Favorite part? I mean, it's a process. So some of it takes a bit more effort than other parts. I mean, the best part's when it's completed. So when you've got the final board and you roll the edges, you seal up the edges, the seams, the open seams, and you just make that, that finishes the board off. Then you pick it up in your hand, you can feel the finish, and you apply the logos, and there's the package, and you know that board's going to go off to a band player or a Dave Winchester or all these different riders, and I mean that's pretty cool to be able to do that and watch these guys come to a location like Fronton or Pipeline and watch them actually use your craft and win world titles and win contests is for us it's the icing on the cake. All my friends that are shapers, all the names I mentioned before. We do that, and let's not. There's the pros, and we love that. But I mean, you get just as much stoke if you walk into a shop. There's one of your boards that you've had a hand in making, and some kid buys it, takes it, rides a wave, and that gives you a stoke as well. So I mean, for Cody's question, it doesn't really say there's he asked what's the favorite part. Well, it's all of it. I enjoy all of it, and I enjoy the final product and what it gives to the guys out there, the guys and the girls and the kids and the dads and the guys. So yeah, it's I'm lucky to be able to do a job I enjoy, and plenty of people don't get to do that, so I can't complain. And I've lived in Indonesia now for 10 years, which is a new experience. It was for me 10 years ago. It's old hat now, but adjusted my life for it. And
how's the family adjusting? Yeah,
I mean, my youngest son Archie, he's 5 years old, and he's been there for 4 of his 5 years, so he's pretty much Balinese. And my oldest son Hudson, he's been the same period of time, but it's half his life. And they've got the American private school or international school twang, so they come back to Australia, they get paid out for sounding like Yanks, but they're enjoying it, and my wife Kelly enjoys it. There's good days and bad days like anywhere else. I mean, Bali has a lot of problems now with rubbish infrastructure, traffic, rubbish.
There's traffic in Bali?
Dude, it's insane. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the statistic was that Bali has the highest rate of car sales in Indonesia. And as tourism comes into Bali in a big way, the villas and that, the Balinese become more wealthy. The middle class comes up, and what do? They buy cars. So it's paradise is definitely getting a bit squashed.
Oh man,
and it's sad to see. And it's you could say it's foreigners, but it's locals as well. As the big Jakarta companies come down and build hotels and something like 120,000 rooms were opened up in the last 4 years. So so the heats are don't have much of a change yet. Pierre is still looking for a decent wave, so he must be getting frustrated. Half the heat's gone, and he's still got a 1.08. Sergio Alonso is looking for the second wave. He's got a 5.08, but needs a 9.55 to get anywhere near Johan Florentine, who's running away with it with an 8.13 and a 6.5. for a total score of 14.63. And the heat started thick and fast, and it's died off a bit. As we see Pierre paddling off there to his right, have a look at this one.
He needs a wave. That's what it comes down to. He's halfway through the heat, and he has a 1.01 wave, only one wave. Again, these are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to round number 4. So to see PLC get knocked out at the early round is going to be pretty interesting. If he doesn't do anything quick soon, that could be a reality.
Well, there's a lump here in the background that's looking good. He's paddling around for it, stalking it down, and is he going to go? I think he is. No, let it go. And who has got it? Johan Florentine.
Johan Florentine, man, this guy's gotten so many waves so far compared to everybody else. I mean, that was his 5th wave already, and Sergio and Pierre only have 1 wave under their belt.
Well, I mean, Pierre needs the wave, but he has priority, I think. So the you may wonder why he didn't take that wave with a 1.08, but he has to calculate if that wave is going to give him a score. Otherwise, he loses priority. So if he's got priority, which I think he still has, he'll pick and choose which wave he wants. So he's not going to give that up for a wave he believes won't give him the score. And that was the right decision to make there from PLC.
So now he's pretty much has his back up against the wall. Now it's a matter of letting the time tick by, but at the same time, if he doesn't do anything quick, he needs he could be knocked out, essentially.
He could. This was the scene of the crime last year where Pierre won his world title.
Yeah.
You know, we saw the scenes last year. It was pumping Fronton and was a semi or a quarter final. And he pumping the fists out there as he won his first world title, second Frenchman to win the world title. And still a young guy, 21, 22, something like that. And big year for him last year. And then this year, just promoting the fact that he is the world champion and doing the right thing for the sponsors and taking the sport to new places over here in Europe where the sport is booming. So Pierre, what a difference a year makes, as they say, But he's still in the World Tour for next year.
Yep.
I believe he's sitting pretty on that, so he won't want to throw this away. He does have 13 minutes, so it's not all over for him. He's in position, in priority, and we'll see what comes in these last 13 minutes.
If you're just joining us, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. This event is brought to you by uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. U-Riding has set up a wave of the day for the next, until the 23rd of December. On the wave of the day, you get the best points. You will walk away with a prize package, and today Medusa has thrown into the package deal. So the best rider on today's wave of the day, which is Mundaka, will walk away with a pretty cool prize from Medusa. So get on there. I'll see you on later today after the live broadcast on uriding.com. So Mez holding it down here in the hot seat. We're winding down. We're past the halfway point in this heat number 7, round number 3, PLC. In 3rd place, looking for a 4.01. In second place, Sergio Alonso only has 1 wave as well. Johan Florentine is like in a different world right now. He clocked that 8.13 and 6.5 right off the bat within the first 7 minutes of this heat.
Well, it's really slowed down, Manny. Like, we haven't had much action coming through. And the next heat's stacked. We've got Ben Player, Jake Stone, and Jason Finlay. So, 3 of my riders in the same heat. So, one's got to miss out, unfortunately. But the boys, they're going to be going for gold out there. And, they're all mates. They're all living in the same house over here in Goldar. But I'm sure they've split up now, and they're off doing their preheat warm-up, if not walking down to the rocks.
Oh, man.
So, we've got the seasoned veteran and Ben Player and the 2 young guns in Jake Stone and Jace Finlay. And we know that Jace won this last year, much bigger conditions. And he can still rip the small stuff, though. And Jake got the monkey off his back yesterday, getting through his heat. And he was stoked with that, winning the heat. And it'll be interesting to see who does what. So we got Pierre here on the left-hander. Punches off his back.
There it is.
You
That's
wouldn't
the
expect
back
anything
lip.
else.
Yeah. That was a 1 maneuver wave for PLC, but it's going to, he needed that second wave. But look at this. Sergio Alonso answers back with this big roll on the outside, comes to the inside section, and nothing there for him. Then he kicks out. So PLC's backflip, probably a little bit higher scoring than Sergio Alonso's drawn out big roll right there. But again, they probably will be even.
Yeah, I mean, we look at here. We've got Pierre's. Look at Pierre, his line. His line's totally, he knows what he's doing on that line. Draws a nice line. Good extension on the back flip. Pulls out. Not a big wave. And then we look here on Sergio's wave on the replay. And watch how when he makes the landing, he slips a bit. I think that comes from Venezuela not being a big wave location, and Sergio still learning what to do here. So we'll see he comes off the bottom, bounces, smacks the roll, and you watch here when he lands. Boom, slip, 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 before he grabs the rail again. And that's, I guess, weight.
It could probably
strength.
be the weight.
Yep. And he doesn't get to surf these types of waves often. And we have Jace Finlay, 2011 Fronton champion.
Wow, look how cute that is. I'm talking about the feet.
Landy, I think you just dug yourself a hole there, mate. We'll let his girlfriend worry about that one. But yeah, Jace Finlay getting ready against his good mates and stable mates, Jake Stone and Ben Player. So Jakey there getting the wax off Jace. So taking this one serious, you can tell by the faces. But there's father figure Ryan Hardy. He's going to totally hate me now for all these old man digs. But don't worry, Ryan, I'm way older than you are, mate. So yeah.
You see Mark McCarthy in the foreground. Elliot Butler also as well in the foreground. Jake Stone in the white jersey getting ready. Jason Finlay, he is your 2012 winner from last year.
Sorry, my years are screwed up.
But yeah, he's going to go back out there and try to hold it down.
He's our 2012 winner from last year.
2011 winner from the Fronton Pro.
Yes.
What did I say?
2012.
Oh, thank you.
It's 2 beers you owe me.
Well, I got my autocorrect dictionary right next to me.
School
But
teacher.
currently out in the water, we have 8 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. PLC taking a look at that left, not there for him.
Well, let's go back to those scores, Manny. So we see Pierre with that backflip got a 7.15. So that's a good scoring wave. That is the second highest scoring wave of the heat. And that puts us in an interesting position where Johan Florentine is running away with it. But with one rider going out, we've got a battle for second with Sergio Alonso and Pierre-Louis Costes. So Pierre just needs a 3.26 to better his lowest scoring wave, which was a 1.08, which will put him into second place and keep him going in the contest. So we have a battle now for second, and we're not sure of the priority, who's got what, but that's what we're looking at now. And Pierre can take the lead if he nails out another big scoring wave. He'll leapfrog Johan Florentine. So we're talking before how it doesn't have to happen right at the front. You've got 30 minutes to
You're right.
do what you got to do, and 7 minutes to go. There's plenty of time.
Johan Florentine is currently leading the charge, but yes, as Mez was saying, I mean, it comes down to the very last second. When the horn is tooted, that will determine who advances on and who falls out of the event. But PLC, he's only looking for a 3.26 for second. That is totally possible. That could be just a quick maneuver on a medium-sized wave. And but PLC, interestingly enough, waited, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes just to catch his second wave. So, but it's not his fault. Mother Nature has decided to take a little break.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw Johan snaggle 5 waves in quick succession, 4 or 5 waves. So, but what happens here at Fronton, you can see it, is that as the set waves come through, but in between sets, there are these waves that come through and offer up some good stuff on the inside. I think that's what happened with Johan. Like, while the other guys were sitting out the back, he paddled back, saw a couple come through, took his opportunities, and got some scoring waves. So, tactics play a big part. And they will now in the last 6 or 7 minutes as the boys battle with priority. And they look to see, keep each other out and get through to the next round.
Sergio Alonso and PLC, nobody's talking to each other out there. It must
Probably
be
all speak foreign languages, mate. I mean, Venezuela, what they speak.
Spanish, and then you got the 2 Frenchmen, but even
Yeah.
they're not even speaking to each other.
Yeah,
Very
well,
interesting.
that's business, as we said,
Yep.
And you see some of the guys talking in the heats. I saw the first heat on the first day with Jason and the boys, and they stone, paper, scissors to see who took off on the first wave, So that's one way. And then you get the more serious guys that aren't going to look at people and have the stares down pat and play the mind games. So we'll see a couple of lumps coming through now. Johan Florentine going this one, scrapes into it. Bottom turns. Little air forward on that one. Not too much happening. No, it was a completed maneuver, but not a big wave, and only a single maneuver wave. So I don't know if that'll better his score, but once again, Johan is just dominating the wave count here and running away with it, as we said. Whereas he's just given up priority if he had it. I'm not sure if he did, but now we've got white and red. So Sergio Alonso in white and Pierre-Louis Costes in red. And between the two of them, one has the first priority, one has the second. So they're just timing it down now with 4.5 minutes to go. So here's Sergio Alonso again. Pulls up, doesn't really barrel, little air forward. Yeah, probably like about 5 inches of separation from the wave there.
Johan Florentine?
Johan Florentine, what did I say?
Sergio Alonso.
Sorry,
we're
Sergio.
even. We're
Yep.
even. Look at this, PLC. The sun has come out. The wind looked like it just dropped just a little bit. Nice, clean drop into the barrel. Hair is flying all over the place. Maybe you need to put that thing in a ponytail.
He needs a haircut for sure, Manny. You know, we have to show him a thing or two about haircuts as we are follically challenged ourselves. But Pierre, he's rocking the French mane there, you know, which may be good on land, but was putting the blinders on in that pit. So I think we might see the ponytail busting out in later rounds, Manny.
Well, we are coming down to the wire right here with 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, and PLC probably will have it that 3.25 score he was looking for to jump into that second place spot.
You'd think
Again,
so.
These are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. 2 riders, there it is, 3.7 is what he just got it. So 3.7 is PLC's lowest score. Look at him turning around, taking a look. He's actually going to go for it.
We realized he didn't have priority. You know, he with third priority, so he's like, I'll take what I can get. Does a backflip on the inside there, and that could potentially be better than the wave he just got, the set wave. So that's strategy. You know, PLC's a young guy, but he's been competing now for years, since he was 16, 17. And he knew he didn't have priority, so he looked at that inside wave and took it, and got a little scoring wave. And if it's a 4, it might be the difference between second and third. So we see Johan scratching here. Can't see what's out, but he must have priority. No, he lets that one go. So we're counting down now with 2 minutes, 46 seconds to go and counting.
Interesting to see how the sun makes a difference. Look at this, PLC's last wave. This was one of his, the inside ones, and he perfect backflip right there. Not a bigger wave, not a, I mean, it's a backflip, but he's actually going to go back out and try to find a bigger wave to do a bigger backflip. He's got those things on lockdown.
I talked to Jake Stone yesterday, and we talked strategy, and I sort of said, I noticed you took an inside wave. You know, what was the go there? And he said, well, he's been talking to Hub, and Hub said, hey, if you don't have priority, look on the inside, because these ones do come through, you know. So what would happen there is that if he gets a small one, he can get a scoring wave. Then a set comes through, and he can be first in position for first priority for the next one. So a lump here, Sergio looking at it and decides not to go, and I don't know if that was the right or wrong thing. Could have been a good scoring wave there. Short one, but with 1:47, time could run out. So Sergio's heading off to the left, was Johan paddles right. And so Sergio's going to this one here. We'll see what happens. Drops down. Here he comes.
Oh, here he comes around the section.
No. You see, and that's the way it is with the ocean. That first wave he opted to let go, could have been the one he needed to get ahead of Pierre. Pierre's score, that backflip, the inside wave we're talking about, was a 4.53, Manny. So it was the right strategy. You know, he bettered his score of the 3.7, solidified the lead, whereas Sergio let the first set wave of the set go, which looked to me like the scoring wave. Yeah. Opted for the second one, the bigger one, and it didn't happen. It shut down on him. So that could be all she wrote. Priority's gone.
Was that a tactical mistake, or was that just Mother Nature not delivering, or both?
It's easy for us to say sitting here in the commentator's booth with a screen in front of us, and you know, as Pierre decides left or right, chooses the right, and doesn't cooperate. So yeah, I mean, you know, he makes that call when he's out there, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it might look like it's the right way for you, and I guess that comes with experience. Guys like Sergio Alonso come here one time, fly from Venezuela, where he's at the ISA Games, straight into Fronton. And when the guys are out here warming up, you've got 20, 30 of the best riders in the world. So it doesn't mean they're going to give Sergio a wave even the practice session.
Yeah, it's
He's
pretty
a young
hectic.
guy, you know.
Look at this.
Bit of a lump as many chokes on his chicken. And Johan Florentine's going to end it the way he started.
Yes,
Takes
big.
off. He's got something taped onto his ear there, and it just shuts him down. So not what we thought it was going to be, but that's the heat all over. So wait for the final results to be confirmed, but that looks like it's Jon Florentine through in first place, Pierre-Louis Costes second, and Sergio Alonso can pack his bags.
That's it for Sergio Alonso. He had a good run. He had didn't let anybody down on the bigger waves. So Sergio Alonso, unfortunately, equals 17th here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down to the wire. The last heat of round number 3 is getting ready to go. We have a little bit of time. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here, and Nick Mesritz holding it down here in the commentator's booth. We are coming down to the wire for round number 3, heat number 8, currently out in the water. This is the heat to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We got one of the best bodyboarders, if not the best bodyboarder in the world, Ben Player out there in the red jersey, going against the young gun, Jake Stone in white. Here he is up and riding. And we will also see Jason Finlay, last year's Fronton champ. So this heat is stacked.
And here comes a set. We've got the riders here, but behind the screen we've got a set rolling in. So hopefully we can cut away from the rider profiles and see what happens. But Ben Player, 2-time world champion. Jake Stone from, I don't know where he's from nowadays, WA, Queensland, he's all around the place. Jace Finlay now pulls through this one, pops a roll, comes through the section. Nice first scoring wave for Jace Finlay. South Coast, New South Wales, Australia. So 3 Aussies in this heat. Jake Stone, originally from the Sunshine Coast, went over to stay in WA for a couple of years and is on the Gold Coast now. So a bit of a bodyboarding nomad. And then Ben Player is a born and bred Avalon boy. So here we have Jace Finlay's wave. Sneaks through it there, pops a roll. Not a big wave, but a good way to start the heat. And that leaves Ben Player in red in priority. So we've got Alex Leon jumping into the hot seat here, taking over from Manny V, who's got a well-earned break.
Yeah, g'day, Mez. How are you?
Good, mate, good.
Good.
How's the contest running going? For those that don't know, Alex is also the contest director, so the poor bugger's running around with like a headless chook with 1,000 tasks to do, different languages to deal with, and not much sleep. So
the language is the hardest one here. I mean, I'm learning Spanish at the moment, but it's coming pretty slow to me. So
well, we saw yesterday Ryan Hardy do the commentary, the interview in Spanish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So that shows you, like, these guys go to so many Spanish locations. You got Chile, we've got Fronton, and these boys have toured for years. The guys like Ryan, Ben, they're pretty fluent now, you know. And,
well, most of the event. Oh, we got Puerto Rico
yeah.
Portugal and
Canary
Islands. It's all Spanish.
We got Jerry Houston with a Spanish girlfriend. So so he's fluent as well. So language is a barrier, and when you're running a contest in a different country, you get a lot of things to deal with.
Yeah.
And then he's commentating as well. So multitasking.
Yeah, we've got to do everything here. It just gets out of control sometimes, but
yep.
We've got it underhand here, and we've got a good show for everyone at the moment. It's been good.
Hope you guys at home are enjoying it, and we've got the last heat of round 3, and we're going into round 4, I believe, straight away, Alex. Is that correct?
Yeah. So this is we're going into round 4, which is non-elimination, which we will actually hopefully dive into round 5 as well as the tide starts to go out. We're going to see some better conditions around the 2-3 o'clock mark.
So with the 4th round, it is non-elimination, but if you win that heat, you go into, it's like a leapfrog into
the quarters.
The quarters. So although it's a non-elimination round, to win that heat just gives you such a massive advantage, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, straight away you're basically looking at
on his
a
first
fifth.
one. Sorry to interrupt there, Alex. So he bottom turns on that one, punches a nice roll, and can he pull through that one? No.
Heavy landing there, right in the foam. Looks like he's come unstuck.
Yeah,
so
it's hard inside, isn't it? Like, I mean, if you get past that and make the roll, it's clean sailing. But that section right there on the reef just seems to like compress up and blow you off the board if you're not in front of it. So,
yeah, it comes into a big V too. The left and right just wrap into each other.
Yeah. Well, you sometimes see that white water just pushing in, right? Just comes along and just swats them from
Yeah,
the
sideways.
inside. Exactly.
Like you on the footy field, eh? Just a big side arm knocking people out.
Not these days, mate. Yeah, so like we said before, these guys are all mates, but they put that on hold for half an hour, and they're all fighting for different things. We have Jake Stone, who's outside the 16 at the moment, and he's fighting to stay in that top 16 like Ryan. Ben player, I think, is pretty sweet, home and hosed, and Jace is chasing the free surfing at the moment, so not full time.
And trying to back his title up from here.
Exactly.
If you don't know, Jace Finlay was the 2011 champion at Fronton as a wild card. He was C-band player. Looking at this one, going for a nice forward there, just landing on top. He'd be a bit upset with that, I think. That in the first wave, he won't be too happy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a combination thing, and when you start, not a combination, but when you start to get two waves and they don't quite cooperate, you start to get frustrated. And it's whether or not they can deal with that frustration and turn that into a positive.
Yeah.
Or dwell
compose
on it,
yourself.
Yeah, don't want to build on that. So Ben's a consummate professional, and we have seen him get a little angry after a few heats, but that's just the way he is.
Yeah.
And he'll be out there and getting back into position, and Jake will be saying some smart-ass remark. And yeah, but all in all, they're mates, and it'll be a fun heat. So
yeah, can't take anything away from Ben. He's won 2 world titles before. In 2005 he won, and 2007. So he's a veteran pretty much of the sport now. He's what would you say? He's well composed out there. He's been on the ropes many a times.
yeah, I mean, these guys are well prepared. I mean, I know Ben does a lot of yoga, a lot of the hot yoga, and a lot of swimming. Doesn't do any weights at all. He's not into the weights. Stretching, with the yoga and the breathing, lots of swimming, and that's his regime. 500 cups of coffee.
Loves the coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I think we've got a beach interview. Manny's down there with that last heat winner, Johan Florentine. Manny, where you at?
Hey, people, Johan Florentine absolutely dominated that last heat. In the very first 6 minutes of that heat, Johan, what did you do to prepare for this heat? And essentially, how did you feel going into this heat?
Yeah, I was really relaxed in this heat. I know the job is to looking for the good ride, and the tide was a bit too much high, so that was good to take the good first wave at the beginning. And I just happy and stoked to pass this heat. So happy.
Were you nervous at all? I mean, you had 2 really good competitors in your heat. What did you do did you block that out, or did you just do your own competition?
Yeah, and not so nervous. I feel relaxed. I have nothing to lose now, and I know now to pass the heat, it's to take the good ride. I'm not so confident on this ride, so I have to work on this point. But I'm really happy I did the job and go to round 4 now.
All right. Well, congratulations on your heat, and we will see you again in round number 4.
Yeah. Thank you, and thanks my sponsor, my friend who support me, my family. Thanks everybody, and this wave is amazing.
All right. So there you have it. We're going to see him in round number 4. Congratulations, Johan Florentine. This guy is on fire. Peace.
Yeah, there we have it. Johan Florentine from Reunion Island, really breaking through the barriers on this tour. We saw him in Mexico a couple of events ago, just shredding and winning the trials event, and really basically giving these guys a bit of a run for their money.
Well,
out of nowhere.
My mate Dan Saves, who works with me in Indonesia, he's world-class shaper, and he's been making the boards for the boys at Sniper there, and Johan's one of his riders. As we see Jace Finlay, we had that interview. So nice size wave and big invert. I mean, that's sort of like a signature Jace Finlay move now, isn't it?
That's right.
The invert, and that'll be probably the best scoring wave, and that it is. It's a 7.5 for Jace Finlay, so that rockets him into first place. Ben's in second with a 1.88 and a 2.33, and Jake has a 0.88 and a 1.43. So not too much happening there in second and third. That could change at any time. But Jace Finlay, the 2011 Fronton champion, showing he can do it in the smaller stuff too. So
that's right. We've seen him win last year in 10 to 12 foot conditions, windy, and yeah, basically one of the conditions I wouldn't like to be out in.
yeah, well, Jace loves that stuff, and if you saw his video that the IBA's got out here on the website of Jace warming up, he came here 2 weeks before the contest, stayed with his good mate Elliot Morales, and he had Jeff from Rare Raw Productions there. Re-Raw, don't really know how to say it, but
Raw, yeah.
Jeff there, and he's Jean-Francois was videoing Jace, and it's a pretty amazing video. So as you can see, Jace has been enjoying his 2 weeks here, and getting fluent with the Spanish again.
That's right, yeah, he's starting.
Yep.
So if you have just joined us, this is your NMD vs Fronton Pro 2012. Supporting sponsors, 662 Bodyboard Shop. Here we see Finlay again, having a look at this one here, eyeing off this ramp. What are we going to see this time? Nice roll, punches that one through, forward spin off the end there, and just kicks out.
We see Ben play, and you wonder again why didn't Ben go that way? But he had priority, so he chose to choose a wave, and that's what he.
There it is. There it is.
So yeah, so he hangs back for the wave, gets the one, and you watch this here because Ben knows that Jace is a slow paddler. You watch him paddle straight past him.
Yeah, there
Jace is looking over the shoulder, and here comes the swimming. You know, this is what Ben does. We said before, he does lots of swimming training. He's going to try and see if Jakey boy can hold him. Jace can hold him off. So they're going.
And it looks like Ben might have him here. Yep. Jace doesn't know what's happening.
We called him the turtle last year because he'd just go out there, catch 8-foot bomb, and then he'd just stroke it back in easy and smile. And everyone else was getting quite frustrated as we looked on the inside
Green got
wave.
priority, so Ben has to go. He doesn't have to go, but yeah, he's lost that priority and throws an air reverse out on that left-hander.
And we talked that earlier, Alex, with Manny, how when you don't have priority, and there's a few inside ones that can be scoring waves, and we saw that before with Pierre-Louis Costes in the last heat. Didn't have priority, he was third, and he got an inside one and bettered his score. So here we have Ben's invert.
Oh, throwing buckets out of the top there. Punches through and good projection there on that invert.
And Ben's gone the all black stealth, which doesn't pop quite as much as those green slicks. So whether or not that catches the judge's eye, and here's his left-hander. Air reverse, and makes that. Not a big wave, but it was a make. So that'll put him in second place. So that first wave, the invert was a 7.13. And we got, I believe, a 2.23 for that. It can't be right.
No, we're still waiting for scores to drop for that air reverse. Here we see Finlay again. Let's see what we can do off this bowl here. Not much, just sort of over wedged itself that set, because it is a pretty west swell at the moment. We are looking at Friday conditions to be all time, hopefully.
Yeah.
So we're going to try and finish round 5 today if we can, and then finish hopefully on Friday, depending on what happens tomorrow with the swell. But Friday, the forecasts are looking pretty insane.
So we have Jake Stone here in a bit of a position, combo position. 17 minutes to go, and not much on the score sheet. So as we said before, Jake Stone is really fighting to stay in the top 16 this year, and that's where the mind games start. So he just lost priority of that one, Alex. Is that correct?
Yeah, lost priority. Priority now is Finlay again.
So he just has a look and loses it. And that's how critical it is as Jay strokes into this one.
There we see him here, scooping in under the barrel. Locks in tight. Can he come out of this thing? Yeah, nice barrel for Jace. Whips a forward spin into the end bowl here. And let's see if there's a nice carving reverse there. And that's another good scoring way for Finlay.
Yeah, well,
the barrels are getting scored higher today, especially on this high tide. They're rescaling because there's not many barrels with a full amount of water on the reef. Let's see a replay here. Talk us through this one, Mez.
So he drives through the eyes of the pit, right in position there. Nice throaty barrel. Comes out through the doggy door. Spins. Eyes it up. Looks for a second cover up. Doesn't really cooperate, so he throws a forward spin. So that'll help. Those little spins on the inside, they won't make a big difference, but if you can show the judges that you're out clean and you can do a little bit of a spin forward and backwards, a combination on that, it'll help the score come up a bit. So that was a 6.6. So Jace just solidifies his lead with the 7.5 and a 6.6. Meanwhile, we have Ben Player with a 6.98. Needs a 6.98 to go ahead of Jace. And Jake really needs a scoring wave. It's starting to get into the critical stage. Last half of the heat, 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, Jake with priority. Jake with priority sitting out there. Jake is on the cusp here. He needs a good result at this event for him to move up the rankings and try and re-qualify for their 2013 Grand Slam Series. He is he's currently sitting down in 20th position, and he needs to really make the semis or the final to try and lock himself a position for next year's tour. As we see him here, eyeing something off there. Nice backflip, and Jakey just pulling it round.
That's hard to do, Alex. You know, like, I mean, he made the move clean, he landed it, and it probably will take away from his score, but you're essentially riding backwards, and you can catch the edge at any time, and he pulled that one around, and I don't know if he pulled that one backwards. It sort of seemed like he went the other way. So you'd think he'd pull around the other way, but he kind of flipped it around, so it was a make, and that will be his first big scoring wave or higher scoring wave.
Yeah, as he paddles back out. He's still got 15 minutes or so, 14 minutes.
And here's Benny.
Let's have a look at Benny. Let's see what Benny can do. Tucks in under this one. Can he come out of the doggy door here?
Oh, he's there.
And I don't think he's going to come out of that. No, it's just come unlucky. Just pinched on him there. You can see the high tide's really affecting the barrels here.
He was close, and we talked earlier with the legs. So you see Ben, if we get a replay of Ben's wave, probably after Jake's, but he just splits the leg, spreads the leg, sticks one in the wave face.
He's incredible tube rider. He's just, you see him at backdoor, he does the same thing. Locks his inside leg into the face, draws a line off, so he's got an extra rail. It's pretty much extended. There we see Jake's backflip. Beautiful rotation.
So watch you see he comes the other way. You'd think that he'd rotate out around, say, clockwise, but he did that, you know, he flipped around the other way.
That's
so
right, yeah.
That's thinking on the go. And here we see, no, it's Jake's from the same different angle. Watch this.
Just a bit jumpy there, that one.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a clean finish, which you'll probably get...
we're still waiting for that score to drop.
Mediocre score. I think it'll be a pretty good score.
Yeah,
should be around the sevens.
You reckon the sevens? Okay, we'll see that. We see a wave out here. Jake scratching for it.
6, 5, 7. I think Jake will probably get for that.
Go this one.
Let's see what he can do here. Jake Stone, having a look at this thing. Eyes off this bowl. He's going for the ramp. Huge ramp here. What's he going to do? Oh, massive invert there. And his hand slipped off when he landed.
Yeah, I mean, those are big land. You know, it's a big move. You know, it might not be high, but he's projecting sort of a good 6 or 7 feet out into the flats. There's a lot of pressure coming down, you know, and it's weight, and he hits. You'll see his hand bounce off there. So
now this is Finlay's one he had just while we were on that replay.
Okay, so we didn't see Jace's wave. It'd be good to see that from the start to see how he went. We saw him high-fiving the cameraman in the channel there.
Yeah, that's right.
But we've got to see that wave of Ben and then the wave of Jake when he lost the handle on the board there. So we haven't got any scores dropping yet for Jake's last 2 waves. So we're a bit out of the loop at the moment. So we'll watch this here. Projects, hits it hard. Look how far out he goes. When he lands. Look there, boom.
Boom.
And then unfortunately, if he had the handle, he could have pulled through that. But it's hard to fight the white water with one hand on the board.
Yeah, so we'll just see what the judges deem that as a make. We're not sure. We couldn't see if he came out the front in the foam because it went out of screen. We'll wait for those scores to drop. At the moment, Finlay's still in the lead, 14.1. We're waiting for his last wave score to drop. I don't think that roll's going to affect his lead. Ben Player in second. We've got 11 and a half minutes to remaining. Jake Stone down in third. 6.3. We believe the scores just come through. And now that's 6.93. So that's moved Jake into second and push Ben down into third. Well, geez, it's a battle for this third position, for this second position, isn't it?
It was good to see that it is a battle. Jake was, he was out on the outer there. Nothing on the board and only half the heat to go. But he's come through with 2 okay waves and he's jumped into second place. It doesn't reflect that on the screen you're seeing, but we can see it here on our little iPad screen that Jake is in second place with a 6.3 and a 6.93. And Ben needs a 6.1 to get into second or a 6.98 to come into first.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is still in reach for Ben Player. He's at backup scores of 2.33, which isn't that... That's a terrible second scoring wave, so Ben will be looking to better that.
Yeah.
and that could shoot him into first position if he gets a good scoring wave.
Well, we're coming up straight after this. We have round 4.
Yeah, non-elimination round.
And the first heat, who we have, Alex?
We got Jared Houston.
This does. We got Jake again taking an inside wave and in the pit, driving through the foam on the foam ball there. Nice roll, and can he fight through that? He does. That'll be a good wave for Jake. And that's like we said, it's a hard thing to do to ride on that foam ball because it wants to throw you, it wants to take you and like take you, back around the washing machine.
Hard to bury a rail in there.
Yeah, so watch it here. Stalling, leg stall, gets right underneath it, comes out with a foam ball, just a short barrel, but pops a nice clean roll, and then he's got to fight through that white water. So he didn't get that side wash there, slamming him down, and that's a make for Jake.
A make for Jake.
I didn't intend that, so my rapping skills are limited.
Coming up in this round 4, non-elimination round, we're going to dive straight into it.
Ben with priority, so he pulls that one over Jace. Eyes are in the pit, Ben player.
Let's see what he can do. Comes out, looking for an end move here. Oh, he gets another pit there. And just punches out that just pinched on him.
Experience.
That's right. So he'll get rewarded for that, Ben. Two barrels on that one wave.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting because we've got the last wave of Jake's with the short barrel with the roll, and then Ben player there with 2 barrels. So we watch that wave again of Ben. Driving off the bottom, sits in there perfectly, comes up, he's still pulling up, comes back down again, stalls, total stall, and a second cover up comes through. So it looks different on the angle there, Alex.
Yeah, not clean. Doesn't look clean. That.
Yeah, it looked a lot better from the side.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Now, what is a chandelier? I've heard the chandelier, but I don't know what it is.
Just the chandelier of the lip, sort of, as it comes down and pinches on you, and you sort of break through it, punch through it. You see, nice style of riding there. Sort of takes a high line to come out of that.
Well, we're seeing that on the screen here as you are at home, but the judges have a different view. So you're doing judging at home, and you'll be calling stuff, and you're going, how can that get that score? But you've got to remember that we're looking at it from the camera's point of view, whereas the judges, I don't believe, have that chance. Do they, Alex?
No, they can see the replay. They've got a replay screen in the judges area. So especially when there's a split peak, they'll use it to their advantage, this replay screen, and make sure they get the correct decision made.
So we see that Ben player with that double barrel jumps into first place. It was a 7.75.
That's like I touched on before. Ben only needed a 7 score to get up there in the first position. Stoney's been pushed back to 3rd. Finlay in 2nd.
Yeah, so Jake needs a 7.95 in first and a 7.18 to get into 2nd. Jace needs 7.39 to get back into first, and Ben player jumping from 3rd to first with one wave.
Well, I mean, there's only a 1.5 difference between 1st to 3rd. This is such a close heat. We saw this happen in Nick Omrod and Jacobs and
Romero,
and Hub's heat earlier. It was so close. It was a good heat to watch.
And you kind of look at it and you think, oh man, they're so close. And you're like 0.1. There's only 1 between them, but they need to get a big scoring wave, and these are all good scores. They're in the 6s and the 7s. So Jake might only be a 14.1 of Jace Finlay and a 13.23. Looks like there's only half a point in it, but it's not the case. He needs a 7.18 to get into 2nd, and that's it's not beyond him, but it's a big ask. And with 6 minutes to go, it's starting to heat up. So priorities probably looks to be like it's. I'm not sure at all. Any idea there?
Yeah, I do believe Finlay. Is it Finlay or Jake? But I know Ben's in 3rd priority because he just got that wave before.
Okay.
Coming up in this round 4, I'm going to give it another go. Jared Houston, Ure Martinez, Mark McCarthy, and Diego Cabrera. That's coming up in the next heat. Non-elimination round. We're going to see these guys go big because there's a lot on the line here. You do win this next round heat, you will jump straight into the quarterfinals and finish with a minimum of a 5th in this event. And we're going to see Ryan Hardy in that round as well, and he's on the cusp, and he needs to finish with a quarterfinal result.
So if he wins his 4th round, Alex, he goes straight into the quarterfinal, and he is in the top 16 for next year. Is that correct?
At the moment, yes. He needs a he needs to jump up ahead of Sam Bennett and Eda Luciano, which
So Ed is not here, I believe.
Eda's not here, and if Ryan makes the quarters, he will jump up over Dave Hubbard and Eda Luciano, and he'll be in the top 16.
Okay, and what about Sam Bennett? Because he's in the next round too, coming up, right?
Sam Bennett's on the cusp to at 16th. He needs to basically get to the quarters. If he makes round 6, he will be equal with Hardy if Hardy goes straight to the quarters. So it's coming down to them. But then don't forget, can't count out Jake Stone here. If Jake makes the semis, he'll jump all of them as well. So and then depending on what happens with those 3 guys and Eda, will determine Nick Omrod's placings if he qualifies for next year, as he sits in 8th position now on the QS after trials here. But Eda will have to use his qualifying his qualification from the qualifying series for next year, as he's actually up in. I believe he's in 4th or
There's a
3rd
few
position.
nervous heads in the competitors area. You can see it. You know, like they're just sitting there kind of stressed and doing the math. I saw Nick Omrod doing the math.
They're all doing the math, And then on top of that, you've got Winnie and Hub.
Yeah. So, it's not just a battle for first, it's a battle for the top 16. And that's heavy. You know, they've got sponsors, you know, they've got clauses in their contract that might say they have to be in the World Tour. Otherwise, you know, who knows? They've got to negotiate. Some guys have to renegotiate. Some guys are looking for sponsors. And, it's like it's a heavy situation. The final event, there's so much riding on it.
So much riding on this event.
Yeah, it's not as jovial as it is in other contests out there in the competitors area, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they've all got the calculators out. Omrod's sitting there. He's just been doing the math. He's nervous.
Or they've got the human calculator, Ryan Hardy.
Yeah, that's right. He studies the rankings more than anyone, Ryan.
So the next heat that's coming up that Alex just called then is actually 2 South Africans and 2 Canary Islanders. So Jared Houston and Mark McCarthy from South Africa, and Yere Martinez and Diego Cabrera from Canary Islands.
Yeah, we saw Jared and Mark are just surfing incredible this wave, and so is Yere and Diego. So this is going to be incredible heat to watch. Local knowledge versus 2 of the couple, probably the top 5 guys on the tour at the moment.
Well, Jared and Mark both won their heats. If I'm right, I believe.
That's right, correct today.
So they're sort of coming with momentum from the earlier heats. Yere was second in Jared's heat,
and Diego's
I didn't see Diego's
too.
heat. So so it's a country battle, but I'm sure Jared and Mark will be going for first. There'll be no love lost between those 2.
No, they are best of mates, and they were cheering each other on when they were in the heats earlier. So they do support each other, but with this priority system, I guess it doesn't get too hostile out there. There's no snaking. It's only that paddle battle that goes on.
As we see a set come through, and who's in position for this one? Jake. So Jake takes off. Nice set wave in the pit. Driving through it, comes out, and is there anything on the inside? No, there's not. So that's very frustrating for Jake.
Short barrel there for Jake. Let's see what the scores come in as that. I don't think it's going to improve on his 6.3.
No, it was a good size wave, and he waited for it, but that's just Mother Nature not dishing it up,
The swell direction here is really west today, Mez, and you can see it's just over-wedging itself and just sort of almost just one peak, where it's not really, the water's too full on the right-hand wedge.
Yep.
So how's
the tide going to play as we progress into this 4th round?
It's just gone high tide about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
So we're going to see some improvement starting to happen in the next couple of rounds.
Yep. So here's Jake's wave again. Nice size set wave. Sets himself up well in the barrel.
And you can see all this water in your screen just in front of Jake there. You can see this current coming across the reef. You can see this side bend coming across right in the bottom of your screen there. There's a lot of water on the reef at the moment.
7 point. Jake.
As soon as we see that water start to taper off the reef, we're going to see the right hand has really started to open up. In about an hour's time, we're going to see
some... That's not going to help
Jake.
Jake at all. He's got a minute to go. We're waiting for that score to drop, if it hasn't already. So, tough position for Jake Stone. This could be the end of his 2013 campaign. Could end, be shut out right here. So,
That's right. Very unlucky for Jake. Such a close heat too. He doesn't have priority at this stage, which is going to, I mean...
You can see Jace just looking back.
30
I'm
seconds
sure Jace
to
probably
go.
doesn't feel too great, but that's the type of rider that Jace is. You know, he's like a caring guy. And as we see Ben take off in the last wave of the heat. So, nice backflip.
Boom. Nice backflip there for Ben Player. Still milking in the inside here and goes for another backflip. Pulls that one off. So he's just extending his lead there, I believe. I'm sure he'll get rewarded for that.
Yep.
2 flips on the one wave.
Got 4 seconds to go. Can Jake get something in this 4 seconds? Can he do it? He's kicking on. He's kicking.
This is huge for Jake. He needs something big here. I don't know if he's going to get it. Doesn't get it. End of the road for Jake Stone. Not being able to qualify there. Jake, well, you know, we've seen he's only a young character though. He's still got plenty of years on the tour.
I was talking to him the other day, and I said the same thing. You know, he's like 23 years old, and he'll be very frustrated, bitterly disappointed. But you know, he'll go back, reassess what he has to do. I know Michael Eppelston is a father figure to him, and Jake does spend a lot of time with Eppo, so Eppo will sit him down over a coffee, and they'll refocus what's going to happen. And I mean, Jake's fit, he's looking good, and he'll be back for sure. Don't worry about that. But he's got a few dark days ahead of him, and
that's right.
His mates around to cheer him up. So yeah, sad for Jake, but Ben Player winning that heat.
Yep, and we'll just jump to a quick ad, and we'll start this next heat right after this.
Back here, live footage. We're in the first, what's this one? The first round 4 heat. So yeah, Ben Player taking that last heat out, and Jace Finlay moving through into the 4th round. Jake Stone is out, and he is out of the 2013 tour. He can still go in the trials of each event if he chooses to do that and try and battle it through from the trials. But he'll have to re-qualify via the WQS. So is that the right term for it, Alex?
GQS.
GQS. For those that don't know, we've got Alex Leon, who has just been named as the tour director for 2013. So congratulations on that, Alex. Big year ahead for you, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Mez is going to be pretty big. There's a lot playing on the tour for next year. It's looking pretty interesting. You know, we're going to new spots, new locations. We got new faces on the tour, especially you've seen those guys like Johan and Jacob.
Yep.
Damien King's back.
Yeah,
he's re-qualified.
Kingy's announced his retirement, and as we see the first set coming through, and in position we have red, Jared Houston, I believe.
Yeah, let's see what Jerry can do off this thing. No, huge backflip there for Jerry. Textbook backflip there for Jared. Let's see what he can do. A little carving, and that's a great start of a campaign for Jerry.
Sorry, but in there, Alex, I'm gonna peace out, bro, and I'm gonna hand over to Dallas Singer. He'll do a fine job. So good luck with the next few heats.
Yeah, cheers. We'll see you soon, Mez. So we see Jerry. Great start to his non-elimination campaign here, trying to get himself straight up to the quarters. That's what's on line here. As we see Diego Cabrera having a look at this thing. He's coming around this section and throws a nice ARS there for Diego, a local boy, and just pulls out there. Not much on offer after that, but a great ARS, great start for Diego as well. Let's wait for scores to drop
Not a
as
bad
we
way,
welcome
man.
Dallas Singer into the commentary booth.
You look shocked, Alex.
How are you, Dow?
I'm all right, mate. Just been watching this morning and a few of the boys ripping it up. the level of surfing could be saying it's very high.
Yeah,
And,
very, very high.
The waves have been pretty sick too. Here
So-
goes Jared's first one. He's been on fire the last few heats, so just, oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. Smacks a big backy, lands perfect. It's whipping the hair. Bit of dessert there on the edge there, but yeah, that's, geez, that would have landed in the top, 2 scores of the last heat for sure, but here we go, Mark McCarthy. These boys could be putting on a clinic here, the South African couple. Just got cut short.
Oh, we just had some problems.
Oh, he's still in the pit. Doesn't want to come out.
Punches the roll out. Let's see if he can come out of this. Oh,
No.
he's caught in the foam there.
It's funny these two guys are in the same heat, Alex, because like they've been two of the standout guys for sure in the earlier rounds.
That's what we talked about before. They've been standouts at this event.
Yeah, for sure, and they landed themselves to these kind of waves. Bowley rights is just straight up their alley. It's their bread and butter. So it's going to be hard for the two other boys in this heat, which are Ure and Diego, both Canarians. Canaries versus South Africa here, and we'll just have to wait and see what. Oh, Jared actually got an 8.13 for that first one, which is pretty well spot on, I think. Just went straight for the ramp and.
Yeah, it's a huge flip.
Jerry just
clean landing too. He's really got those down textbook, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Those
That's definitely a good point scorer, and he knows that. It's something that you can put in your little book of tricks, and that's what Jerry does, is land those backies every time.
Yeah, so we see Ray Martinez holding down priority at the back in the white.
Yep.
Local boy. And it's funny, Ure and Diego actually, Ure actually qualified this year on the tour, but he opted to only do this event as...
I think he could have been. He was in Sintra too, because I remember him.
Oh, sorry,
knocking me
yeah.
out.
He did. As we see Mark's replay there. Getting a bit of barrel time, a bit of tube time there.
Sticking in it. He
Didn't
actually got a
need
bit
sunscreen
hungry
today, didn't he? Look, he's just
Nah.
locked in the barrel there the whole day.
Could say that.
We saw Mark shredding earlier. But like, just touching on Ure. Ure only did 2 events this year, and he had qualified for the Grand Slam series.
Mm-hmm.
But we believe that he basically opted not to do the other events because he's trained to be a fireman.
Yeah, right.
And doing the tests and all that took up a lot of time this year, so he had to pull out of most events. And Diego was actually first reserve, and he got, along with Mike Stewart,
pretty well in most
opened up
events.
a lot of positions, for him to enter.
That was good, And Ure's been around, I don't know how long some of the... Oh, here we go. Mark McCarthy's looking to improve on that last wave where he got stuck behind. Looking for the bowl. Here we go.
Ooh, lands on top there. Can he come out of this one?
Oh, no,
he's
he got
fighting in
sucked
there.
up.
Just coming unstuck.
Bit of a sketchy start for Mark, really, actually. Here we go. We got Ure. We're just talking about him earlier. Good little pit. Knows his waves. He's a loke dog. And dropping a roll off the end bowl. That's not a bad little opener for Ure there.
Ray Martinez.
He's pretty stoked about that. He only needed a 6.58 to go in the second, but
Yeah.
early stages of this heat. You go Diego.
Ooh, let's see if he can come out of this. He's holding on.
No.
Nah, the V. See the foam just push it through.
It is. It's funny though, like because when you get those real rampy ones, it tends to all kind of combine into each other. So as you land, you really want to be out in the front of the foam because it just explodes and goes out to the left and right.
Just
If you're
swamps you, yeah.
Yeah, it swamps you pretty much. You just get stuck up. But everyone got a pretty decent one there. Too bad that Diego didn't make that. But here's Mark McCarthy's first one again. It's pretty rare to see him not.
Yeah,
land
it
these
looked like
backies,
another
but
little lip there, and it's
he's
just landed on top.
He
Maybe
wouldn't have
hit that a little early, maybe.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. But he wouldn't have probably felt that little wedge bit coming over, and he landed on top, which is unfortunate. But yeah, Ure, I think just touching on that again, I guess he's been around for a long time. He has been competing on the top level for years now. I couldn't even say the time I haven't seen him around in comps when I first started. So. Maybe it's just he's thought it's time to step back, let some of his countrymen have a go, but
yeah, here he
not
is.
when it comes to his home break.
Here he is, the local Spartan, locking into that nice barrel there.
Wants to drop something else there, just clean up the wave.
That's another angle there. Nice little roll finish.
Yeah.
He's on the board, Ray Martinez.
Yeah, he's one of the pioneers.
6.75 for that barrel he received, a 6.75.
Jumped him up into third place. Which he only needs. That's his first scoring ride, so he's going to look good for the next one. He goes Jared. We might have missed this wave earlier. Just a little forward OTB. Yeah. Uray's he's a character, that's for sure, and he's one of the pioneer guys from around here, surfing Fronton. Bodyboarders have only been around for so long, and so it's Fronton's only been ridden for so long. You wouldn't see guys on stand-up boards really going out here just because it doesn't lend itself to that. So, bodyboarding's looking great out here, and he's all kind of started it in the beginning.
That's right. You know what? We got Ben Player, the winner of that last heat, down there with Greg Taylor. Let's hear from Greg and Ben.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Here I am with the last heat winner, Ben Player from Australia. Very, very close heat, that one, a lot on the line. How are the conditions, Ben?
Yeah, it was pretty tough out there, Greg. It's always tough going up against your mates, everyone's going to be their all, but you also want to be respectful of each other and make sure everyone's having a good time in that. And that was pretty hard, particularly because Jace is last year's winner out here, and Stoney was, he needed to make that. He needs to get a 5th here to re-qualify for next year. So I was trying to play it cool, but also, I want to go well. So you just kind of got to try your hardest in situations like that and just do what you normally do against any competitor.
Yeah, no, it was tough for Jake especially, but talk a little bit about the conditions. There seem to be plenty of opportunities for scoring waves, and talk us through the waves, your two keepers.
Yeah, I kind of got off to a pretty bad start, to be honest with you. I was just kind of milking around on the inside and didn't feel too well. I had a bit of a headache and stuff like that, but managed to build some momentum through the heat, got a nice little barrel, pretty long little tube ride, and then my final wave was like a flip and then another flip on the inside, known as the Odyssey to Ryan Hardy. But yeah, it was pretty tough, but again, good fun, good to get a couple of little bowls and get through that heat because that's an important one to make.
For sure. Round 4 next, non-elimination, but still it plays a big role in the layout of the competition. What's your plan going into round 4?
Yeah, I'm just over here. I've got nothing to prove. I've already qualified for next year. I just want to kind of surf and just have a bit of fun, really, and just kind of treat it like practice for next year, really, because that's really what I'm focusing for, I guess.
For sure, and just break a few more hearts, eh?
Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope not.
All right, thank you, Ben. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, cheers for that one, Greg and Ben Player. There we see Ben just taking that one out, moving into a non-elimination round. We're going to see him very soon again.
Yeah, Ben actually did pretty well in that last heat. I watched the whole thing intensely because there was 3 Aussies in there, and during the break, we've got Jerry just stabbing into this little pit here.
Nice little half turn there under there. Comes out clean.
2 hair drives to a roll.
Oh, I see him just hold that too. And wait for that
that's
lip to hit
perfect.
him. Yeah.
Almost just, hold your board up. If guys are watching thinking, how we go a paddle battle out here, a bit of splashing and white water.
Yeah.
I think Diego might have the outboard out. I don't know if you got priority. Oh, I was getting onto that wave. But yeah, you almost just have to lean your board, tilt your head, and that wave will just do the rest. But, that's what's so good about this tour is some of these waves are just so easy and you let it do it for you. Sometimes when you're in a contest, you just really got to, believe in the wave you've chosen and just let it do. Just let it go, which is Jerry's done here.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Little half turn under the barrel. Positioned himself perfect in that pit.
Yeah.
Man. And that's right.
Just rolling right around there, you could say.
Little, sesame seed bread roll to finish. Diego Cabrera pulling in under the lip. Can he come out of this thing?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, it comes out. Forward spin in the pocket.
Green looks nice on Diego.
You like the green?
Yeah, I just like the colour. I didn't see green that much during the year. It's usually a blue, maybe.
Yeah, it normally is a blue.
But nice tint of green. Looks all right. Plenty of logo hits there. So, yeah, Diego's had an up and down year. I know he copped a few injuries in the year, I think, from what I remember, and he's coming back and he's surfing well.
Severe head injury.
Yeah, so he's a good bloke, man. He's always happy and he's always smiling. It's great to be on tour with some of these. Yeah. All the Canary guys have that in common too. They're easy to get along with, even though sometimes you got the language barrier and they can speak quite good English. My Spanish is hopeless, but they're always smiles and you always want to go surfing with them because they're they're awesome to hang out with.
Yeah,
so.
I love the people here. I love this place. It's incredible. The waves are incredible.
Water's good. People are.
And it's winter here now, and the water is. These guys. I was surfing yesterday in a spring suit.
Perfect.
The water's beautiful.
And it's good for bodyboarding. It doesn't really doesn't change your materials too much. You go to places like Mexico and the water really kind of starts to affect the way your board's riding and stuff.
Yeah.
But now I think the perfect water temp. It's always good outside. The wind can be a bit strong sometimes, but nothing's perfect, is it?
Yeah, well, just a little small island. So.
Yeah. But we've been pretty blessed this contest though. It's been really light winds most of the time, and even when it is onshore, it's just totally surfable, like we've seen yesterday in some of the heats we ran. You watch the highlight reel, that whole round was nearly onshore, and you can't even tell.
Nah, that's all right. And I mean, even today it's cross shore, and these guys are doing huge backflips, still barreling in these conditions.
Yeah, great. Jared Houston, wow, look at that, 15.58. He's still got half a heat remaining. That's it's kind of stuff. If you were to, if you're a betting man, you'd really have Jared up there, because every wave he's caught so far has been a scorer. And we've got Mark McCarthy in unfamiliar territory down in fourth place there. He's just still waiting on his first ride, really. He had a few unlucky ones earlier on, and the Canary guys are in the middle. Ure in third place. We just had a direction change there with Diego's last one. And Diego sitting in second place with a 12.33.
So 16 minutes to go. We're at the halfway mark here of this heat. This is round 4, heat 21. If you just joined us, this is your NMD vs Fronton Pro for 2012, the last event on the GSS. Down here, we're over here in Canary Islands of Spain, and also 662 Bodyboard Shop, Alpha Campaign, Like Bodyboarding in Brazil. They're our media partners down there in Brazil. We want to thank all supporting partners of this event.
Yeah. Sorry, can't speak Portuguese, guys, but you'll just have to bear with us.
Yeah,
the guys in Brazil, but yeah, they're awesome backers, and I think we've done really well with the support we had in this event, especially with NMD and VS, doing great things for this event. So
that's right, and you miss any of the event, you can always go to youtube.com/IBA World Tour. We've got highlight clips up there every day post event. So please, if you do miss anything, any action, it'll all be there.
Yeah,
so
which is
you need to go and make popcorn or dinner. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. You'll be able to watch it tonight.
Your cereal in the morning, if you're from Australia, I think a lot of people will be tuning in once the morning comes around if they've fallen asleep.
I think midnight there now, I believe.
And they'll be doing well. It is a school night also. So any of the guys from Australia that are still watching, thanks guys.
Anyone from around the world, Europe, they're all up. I'm sure the Brazilians who are watching, Uri Valadao is still holding it strong for you guys.
Yeah, he had a blinder this morning too, didn't he?
He did too.
We might have Yuri actually coming up in the next round.
Yeah, and that's right. He surfed incredible. Yuri, he'll be coming up very soon actually. I believe he's in the next heat. He's taking on Sam Bennett, Jeff Hubb and Nick Omrod. Nick Omrod's done well. He's come right through from the trials.
Yeah, he sure has. He's surfed really well, and he's still looking for that tour kind of spot there. It's all working out with the back end ratings, I think. Yeah. So he's looking attentively as well. Yeah. Now I don't know. I don't know too much about his situation, but he's definitely sticking in there, and he's surfing well this event. So he's showing he can definitely mix it up. And I've been surfing with Nick Omrod since I first started competing. We shared national heats together and all that kind of stuff. So it's cool to see him really dominating so far.
Yeah, these conditions suit Nick. I mean, he comes from what's the suburb? It's just below the Gold Coast. Kingscliff, yeah. Where he surfs a right-hand reef there, which is very similar to this wave.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't really thought that. Needle Dicks isn't too much unsimilar like this. Maybe this is a slightly better version, but
there we see Ure tucking in under here. Can he punch through?
Muscle his way through.
No, we saw the Spartan. We saw him go over there.
Spartan dropped it in the back screen there. So the next Canarian in the lineup would be Diego Cabrera. Oh no, here we go.
Jared Houston tucking in under the lip here.
He just
and
looks so
comes
dangerous.
out of the barrel and nice forward spin off the top.
Wow.
I don't think that's going to help Jerry score. He's going to solidify his lead still. Here we see. Talk us through this one.
Diego Cabrera just bouncing off the bottom turn there, unfortunately. I think he might have hit a few suds. I think I've seen his head go in the background there too. So unfortunately for Diego, he doesn't make it through that pit. I think he might have hit whatever was left over from Jared's wave. Jared's wave is just a cracker. I'm sure Diego would have loved to get that one, but the young man Jared Houston from South Africa just looks really clean and sharp right now, and he's going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, for sure. He's
here he goes again, just tucking in behind.
In my eyes, I think we're going to see Jared in the final.
Here we go. Just really having fun with it. Not many times. If that was the first wave of the heat, I guarantee you he wouldn't be doing forwards off the lip.
No, and he's well overdue for a win, Jared. Well overdue for a win. We saw one of the best heats ever go down on the Grand Slam in Mexico with Pierre and Jerry.
Yeah, I was actually in the booth with you that heat.
That's right. Yeah,
that was good.
It was one of the best heats to watch. It was incredible. It was such a high scoring heat.
It was, wasn't it? You can see how much the momentum changes in there, and it was one of those heats where Pierre ended up coming out on top, but it could have been any one of them, and it was just lucky that Pierre did get that high 8. Big pit at back here, I remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's a third replay of Jared's wave. Just hair driving out, throwing a nice little floor for the lip. Wow.
And his new boards are going really well too.
Yeah,
He's
you
pretty
can
happy
tell.
with
They
them.
look cool. They look fun. So everything's really coming together for Jared this heat. Couple of Canarians out there just waiting for something. Actually, that could be the other
That's
South
Mark
African, Mark
and
McCarthy.
Ure.
Mark nearly needs to get started now. We're going 11 minutes remaining. Mark's still without really a scoring wave. He's got 4 waves. This is maybe my first time I've ever seen this. There's 4 waves that Mark's caught, and nothing's really turned out for him. Third place in Year 8 Martinez. He's sitting on a high 6 and a 1, so he needs a second scoring ride. Diego Caballero's on 2 mid-scoring waves in second place, and Jared Houston's really just pretty much comboed the field right now. Yeah, more or less comboed half the field.
Yeah, so Mark, well, he's got 10 minutes, or 11 minutes remaining. Let's see what he can do. Ray Martinez down in third position. He only needs a 5.58. Diego, well, that's to move to second. Diego needs a 9 to push Jerry back to second. So, I mean, it's a tough ask for these guys. But Diego's second score is only a 5.75. 10.5 minutes remaining.
So how you been liking your time here in Canaries, Alex?
It's been good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying with you.
Yeah.
And I'm really enjoying it. We've got a little reef out the front.
Yeah, it keeps if you can paddle
we
out
love
here
it.
and not get any waves, you can go out there and get as many as you want. That's been cool, huh? And every morning it just seems to be nice and clean out the front. You just know Fronton's only like a 2-minute drive away.
That's right.
Yeah, and you just turn that corner and you see this wave flaring up. So there's plenty of good waves here. If you do decide to come here one day,
plenty of waves. There's
plenty
5
of
or
waves.
6 islands here. We're on Gran Canaria, which is
one of 4 or 5. Sort of like
I think it's
like a little group of Hawaiian islands, isn't it?
5. Yeah, I think it's 4 or 5
I know
main
there's
islands, and then there might be 1 or 2 little ones.
Little
as
tiny
well.
ones, yeah.
But there's waves on all these islands, and we're in Las Palmas is the capital, and that's where we're close to here. It's only 15 minutes drive.
Yeah, some cool
the
stuff
north.
up there, cool clubs, plenty of stuff to do.
Here we see a set approaching.
Mark.
Paddle battle for Mark and Ure.
It's going to be this is really pivotal for Mark this set because he hasn't got anything yet. We're at 9 minutes, so I think he's really going to have to choose the best one here to keep himself in there.
We see the tides should start backing out now. It's 5 to 1 here. High tide was at 12 o'clock, so we're going to start to see improvement with the conditions.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Been a bit fat, a bit slow, a bit over wedging itself. A lot of water on the reef.
But yeah, I haven't really noticed it as much as it was yesterday. It does, it's definitely surfable. Here we go. Mark McCarthy looking for that first good one. Nice little scoop in there. He wants a bit of dessert though. Wait for what happens at the end of this wave. I think it's just died in the arse, but
Beautiful little. I love the little wingnut store.
yeah, that was a wingnut store. I
Yeah.
can't wait for the replay on this thing.
Yeah, I want to see a replay of this
Just
wingnut
sat
store.
right on the tail, didn't he?
Yeah, I love it.
And it helps, man. He's just
Just
kinda
pulling the horse up, just locking
the
the
reins.
horse up. Yeah.
We're going to see these sides.
We might not see it with this angle, but with the
I was
other
lucky
angle,
that
I'm
wave
sure.
actually held
We
up. That
will
one-
see it. Look.
Yes.
See, that's because of water temps. It's allowing that little bit of flex. For
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's cool, man. Just dropping a little rev, cutty rev. Not much else was happening on that wave because it was probably even a bit big, breaking off the side of the reef. As soon as it starts to go fat, it's off the reef. Here's
Let's
the
see this
second rev,
angle.
mate. Check the reins out. Pull them
Let's
up,
have a look at
bro.
this Adam Smith store. Look at it.
Woo.
Ooh, I love that. Used to do them at Shark Island all the time.
Yeah,
Wingnut.
I bet. I reckon you would have tried a couple yourself.
Yeah, of course.
Pull out the reins every now and then.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, he's going
he's only
again.
threw a
I
little-
missed that the first time.
Little cheeky
I don't know if he thought
rain
everyone
pull
was
at the
into
end
that.
of that too.
Yeah, Ure.
See what Ure can do. The Spartan. He's having a
Scooping
look at
in.
this thing.
He wants a section, it looks like, and unfortunately, it doesn't really
not
happen
much
for him.
Ure.
He's going to be sitting in fourth priority now. It's it's pretty tough for him at the moment.
And Jerry. Let's see what Jerry can do.
Is
He's
he
hitting the
never
red.
not on the inside here? He's
Oh, he's had to go straight
yeah.
around this one.
You can afford to have a gamble. He's way out in front, but Mark McCarthy, I think they might have dropped it was a 6.3 for that last wave, so not enough to go into second, but definitely puts him in the running with Diego, who's sitting on a 6.58 and a 5.75. So that means Mark's still got to get a 6-pointer, but yeah, they're dime a dozen around here during this set, and
You
yeah,
see
Mark wants his score, mate.
Yeah, you
He
see
wants
him
his
calling
score.
there. The tap on the head. He needs a score and also needs a time.
And these South African guys are so competitive, as well as Mark. He reminds me of some of the cricket team that we watched, destroy Australia last couple of weeks ago. I was watching that cricket game and I could just see that national competitiveness is in them.
Oh yeah.
And
they were the first to blow up on the social media at us.
Yeah. Oh, straight
they
away.
attacked all the Australians with the cricket scores.
It was an attack. But they're a great bunch of guys and very competitive, and I'm sure Mark hasn't given up yet with 6 minutes remaining. He really needs to get busy here.
So the winner of these heats will advance through to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Second position will advance through to round 6. And then third and fourth will battle it out in round 5, which we're going to see today. There we see Ure. Big flip.
Flip.
Nice backflip there for Ure Martinez.
He's after an 8.83. It may not be enough. That was,
We've got to consider these lefts are getting scored a little lower.
Yeah, they are. Just because it kind of pushes out into the channel there, Alex. Even
the judges are more after the right-handers. We are.
It does though, because it just runs the right. Seems to be on this swell direction. But check that bowl out, man. That wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, that was more. The left sort of hit the reef better, that one. And
it actually looks different on the screen here, Alex. I've been watching from the competitors area, and you can see how much the wave actually pushes into the channel.
Yeah.
There's some people watching from shore. At home, they're probably thinking, "Man, that was perfect. What are you talking about? He's still on the wave there." But you look, it's just weird. It's just the way it breaks and pushes into the channel. It kind of starts to bend a bit, which doesn't look as great as the rights, but he scored a 6.03 for that last one, Ure, so it's pushed him up in the second place.
Second. So look at the jumble.
Yep.
The jumble battle now. Jared's still in first. Ure now in second. Diego in third. And Mark's been pushed back to fourth.
Oh, man. But Mark doesn't need much. He only needs a 6.49 as well as Diego needing a 6.21. So you couldn't split these guys with a point, could you?
Nah.
They're all there. So Mark McCarthy, he's probably in the best position where he only needs to replace the 388. That will get him in the third really easy, but to get in the second might take a bit more work. This has been an interesting heat.
Remaining.
It's funny, hey, in these 4 manners, Jared will be sitting out there just cruising. 15.58, 4 minutes remaining. He knows he's happy. If he wins this, he goes straight to the quarterfinals, which is a guaranteed 5th place, and that much closer to the final. And second place will move on to round number 6, and third and fourth will battle out in round number 5.
Which we'll see today.
We'll see today, are we?
Yeah, we're going to push through, finish round 5 today, and then we'll leave round 6 to finish the event, hopefully on Friday, possibly tomorrow. But
Pending.
Friday looks the goods. We've got an insane forecast for Friday.
It does look
Some of the guys are calling perfect for Fronton.
We call him best evers?
No, I'm not going to throw that call down because
we've
seen a lot of change here.
I will. But I'm not the contest director, so that's all right.
But that's what we want to hope for. We want to save the final day to start round 6, finish with the final, and hopefully crown a new world champ.
That's going to be exciting.
Well, we will.
Have these guys seen this trophy? It's just it's putting. If there's a shadow on my face, it's because this giant trophy to my left. Or maybe I don't. I'm not even.
Here we see a
want to
set
touch
come
it.
through, and Mark's having a look at this thing.
Mark, it needs a 6.43. Jumping under that lip. Oh, it's not going to be enough. It's really do or die time for these guys. 3 minutes remaining. It's got to get busy. Here goes Diego. He's definitely keen. It could be wrapping. It could be a real nice invert bowl on this if he... Nah, just barrels too much. He's got to get away.
Still going here, and
bit of
another
dessert.
roll. Oh, a little dessert roll at the end there.
Diego needed a 6.21. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'd be interested to see what happens there. Here we go,
And
Jared just in and out. What else has he got here?
Oh, nice whip.
Heard Sasha
there.
Specker's frames just go off there with his camera. That was pretty cool.
Jared Houston.
Just getting the plenty of room there just to do what he wants. And unfortunately for Diego, just not too much happened for him. I'm guessing this way he's going to score in the 4s or 5s, just because there wasn't that much degree of difficulty.
Just punches 2 rolls out. Yeah, I don't think it's going to score too high for Diego.
No.
As we
Mark's
see.
out there with 2 minutes remaining. I'll tell you what, this 2 minutes is going to fly for him.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jerry's just check out his little. He's just got
Half
these little
turns,
little
yeah.
half turns, direction changes in the pit, getting himself ready for that end bowl, and wow, he's definitely looking very, very good. Jerry, man, he's got to be one of my favourite riders at the moment. He's so good. And yeah, he's just real comfortable in this heat, totally. So now we're going to wait and see what happens for second place. Yurei Martinez from Canary Islands, the Loke Dog. He's in second. Diego Cabrera in third, needing a 6.21 with 2 minutes, minute and a half remaining. And Mark McCarthy's still waiting for that second ride coming in. And
that's right. At this stage,
this is tough, man. This is kind of full on, isn't it?
Well,
can you almost cut the tension with a knife out there?
Yeah, you can, and you know what? Jerry's on Hub's side of the draw here,
which is
now,
dangerous.
This is dangerous.
That happened in actually happened in Puerto Rico too, and they had one of the best heats of the contest. Here we go. Mark's wanting that second position. Needs some sort of 6-point ride. He's going to pop out of this thing.
He's going to come out of this thing. He'll get this 6-point ride.
Where are you, brother?
Oh, just getting clamped.
Oh no. No, he had that.
Mr. McCarthy, the South African.
He had that. I don't know what happened there. There must have been something happened in the barrel there. I wouldn't mind seeing the angle.
He's running out of time now. There's 30 seconds remaining. His last priority.
I'd love to see the angle looking in the pit to see actually what happened there. But Diego's going to get another sniff at one more. He knows how to hit a left ramp very well. It's a little backflip. Not sure if that's going to be a 6 though.
No.
Yurei Martinez might have lived to see another day here. Gee, it's not elimination, so it's no big deal. Diego and Mark are going to get another chance regardless, so we might see him this afternoon or tomorrow. We'll just have to wait and see for those last scores to lock in. But unofficial results would have to put Jerry in first and Yurei Martinez in second.
So Jerry advancing through to the quarterfinals.
Look at that. I'm looking at the draw now. That's
a minimum 5th place already for Jared.
Yeah.
He's just... he's
looking good, man.
Looking good now on the ladder. He's up in the top 5 or 6, I believe.
Here we go. You guys. Mark's last one.
See what happened here on Mark's.
He was so deep, man. That spit might have just put him out. I don't know.
Oh, I thought I saw him just then.
Yeah,
you could almost see him. I don't know.
Jeez, that's unfortunate for Mark. But like I said, he goes to round 5. He'll get another stab at it. He's going to have to take the scenic route to the finals, unfortunately. But it's just the way it goes.
Yep.
We've got Andy Lawrence in the channel there.
Andy Lawrence in the channel, yeah.
You guys might remember some movies back in the day of you fellas in it, actually. There's a lot of Cronulla back in the day and Superstars and
WA, the WA
perspectives.
boys.
Yeah, it's really Cronulla and WA back then, which is, when I was a Grom, I was watching you guys thinking, man, that's so sick. And he was the guy bringing it to you.
Yeah, a lot of indies in that too, Central Coast.
Yeah, there's a bit of indies too, wasn't there? I just remember all that early stuff of the point out at Cronulla. I don't know what you'd call it. And Andy Lawrence, he's in the channel getting plenty of stuff.
And we'll just before this heat gets underway, we'll just throw a quick advert and we'll be back right after this. Welcome back. That was Alpha Campaign, one of our NMD vs Fronton Pro supporters. Jeff Hubbard sponsor, clothing sponsor from Hawaii. Jump on the Facebooks too. We've got a like campaign running, so we're trying to get a few likes on each page. And
what's the aim? We're aiming to get 4 million likes by the end of the day, so you guys got to help out. See how we go, but check these boys out. So much talent in the water at the moment. Two guys from Australia.
The only Brazilian in the event.
Lone Brazilian here.
Sam Bennett, the port boy.
He's looking good too. It's super smooth style. Jeff Hubbard, what can I say? He's been putting a clinic on in his last couple of heats.
And Nick Omrod.
There
And
you
now
go.
we see
Sam
Sammy
starting it
coming
out.
in.
First of 4, just tucking under that. Probably getting rid of some of the cobwebs he might have got through lunch. He just wants to start off his campaign. Here goes Jeff Hubbard.
Here we see Hub.
What have we
In
got?
the orange singlet here.
Seems to pick some bombs when he wants to.
Look, and it's starting to get a bit of shape now, isn't it?
Yeah.
These sets are starting to really
I'm about to
hit
say
that
those
reef.
last 2 were quite fat, but yeah, you might be able to sneak under a couple of lips and get some ramps. I think what these guys are really are, I think from what has happened in these last 2 days, judging-wise, you almost want to get rid of the pit. You just want to go straight for a ramp. Everyone can do these kind of moves, but Jeff knows that. He probably would have wanted to punch out of that barrel even faster and just go straight for a lip, but there he is. Not a bad score. Probably would be better than Sam's, but I'm sure he's looking for something a bit better.
Well, interesting. Nick Omrod.
Yeah, just picking off a shocker there, unfortunately for Nick. He's
Look at that hair.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? It's got some long hair in this contest. Has that been said yet?
There are some long-haired
Gits.
guys in this contest.
I've seen
Jerry's grown his.
Jerry, yeah, his hair's huge, man. I don't know how he grows his hair so
Winnie.
long. I swear he had no hair in Puerto Rico. That was 2 weeks ago.
This thing's going to hit the reef here. Let's see
Yeah,
what Yuri can
Yuri,
do.
the lone Brazilian. What has he got here? Comes straight off the bottom. Bang!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. That's got to be one of the best airs we've seen all day. Check it out.
Yeah, look at his claim. Well claimed. I mean,
Got to be happy with that. My goodness, that was sick.
that was an incredible forward air there. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yuri Valadao. I just didn't expect it from Yuri. I thought he was going to do a flip.
Well, yeah, that's usually his go-to move,
Yeah.
especially for the first 5 minutes of heat. But this is not elimination. I guess you just got to go.
That's one of the hardest moves to pull here at Fronton.
Oh, straight up.
It's one of the hardest moves to actually
Do.
complete
Yeah,
in
so
any
it's a
condition.
hard rotation. You're almost going off the back with the rotation. He goes,
Yeah.
Jeff, just tucking this little pit, little spit there. He's after another little ramp. Bang.
So,
yeah,
Yuri
that actually
Valad-
was a sick wave, but compared to Yuri's,
Oh,
wow.
jeez. I love seeing that. That's innovative, and that's what we want to see.
Are we going to see a 10?
More of that. Well, you know what? I reckon it's going to be in the 9s. I reckon it's a 9.
If I was a judge, I'd be throwing 10s. Just
Here we
'cause of the
go.
shock
Let's
value.
see what who's
Sammy
in
Bennett.
white? Sam Bennett. Let's see what he can do here.
Nice little leg stall, looking good.
Locks in.
Tucks in
Nice
the-
barrel riding. Comes out. Needs to do something out of this.
He knows he needs to slow down a bit, and he's just going to do a little roll.
Good score and wave there for Sam to get on the board.
Yep.
Holding up for the Port boys.
Yuri, 9.63, so not too far off a 10. That's about as close as a 10 you can get.
We haven't seen a 10 being thrown yet at this event.
Why do these guys just throw a 10 on that thing? I'd love to see the other all the judges' scores there, but
Yuri
9.63, man, that's a pretty sick opener there.
Let's see. And this is a replay of Jeff Hubbard. Gets a nice pit here.
Yep.
Locks in. Good line there for Hub. Yeah, spits there a couple of times. And comes out. That's a
Nice
pretty
loop
big
roll.
roll there too for Hub.
Yeah, I mean, frig, if that Yuri wave didn't happen right before that, you'd almost say that would have been a high score in heat. Or it's a wave of the heat so far.
Well, Hub an 8.45 for Hub.
Not a terrible
Sam Bennett,
wave.
there's a replay, Sam.
Yeah,
Very nice
Sam,
control there.
Real good control. He's a really good technical rider, I think, and bang. I think Sam's actually in improvement territory here. He, I think maybe he's trying to get rid of a 17th, which he's already done here in round 4.
Yeah, well, he
6.25 for the last of white, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, for that barrel.
Sam's sitting in 16th at the rankings at the moment.
Yeah, his throwaway is quite low though. Yeah, 800.
That's right.
Maybe a 720. Yeah, it's probably
800. It's an 800, yeah.
Which is an equal 17th, which is something he's already thrown away. Check this forward air out again.
I love this. Look at this. Oh,
bit of flap action on the
about
way
a
down.
8-foot drop there. It was incredible.
Mate, check his.
Yeah, I'd be
That's gonna
claiming that
sick.
too. That was
Yeah, man.
insane.
Good on him.
We've seen a few get thrown down on the left, but none on the right's like that big.
Right's harder at this stage because like the wave's almost coming at you on the left.
Yeah, and
It's a lot different than actually going with the momentum of the wave.
that's right. The flip is the momentum. You go, the roll, the flip, but the forward air, you've got to.
Boys,
it's a real
he's
hard.
psyched on that. That's something that you'd almost expect out of Jeff on first wave.
That's
but
right. And like we said, Yuri loves the flip bowl, and it's
it's his go-to.
It's good to see. It's innovative. I love it. It's
Mate, it's
insane.
sick. Check this takeoff by Sam out. It's pretty sick. Just pressing
Good
straight
control
into it.
there.
Great control.
He had the kingy sort of legs too. He's just
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, you think about the surf and break wall every day. It's something they know how to slow down because that wave's so fast. And
Kingy's probably watching too. He's probably, you know, oh, well, good on you, Sam, but
Yeah.
be taking you on next year.
I know, it's 12 o'clock on a school night. I don't know if King will be awake.
It depends. Sienna, his little daughter, might be up
Oh,
watching.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
If you're watching King.
He'll be seeing King next year. Plenty of him. Back on the tour. Re-qualified. And you know what? I'm going to jump out and have some lunch. I'm starving. And Manny's going to jump back in the hot seat.
Alrighty. So 22 minutes remaining. We've seen some mental action already in the first few waves scored. Jeff's already sitting on a 13.2, which would have got him out of which would have got him second place in the last heat. So he's done it again. He's in first place. Yuri Valadeo, single wave score, 9.63. It's one of the best moves we've seen. Actually, the best move we've seen pretty much the whole event. Maybe apart from in the trials, we had Jake Romero dropping a little invert air reverse, but we've got Manny in the seat at the moment. He hasn't got his headset on, but you can hear him. He's amped. I'm looking forward to hearing what he said, what his angle of Yuri's forward air was like. How was it, mate?
I'm still getting in there.
It's getting in there, but yeah, Yuri Valadeo sitting in third, and we've got Nick Omrod on a 1.2, needing really open his count up here. The boys have set the level quite high. Here we go, Sammy Bennett looking at these lefts. Check those ramps out. Yeah, just a little tight flip. Didn't really want it. Turned back around. Knows he can do better. So it's an interesting position we're putting Jeff in here. He might even, he's going to have to really battle for first place here. I know Dave's probably watching on the shore, seeing where he'll turn up. Yeah, this is interesting times, Manny.
Oh my! You know what? To tell you the truth, I didn't see Uri's wave, but I did.
Where were you,
when
brother?
I stopped, I was down on the water watching that last heat, and then as I was walking up, I was only able to see Jeff Hubbard's.
Right, and that wasn't too
wave.
bad either.
No, that was insane. And then wait a second, back to the live action.
Oh,
Uri Valadao.
Mate, looking sharp. He's already got his first sick one. Drops a little flip out the end there.
So what did I miss?
Mate, you missed some of the best air forward action I've seen this whole event.
Oh,
hard to tell you. We're going to see another replay. But here goes Nick Omrod opening his account up. He needed a first good one, mate. Could we see another replay of that forward air when no action's up? Here we go, Jeff Hubbard. He's after a good ramp. Forward air.
Oh,
backflip.
My.
Wow.
That's perfect.
That was perfect.
Oh, no.
Just shaking him off. Shaking off the flip here. He's got his head down, mate. That was one of the best flips we've seen in the whole event as well. There's so much happening in this one. Jeff Hubbard, he's sitting on that first wave, you said you've seen him grab, Manny. It was 8.45, that barrel roll, and we're probably going to see something similar in the 8 range for that backflip. Here we go.
Oh, here's another look at Uri
Yuri's
Valadao.
second scoring ride there, just sitting in the pit. Plenty of leg action, just going to drop a nice back. Little ARS there for the viewers at home for Brazil. I'm sure they're all barracking for their countrymen. There's the only Brazilian here for that's probably the first time ever we've seen that international event in the IBA. But we got Nick Omrod sneaking under it a little lip there, just deciding to pull off pretty quickly. It's gone to the fat bit, but mate, yeah, this air forward, I'll run you through it from start to finish.
I think that if they're able to pull it up, have you seen the replay already?
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if they can pull that up. But first, Jeff Hubbard's last wave right here.
Check this out. Plenty of projection,
my.
straight up and over. What? It's about 10 foot of air there.
Oh, my.
Coming in backwards, too. It's not something that where, your average punter kind of does every day, is fall 10 feet backwards into a gaping barrel. But
exactly.
Jeff seems to do it on the regs. So here we go. And that's another nice little angle here. Just looking straight up. Brings it right around. Puts the landing gear out. Bang.
Oh,
Too
look
easy.
where he lands, too. Just perfectly in the pocket.
Yeah, this wave's good for that, Manny. It just seems to, if you turn around in the right time, he's sitting right in the pit.
Yes, we're going to try to look through the hard drives one more time to see Uri Valadao's forward air.
Yeah.
Obviously, I missed the best wave of the event walking up from the bottom of the cliff.
Yeah,
Dang
right.
it. So I think the guys are going to start looking down in the hard drives. and see if they can pull that up. I'm sure the viewers won't have a problem seeing that thing again.
No, if we're working on our likes for the page, this contest, this 40 is really going to jack them up. And
oh my!
Yeah, you should see it, mate. It's just perfect, you know. First wave of the heat too. It's
left, right.
It's a straight up right hand. Those right hand sections aren't as easy to really bank forward airs off either, but you'll eventually see it. There's plenty of guys out there at the moment. It's a couple of Aussies there. We got Nick on mod just looking at a wave. Might have lost priority then. That could have been a bad move by Nick, but some of the boys just waiting for more waves. But yeah, plenty have been ridden. Jeff posting a 8.38 for that backy, so he's on a pretty good score at the moment. 16.83. He's sitting in first position. Yuri got a 6.7 put for that last barrel to roll. Barrel to flip, I should say. Here we go, Manny.
Oh my, look at this. Everything looked like it was just perfect, and he was easily about 5-6 feet above the water.
Yep.
And that's what, okay, you know what? I heard people cheering as I was walking up. That's what it was. That thing was
I told ya.
Can we play that one more time and see how high actually he was?
Yeah, I'd like to see how high above the lip he is. It's such a hard move to do, Manny, because as soon as you go up for it, you're almost in a position where you're going to just come straight off the back, but he's like, hit it perfectly, come straight out in front and put the landing gear on. Check this out.
Let's see if they can slow it down, almost pause it. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
So there it is one more time. Udi Valadau's giant air forward. That is probably one of the hardest.
Here we go. We get some love here from the boys in the booth.
Awesome. Heck yeah. So here we are. We're going to try to pause it at the highest point right here just to see the projection.
Have a go at that, man.
That right there, easily 10 feet above the water, and then turns it around, lands perfectly. What was that? He got it. What did he get on that?
Sammy Bennett's taken off. There's more action that happened. There's so much stuff happening in this heat so far.
So this is one of those heats where it's been nonstop.
Yeah, I said 10 points, Manny, but the judges thought otherwise. 9.63, which is more or less a 10 in the old system. So
yeah.
Oh
my, that was massive. Well, I'm lucky I got to see it again, and the viewers, I'm sure, didn't have a problem seeing that one more time. Wow, holding up the Brazilian flag, the lone Brazilian is doing justice. Check it out, Dow. We do have the winner of the last heat with Alex Leone, I believe. Alex, where you at, brother?
Thank you, Manny. I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Jared Houston. 3 from 3. Jerry, how you feeling?
Yeah, pretty stoked. Yeah, super happy to win that one. Go through the quarters, looking at a minimum 5th, and just want to keep the momentum going.
How was it out there? You came off the back of the high tide. Still seem to be plenty of ramps and good opportunities.
Yeah, it's pretty fun out there. Like I think it's going to get really good when the tide drops. There's still a couple of barrels, real kind of wedgy, hollow swell direction. So I think we're still in for a pretty big day of competition. Yeah.
Your strategy seems to be start the heat busy, get the score up. You did it again with I think it was an 8.3 very early. Talk us through that, and I guess that is your strategy.
Yeah, it's just definitely my strategy just to try and start strong. So I got a bit of confidence, and just you're your own worst enemy. So if I can make myself feel good, then it sets me up for the rest of the heat. And from there, I just like to just have a bit of fun and try and catch them any way as possible. It's front time with 4 guys out, so it's pretty good.
Sure. And talk us through the atmosphere in the water. You had the fellow South African Mark in the water with you, 2 locals. How was the vibe out there?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was mellow. Like everyone's so good with each other and stuff, and it was a bit of a bummer to see Mark not go so good in that heat. He just couldn't really get the waves he wanted, neither could the local guys. I mean, they got such good knowledge of the spot, but sometimes it's almost at a worse against them because they kind of wait too long, and sometimes the waves just don't come. But yeah, it was definitely a pretty nerve-wracking heat.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Jerry, you're through to the quarters. That's a good result, but I guess you're going to get your focus back on and bring it on the final day. Congratulations, and any last words?
Yeah, just thanks to my sponsors and all the guys who put on this event and stuff for the last minute of the tour. It's great. And yeah, just a big shout out to my mom, my dad, my brothers and sisters at home, my friends, my girlfriend. I love you guys, and see you real soon.
Good work, Jerry. Back to you, Manny. Thank you.
Congratulations to Jared Houston advancing on to... oh man, this is the 4th. Oh, this is that very infamous 4th round where first place jumps straight to the quarterfinals, second to round 6, and 3rd and 4th going to round 5. So winning in this round, you are pumped. You go straight to the quarters. So we do want to give a shout out to everybody: Peter, Jai, Riley, Yaniv, Nathan, David, everybody tuned in. Sam and Ben has a question. Explain the world title situation, Dal.
Yeah, right. It's an interesting one today. We're only going to move on to round number 5. So it'd be probably better off explaining today's situation. if Dave gets, well, I don't think the world title can be given away today unless Dave gets 3rd or 4th in round 4. That means he'll go into round 5. If he's to be eliminated today, Dave Winchester, that makes Jeff your world champion. If Jeff Hubbard gets knocked out today, Dave will have to make the final. So Dave's just waiting for Jeff to really get knocked out pre-semis, and then he has to make the final. That puts him in the first place. If Dave's to get knocked out any heat before the final, that makes Jeff your world champion. So it's actually pretty simple right there. He's really got to do well, and Jeff's looking so in form. He's against a red-hot Yuri Valadeo with that first air forward, and he's still in first place. Yuri needing a 7.2 to even advance him at this stage. So it just goes to show that Jeff is pretty primed. But I'm sure all Aussies at home, including myself, really backing our boy Winnie. He surfed really great through the year, especially in South America, coming off of 2 wins in a row, which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But Jeff Hubbard did the same thing with Mexico and Puerto Rico. You could say he done the Central America sweep. And these 2 guys have been the standouts completely this year. They really haven't shared much between the rest of us for wins.
I know.
Yeah, so that's your situation.
Well, I mean, both of these guys are capable of a world title. Of course, Dave Winchester would have had his first one. Now Jeff Hubbard's on the hunt for his 3rd world title, so it's going to be interesting who's going to walk away with a world title. And you know what? We haven't showed this trophy in a while. Let's pull that over here and show the viewers.
That's what I was saying. It's kind of casting a shadow over me.
This thing is massive.
I don't want to drop it.
Yeah, I'm not touching that thing. But this is the world title trophy. We're going to show you really quick and get right back to the action. We saw a set come in.
Check out the reflection. You can see what's going on behind us here.
That was crazy right there.
Oh, that's pretty heavy.
So back to the action. Looks like we got some.
Yeah, here we go. The green's up. It's Nick Omrod. Late little scoop there. If he comes out of this, it'd be a great score. Here we go.
My.
Nice little hair drive to come out. Big turn. Good to see that from Nick. And yeah, it was a great. It's a great pit, but I don't know. Sometimes the judges are really looking for a pit/move.
Yep.
Which is seen during this whole event. But mate, he did so well to scoop into that barrel. That's definitely going to make the highlight reel tonight, I think.
I was down on the cliff.
That out.
Down on the water, and the perspective down there is totally
completely different, isn't it?
Totally different. And these guys are actually. It's so shallow where they're pulling in, and then where the inside section is, they're really close to the cliff. I saw Ben Player almost get rammed right into the cliff as he was coming in.
No way.
It's pretty scary down there at this high tide with the big waves. Out the back, up and riding.
Sam Bennett just getting the fat one on the right there. Not much happening with him, but I'll move this bloody trophy.
Oh, man,
here.
this thing's heavy.
Oh, man.
I don't want to check that. Actually, you can carry that on. What are they going to say to you?
That weighs about as much as Jeff does, so he's going to have to do some push-ups before he decides to pick something up like that. But here we go. We've got 10 minutes remaining left in this heat. There's plenty been happening. We've already told you Yuri done the biggest forward air of all time.
Oh, my.
At Fronton event that we've seen. So we got Jeff Hubbard in first place, pair of 8s. It's almost like a pair of aces in in a poker game.
Look
at this. Yuri needing a 7.1 to get back into first place. Skips into the it's kind of like a high tide thing almost. That one broke too wide. Just didn't want to open up for him, unfortunately. So you still got 10 minutes remaining to get back out there. Really do better. But oh my God, danger!
Jeff Hubbard scoops off the bottom, slides under the pocket, gets in the barrel, and now is shaping up to do a move on the inside. A big backflip to end that off. That's what the judges want to see. Barrel at the takeoff, a maneuver at the end. But, oh my, look at this thing.
What's going on for Nick here? Just sitting right in the pit, spitting out. Wow. He actually looks upset getting pitted off his head. Here we go, Andy Lawrence just having a chat with him, trying to give him some pointers. Here we go. Sam Bennett pressing into another one. We've seen him press into a couple of pits this heat so far. He just wants to come out with a backy or something. I know he wants it.
And you're right. You called it right there. Can he pull it off? You know what? And that the moves that they're doing on the inside, I mean, you can't even see them back in here.
That bottom right-hand corner of the screen, isn't it?
But you're seriously, where they're landing these moves are about maybe 20, 30 yards away from the cliff. So
Totally.
It's amazing that these guys are actually going for it right there.
Check this back here, Jeff's out. It's so flat. He's right up and down, straight right angle, bang.
Oh, big
Spins
backflip.
around, just gets the churchies in there and, pulls out the other end. Are you kidding me? This heat has been crazy.
I know. We saw a heat
Crazy.
earlier, PLC's heat. There was nothing for most of the heat, but this one's back to back. Look at Jeff Hubbard slides under the pocket, chandeliering, finds that little opening, and
There's
then
not
boom.
much there. Bang.
Jeff Hubbard,
Slipping
another
around.
solid score right there for Hubby guys.
Yeah.
This could be possibly be your next world champion, Jeff Hubbard. But it all depends how it all plays out with Dave Hubbard and Dave Winchester. Here's another look at Woody Valadau's wave that we just saw the end of it. But
No, I think that would have been a different one. He actually come out of that pit.
Yeah,
we actually got another one. Okay,
yeah,
I see what you mean.
yeah. So Woody Valadao, he's looking really good, but even with that 9.63, it's not enough for that first place spot. Jeff Hubbard has two solid scores, 8.45 and an 8.38.
I wonder what he's going to post for that last one, Manny. It's got to be in the 8 range, no doubt, but I wonder if it's going to better one of his waves he already has. Because Yuri's still in a position to strike with only needing a 7.2. Wow.
Again, this is a non-elimination round. You're going to see all these riders again. Third and fourth, we'll go to round 5. Here's another look of Nick Omerod's last wave.
Yep. Just a little bit wide there, I think. The barrel just didn't really want to work for him, unfortunately, and he's got a few cuss words maybe in the channel there. 'Cause he knows the other boys are red hot at the moment. They're just absolutely shredding, and here we go, Sammy Bennett just pressing into one. Spitting out,
nice.
Just coughing him out all the time. Check this, look how clean his backies are. Bang. Just
And you know
unfortunately
what?
not coming through.
Doing the big moves like that in these conditions, I mean, he's stoked that he's at Fronton because Fronton has the power to be able to push his 6'4" body up and over. So Sam Bennett's stoked to be out here. Look at this little peanut gallery here.
The peanuts.
Oh, can you see in the middle of your screen?
Yeah.
That's Elliot Butler, his bleeding through the bandages.
Have a go at that, mate. You should still be on the hospital bed, but he wants to see the action.
Yeah.
That's how amped he is.
Oh,
man,
my.
that sounds pretty bad. He's covered in bandages. He actually surfing this wave low tide this morning before the comp started. He got sucked over the left-hand ledge, and the water just drained off. He said to me he just didn't know what was happening. He got sucked under and pushed straight into a rock. It actually grazed both his forearms, both knees, and his whole chest.
Oh, my.
So, it sucks for Elliot because he's actually been surfing so well this year, and through this little waiting period we've had, he's really kind of shown that he's a great rider, and unfortunately come unstuck on the rocks.
And then earlier last week, actually, he was at a different wave, and he took his upper lip to the reef.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just getting pounded out here. But you know what? When you get young kids out here who just go for broke, eventually, Mother Nature will always win. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes remaining. Round number 4 and non-elimination round. Third and fourth go to round 5. Second place will go to round 6. First goes straight to the quarterfinals, and that is a big step forward to the final. Round number 4 is a big heat for a lot of riders. Jeff Hubbard looks like he can and will go into the quarters unless Udi Valadao can come up with a 7.2 ride or better. Look at this.
Stranger things have happened, Manny.
Waves are starting to come in. Look at the wedge come across the reef.
No, it's just beautiful, this place. It's just, that's the kind of unique sort of angles that bodyboarding needs is, that creates ramps, that creates all kinds of opportunity for these guys. And that's why we come here for the last event of the year. It's this place is bodyboarding, really.
Yeah, it's amazing. And every time I come here, I'll see 1 or 2, maybe 3 surfers that come out here.
Yep.
There are a handful of Canary Island surfers that are they charge. They can totally handle some of this stuff out here at Fronton. But for the most part, this is a little bodyboarding area right here. You have 4 awesome waves within a short walking distance of each other.
It's pretty rare. Check that out. That's the hill looking towards Sardina, Galdar area. It just looks picture perfect. Put that on a postcard, Manny. Check it out.
Know. You can see a little wave down the beach over there on the other side of that little point in your middle of the screen. But there are 2 other classic waves over there, like Guancha and Tubarella. Those 2 waves are more
pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit more of a bigger size wave, and I've seen some footage. You can actually see a lot of footage of those waves in Jason Finlay's warm-up.
Yeah, his warm-up clip was pretty cool, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, that was. It actually had me a little bit jealous because he got so many good weeks.
Exactly.
He surfs incredibly, and we're going to be seeing him in the next couple of heats. Actually, he progressed through that really tough one with Ben and Jake just earlier. So here we go, Sammy Bennett looking for a decent score. Comes out with the leg. Check that out.
Yeah. He's. I mean,
he's clean, man. He's such a clean bodyboarder. Sometimes I think he's actually too, like he's just so technical. Maybe he gets upset with himself when he doesn't do something nice, but it's all so good. And check out that rail.
Oh my!
Nick just having a good time now. This isn't a non-elimination now, and just seen Nick and Sam just getting comfortable, knowing they might have to surf again today because these other two guys are just absolutely red hot. And like I was saying, Sam's one of the cleanest guys on tour. He's just such a great technique, and can't wait to see more of him throughout the years. And he's a real treasure to bodyboarding, I think. So here we go. We've got two of the heat leaders out here. Jeff Hubbard in the lead. Here we go. Sammy Bennett just tucking on the lip there. You see that stall with the leg, and he just wants to pull out.
The bigger, heavier, not heavy, but the heftier bodyboarders are loving Fronton. It's just the raw power that they're able to do everything that they want to do, essentially.
Exactly, yeah, and that's the kind of thing what round 4 brings out of people, that you do what you want to do. I'm sure Yuri's looked at a bunch of sections this comp and thought, I could air forward that straight away. First wave out there, bang. Balls to the wall, you could say. And, Nick Omrod just laying a bit of rail there. You don't see that much in IBA events, so it's actually cool to see, and that's what round 4 kind of gives these riders a chance to express kind of what they want to do and give it a chance. But
go
saying
for
that,
broke.
go for broke. Go for broke. So what do we got left here, Manny? 1 minute, 13 seconds remaining. Yuri in second place, Jeff in first, Nick Omrod in third, and Sam in fourth. Yuri really needs a 7.2 to progress in the first place. That is one of those positions you really want, going straight in the quarters after a first place in round 4. Second place will put you in the round 6, and 1 minute remaining.
Oh, man. Again, non-elimination round. You're stoked. You're going to see these riders once again. And I haven't got the word. I don't know. Alex Leon was in here. Are we going to get into round number 5?
Sure are, Manny. Going straight in. I think the tide's going to drop out a bit. There's even going to be more opportunity for these guys to go big.
All right, round number 5 will be right after this. We have man-on-man, round number 5, 4 heats of that. And it's going to be more excitement. That is an elimination round. Only one rider will advance out of there.
Yeah, right.
So really quick, we just want to give a couple names that unfortunately weren't able to make it out of that last round, round number 3, and got eliminated. It was De Los Rodriguez in third, Alan Munoz. All these riders did a great effort. Nelson Mora, Jacob Romero. Everybody check this out, but the live action. On the left, Sam Bennett. Oh!
On the buzzer.
Couple bumps.
Oh, yes. That's what we want to see.
On the right,
Jeff just going nuts, going straight to the quarterfinal, man. He's going to be real hard to beat, Manny.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
Jeez, man, that was so gnarly, that heat. Guys on the Facebook page are obviously loving it. The boys are and reaping, as you'd say.
Here we go. Look at this. Is another look at what happened with Jeff Hubbard on that right. Quick little barrel.
Straight up free surf,
Oh,
Manny.
my.
Check that out. Perfect steez. Jeff's looking real good. And we might have actually Nick Mez going to jump in the booth again, talk you through these next couple of heats through today. And yeah.
All right, thanks, Dal.
Thanks.
We'll probably see you again most likely in the later heats, but
No worries.
Dallas Singer stepping out, and we'll be back right after this. Dal, can you get us an updated heat draw with all the Welcome back, everybody, to the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by Alpha Campaign, uriding.com, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. This is Manny V with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, bodyboard shaper to the world. But this is it. We are in round number 4, a non-elimination round. Out in the water currently is heat number 3 in round number 4. And we're just giving an update on who's out there right now. Looks like Ryan Hardy will be wearing the green jersey. Elliot Morales from the Canary Islands holding it down will be wearing the orange jersey. Sasha Specker, he is in white. And Dave Winchester, your world title contender,
A.K.A. Fabio.
in red.
A.K.A. Fabio.
I know, yes.
Still with that hair.
Well, he's one of the few guys with long hair who puts it in a ponytail before his heat.
Samurai style, yeah.
Yeah, samurai style. So look at that heat. Super stacked. Ryan Hardy, legend, very clean lines, knows what he's doing on each and every wave, knows how to get the most out of it. Elliot Morales, this is pretty much his backyard. El Fronton, big, is where he feels most comfortable. Sasha Specker, he's been on a roll. He's come to us from the trials, and he also has secured his spot in the 2013 Grand Slam Series. Dave Winchester, again, world title contender. Essentially, he has to make the final.
Make the final, yeah.
To walk away with this gigantic world title trophy.
It's rather large, Manny. It's right next to his hair, and it's a good, 3 foot.
It's massive.
It reminds me of those old school karate trophies you used to win when you were a kid. Well, the BMX ones, like bigger than you are. So
exactly.
It's a big trophy, and
well, I mean, you need to go big in pretty much the entire tour to walk away with this giant trophy.
Yep, and it's down to 2 guys, Jeff Hubbard, who just blitzed that heat, the first one there. And the scores, they were just up before, but he was 18 point something or other. He was way ahead.
Way ahead.
And then Yuri. Is it Yuri?
Yuri.
No, Yuri Veladal. No, yep. Okay, nothing's in front of me, so please excuse me.
Yuri Veladal, yeah.
Yep, that was it, yeah. And Nick Omerod win 3rd, and Sam Bennett 4th. But I saw a great wave from Nick Omerod, scooping into the pit and just threading the barrel. That was a sick wave.
No, that was a high-scoring heat for sure. All the riders were dominating. But now, what's going to happen in this heat? Is Mother Nature going to deliver the goods like it did in the last heat, or will she slow down? It looks like there could be something coming in out the back, and that is Ryan Hardy in green taking a look at this right.
Ryan pulls in here. Nice ARS.
Oh, nice.
Kenny, no, he gets pinched.
Looks like he's dug his tail on the landing on that maneuver, but look at this left-hander coming at you. It is Sasha Specker on the left. Big bottom turn. Goes for, I believe, an ARS, but gets caught up as well. I think the wind is adding a little bit more texture, making it a little bit more bumpy out there, and the riders have a lot more. They need to hold their edge a little bit longer to make sure their line is perfect when they go for these lip maneuvers.
Well, the left-hander hasn't been doing it this contest so far, and it's not been a good option. It may look enticing to the boys, but it hasn't produced the goods. So,
You're right.
Once again, we see that with Sasha Specker, not really cooperating with what he wanted to do, and it won't score that high for him. But he's on the board, and then we still have Dave Winchester and Elliot Morales yet to catch a wave. It's like they're having a chat out the back there, discussing the news, the weather.
Look at this. Something maybe popping, coming in. So far, only a couple waves have been ridden. Dave Winchester taking a look. Look at this right-hander forming up for Dave. Up and riding. Nice, clean bottom turn. Nice, clean roll right there. Playing the conservative card on that one. He is going to call it a wave after that quick little spin. So a nice, clean, medium-sized maneuver, medium-sized wave. Sasha Specker taking a look, but opts not to go. So again, thank you all for tuning in to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Juan, we know you're watching from Argentina. Mar de Plata. Nicholas is tuned in from London, where it's a -5 degrees. Holy mackerel. Get out of there. Johnny Bridges is having dinner in Hong Kong, wishing he could be watching. So how does he know to sign in? Either way, Lawrence is also talking it up. Hildor, Marcos, Clay, Matthias, Wesley, everybody, thank you all for tuning in.
So, Mark, he must be at dinner, so he can't switch on his iPhone and watch the footage. So, is that right?
Probably.
Having some dim sum down there in Wan Chai.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is round number 4, heat number 3, currently out in the water, a non-elimination round. Third and fourth go to round 5. Second, round 6. First jumps all the way to the quarterfinals. Talking about, being rewarded. Round number 4, you can go straight to the quarterfinals if you win this heat.
Well, Jeff Hubbard did it in Puerto Rico, and he's doing it again here in Fronton. He just 2 heats today, blitz both of them, and off he goes. He's take his wetty off, go home, have a shower, eat some food, job done. So
easy money.
Yeah, and it just puts it out there to Winnie, like, mate, I'm already through. You got to come and catch me. So I think Winnie's up for it. He jumps into the lead with a 4.88 for that first wave, and it's important that Dave does get that that armchair ride straight through the quarterfinal. It'll be a massive difference to him to the next round, which is an elimination round.
Oof.
Ryan Hardy, as we know, he is fighting for his top 16 berth for next year's tour. As Dave Winchester looks at this one, takes off and kicks out. Yeah, when Jake Stone unfortunately went out in that last round, so I had a word to Jake. Not very happy, but he's focused for next year.
Sasha Specker up and riding. Nice clean bottom turn inside the barrel. Really covered up with a lot of sections just crumbling down on him, and obviously taking its toll and not making it out of that barrel. Sasha Specker in the white jersey.
I thought he was out of that one. I thought he could come through that one, just drive through it. But in that last heat, you saw the boys holding a slightly higher line. That wave of Nick Omerod, you could see his head just going through, and I think he had a light color rashy on. He just drove through it and popped out the top, whereas on that wave, Sasha was a little bit low, and he just got swamped by the foam ball. So,
Mez, check it out. We do have Alex Leon with the winner of that last heat. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here again with Jeff Hubbard. Let's get a bit of airtime today, Jerry.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff.
Jerry, Jeff, everyone's ripping out here. Stoked to make that heat and just move into the final day, because that's where it's all happening, man. The final day is going to be unreal. I think we got great conditions, and that heat was pumping. We had some sick waves, and just trading off waves with your friends, and Nico was getting good ones, and Yuri had that huge air forward, like boom, he had a 9.6, and I was just like, what?
Yeah, that air forward Yuri did was amazing. It's one of the first big ones we've seen on the right.
Yeah, it was the first big air forward, landed in the hectic situation, it seemed like, and he rode out of it clean. Highest score of the entire contest. Yep. So I was psyched to actually be able to beat him with a couple big scores and big 8s. I knew I had to go big, and I was psyched. Thanks.
Yeah, you love this round where you have to go big to win and sort of get pushed through. Now you're in the quarterfinals. It's a massive jump. You've leapfrogged round 5 and round 6, so we won't see you surf again today, but you're so close to winning this World Championship. Must feel really good.
Yeah, it feels epic just to get through those rounds and be able to come into the final day, just be real fresh, and just looking forward to to seeing what happens. And it's gonna be freaking awesome. Just want to say hi to all my family and friends, and thanks, and love you guys.
That's Jeff Hubbard, just doing what he does. He's on his way to his world title. Let's see if he can get it in the next couple of days. All right, back to you boys in the booth.
Back to the live action. Sasha Specker streaking all the way across that section, but congratulations to Jeff Hubbard, advancing all the way to the quarterfinals after winning his round number 4 heat. So he's on his road to the world champion.
He didn't just win it, man. He dominated it.
You're right.
And he's dominated every heat so far. Alec Morales, local rider, Canary Island boy, in the pit. Can he come out of this one?
Wow, a lot of these waves are getting shut down right now. Oh, my. So perfect time opportunity as Elliot looks for his board, grabs his board, and heads back out. I want to give a shout out to those people who have been, helped us throughout the entire year in 2012. I know I'm going to miss a bunch of people. I'll make that list correct, but there are a few. Steve Action Jackson, I love commentating with this guy. He is a walking bodyboarding encyclopedia, and he's offering his knowledge and everything that he knows about bodyboarding on his Bodyboarding 101 blog spot. So look for him. Bodyboarding 101, you're going to see Steve Action. I think he just surpassed 7,000 viewers or followers. I don't know, but check him out. Terry McKenna has always been doing a great job for us, and we thank you. Juan Santos, one of the best, if not the best, beach commentaries on the planet for bodyboarding events. So Juan Santos, Teza, Steve Action, miss you guys. Check it out. 20 minutes remaining. Dave Winchester. Look at the scores, not too high. I mean, we were already 10 minutes in.
Well, that last heat was on, the waves were pumping, and it's just dropped off, and it's done that all day. We've had a hot heat and then a slow heat. So don't really know why that is, but fortunately for these guys, it's a non-elimination round, so no one will get knocked out in this heat. But you win it, you're through the quarterfinal, and all the boys know that, so they're still going hard. And so, yeah, Teza Indivenera, Terry McKenna, been around a long time. And he'll still be involved somewhere, I'm sure, in Australia. And, yeah, Action Jackson there with all the tips, all the history, the statistician. We got the judges, too, to thank, Manny. We've got Craig Haddon and all the boys do a thankless task in the box next to us.
And, of course, the webcast crew, they are always on it. And Ren, John, Basa, the whole crew, muchas gracias. Danke schön. What is Ren? Ren's Austrian?
Don't know.
Ren, I know I'm going to get kicked in the butt for that one, but solid webcast crew. They're doing a fantastic job. Everybody has done a great job. We're winding down the 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series right here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. And we have a lot of things up for grabs. We got world title contenders, Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester, still going head-to-head. And it's all to Dave Winchester to make the final if he wants to walk away as one step closer to the world title. Plus, a lot of new faces will be joining the 2013 Grand Slam Series. Here we go.
They've got Woody up on this one now. And you think it's more of a dismount than a move itself. So frustration gave up priority for that one.
And look at this. Ryan Hardy, deep, pitted, and one of the first in and out barrels we've seen of this heat. All of them are capable of doing it, but Ryan Hardy found that wave.
He did the cutback. I mean, they don't score that high, the cutback, but that was a power move. He just came out of the barrel. You see him just bam, jams it, throws spray, sheet of spray, and comes back into the pocket. So not a high-scoring wave, but a classic move and one I like.
You know what I think is happening? Because Nick Almiron is doing them, Sam Bennett, all these bigger guys, they don't get the opportunity to do these hard carves. Here's another look at Dave Winchester in and out. That's what you call a beautiful exit on the wave. That's what you call the Winnie whip out.
The Fabio flip.
Oh, he's gonna have your.
He's half my size. It's fine.
That's right. So you're still getting out in the water, or what are you doing as far as keeping?
Yeah, we'll watch this wave here from Ryan. So just threads the barrel, comes out nice, and we watch this hack on the face. Small wave, but bang.
Yeah, I love seeing those.
Bit of style
Hardy.
right there.
Mitch Rollins is also one of those. Knows how to lay it on the rail. Those two guys are some of my favorite bodyboarders.
Yeah, I mean, we had a team trip a few years back, and Mitch was on board, and I think it was like the Mitch versus Ben Hackfest. They just come out of Karamis, which is on the east coast of Bali, and it was just firing that day. There was the NMD and VS boys out with the Rip Curl team, Bethany Hamilton, Nathan Hedge. Those guys just going wave for wave, and it was just a hack fest. It was awesome to see, those big gouging, calves on the open face, and they can do that. It's a photo shoot, it's not a contest. So, yep, the old school guys. Ben Severson was always famous for his double-handed calves, and you see Mike at pipe, carve back, spin into the pit, and like I said, you don't get too much for those, but it is a classic move. So we have waiting for that score to drop there from Winnie. I know it was a backflip. There was nothing. Sorry, it was the Hardy wave. So I expect him to be into first place after that one.
I just posted something on our IBA Facebook page, and get up on there and respond to it. I'm covering it up. I don't want Mez to see it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's going to be a surprise. So get on our IBA Facebook page. That's pretty much your gateway, your doorway to talk to us here in the commentators booth. But the live action is coming to you right here from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria, in the middle, pretty much right next to Africa. I don't know how many miles we are.
Yeah, it is Africa. I'm sure someone there with the stats. Maybe Steve Jackson can update us how far we are away. But I asked Sasha Specker this morning how far it was from South Africa to to here. I thought it'd be quite close, but no, it's 12-hour flight to Madrid.
Oh, that's right.
It is a hard place to get to. I know everyone's flown thousands of miles. We flew from Jakarta to Dubai to Madrid down here, and band player was, Sydney, Bangkok, Dubai,
Oh,
Madrid.
my.
So, how about you, Manny? You or what?
I think, I went from LAX to New York to Madrid right here. Madrid to here is about a 2 hour.
It's
2 hour,
easy, 2.5, yeah.
Yeah, that 2 hour and a half flight is nothing after sitting on the plane for, 6-7 hours. But what I did write on the Facebook page is, Mez, should Mez write a book? If so, what would you pay? I'm not going to let that one down. You're sitting on a ton of history. And if we're ever going to get movies, documentaries, or anything going, directors and everybody need to see the history. So you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the sport's still young. I was just talking to Greg Taylor before, and Elliot Morales takes off on this one. Smaller wave, nice roll, lands in the white, foamy, coming through, looking for a section, not happening.
Well, you do say bodyboarding is young. Bodyboarding essentially is about 41 years old, and that's pretty much as old as I am. So essentially, you're calling me young. Thank you.
Yeah, well, as a sport, it is young. As Sasha here goes through a backdoor section,
Nice.
comes out with a spit, little carve to spin. Didn't really happen for him on the carve to spin, but the wave was over, so that was irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, in the terms of, let's say, if you look at sports like cricket or rugby or basketball or whatever, I mean, they're hundreds of years old. Probably not so much basketball, but a long history there, and yeah, we're sort of at a formative stage. Elliot's wave here on replay. Eyes are section, nice roll, eyes are landing, soft one. Looks, it's going to do something here, but it doesn't do it, so he humps that out of there. Yeah, so, I mean, the first 15 years, that's just formation, like it's just what goes on before we start to form a sport. Tom Moore invented the bodyboard, and then we figured out what to do with it for the next 10 years.
Well, Sasha Specker knows what to do with that board right there, sliding in and out of the barrel, and comes out clean with a nice little carve. But all these things you're saying to me, Mez, right now, it sounds like excuses.
No, it's not excuses, Matty. Yeah, I think the sport's going to boom in the next few years. In terms of numbers, there's some exciting things happening with the IBA. These web feeds, as Elliot Morales goes again.
Oh, backflip. Elliot Morales on the inside. Looks like the shade has come in. Elliot Morales looking to shine and get out of this heat on top, but right now Ryan Hardy's holding that first place position.
Lots of small scores here, Matty. We've got Elliot's wave here on replay as he just does a nice backflip. Eyes the landing, sticks it, comes around quick. And we see that, say, compared to Jake Stone's wave in a previous heat where he was trying to hold on to it and he was riding backwards and eventually came around, but it wasn't smooth. It was Elliot there, sticks the landing, comes around and keeps going. So we watch that again.
Different angle.
Landing there, bang, straight around into the next section. And that's the difference between sticking the landing and making it, but not completing the, continuing on the wave.
I just got word we're about 200 kilometers away from Morocco, the coast of Morocco. Look at Sasha throwing his flip into the mix right here. Once the waves start coming in, wave exchange is going to be intense. Right there, Sasha Specker laying it down. He has two low-scoring waves, a 1.48 and a 4.55. So that will definitely eliminate that 1.48. Here's another look at the wave exchange. Here's Sasha Specker.
Well, these are the inside waves, Manny, because Winnie's got priority at the back. So Sasha's paddling back out. He's just caught a wave. He comes in and sees a little sneaky one. So the guys have been doing that. They've been taking the inside ones soon after a wave because they know that they're not going to change priority. And maybe by the time they paddle back out, the guy in priority would have got his wave. So throwing those little scores in there. And as we've seen before, you can get fives with those, as I expect from Sasha on that wave. And that might put him up into first place. So Winnie's probably in first priority. We've got Hardy in second priority.
Lily Pollard, one of my favorite bodyboarders from Australia, actually said Kira Llewellyn should write a book.
Yeah. She's like, 6 or 7 times world champion?
Oh, man, it would be amazing. I would definitely buy that book if she didn't leave anything out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Kira's world titles were mainly at the World Games before it was, say, a tour,
She did, yeah, but she did have one, and that was in 2005 as a world champion.
A world champion, tour champion. Yeah. So, but I think when the female side of the sport was regarded more so maybe on the ISA game side of things. I
Yep.
know she has 4 or 5 world titles. Sure, Lily can tell us exactly how many she has, but yeah, I mean, Kira would have a lot of things to tell,
Yeah, there's a ton of stories. You know what? Any one of these bodyboarders at their level will have a ton of stories. You know what? I'm going to leave it at this. If you can write a book.
Yeah, well, I think I'll keep going on it because to defend myself as Sasha. But I think what I'm trying to say is that my part's probably interesting, as is a lot of the guys. But that with say stuff from Kira, stuff with Mike, are more so a sport based of the whole sport, will probably more of an interesting read. So I'm sure a collaboration there could make an interesting thing. I'd say the first 50 years of the sport. So yeah, well, the first board was what 71? 71. So we are what, 42, 43 years. So
41.
41 years.
It was the year I was born, 71. I'm 41. The peanut gallery looking on to see if anything is coming in. Here's another look. You see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of faces that you should know.
Well, that's Imanol Arizabalaga there, the head honcho of NAPCO that does NMD versus and Pride. Jeremy Arnaud there, who's a local French rider. Dan Silvestre with a black hat on. He's the shaper for Pride and a lot of other brands, doing some rubbish collection. Jonathan Vega there from Canary Islands. We've got the Blue Lagoon guy, the doppelganger, Nick Omerod in the background. He was in Blue Lagoon, dude. You got to see the movie.
Oh,
and who's the guy with the carved up arm, the Aussie guy? He got ripped to shreds out there this morning. He's got blood.
Right.
He's oozing blood on all the chairs.
Elliot Butler just charging this morning in some of the low tide waves that were coming in, and unfortunately the reef got the better of him. Look at this, not a very high scoring heat. Again, Mother Nature taking a break during this heat. Dave Winchester, again, lucky this is not an elimination heat. It is a non-elimination heat. He is currently sitting in that 4th place spot. 3rd and 4th, it go to round 5. 2nd place, round 6. And if you win your heat in this round, round number 4, you go straight to the quarterfinals. So winning this heat is a huge factor.
Split peak, Manny.
Here we go. Dave Winchester finding all the speedy count. Big invert right there. Lands back into the pocket. And he just gets eaten up by that inside barrel. But a big, clean invert from Dave Winchester.
And Dave Winchester's been waiting out there for that set wave for ages as Sasha Specker smacks an invert off that one. So Dave's strategy has been to wait for the set wave.
Paddle battle may be starting right now. Look at this. Sasha Specker, Dave Winchester. It's all about the priority game now. Sasha Specker, Dave Winchester. It's about who will be getting to the outside first. Whoever makes it to the outside first will be in 2nd priority behind Ryan Hardy, who is looking at that. Specs, is he going to make it? Or did he just, I think he was just too far inside. He wasn't going to be able to beat Dave Winchester out because he's closer to the wave, and the waves are going to be pushing him back further. But a great effort from Sasha Specker.
Well, Specs has been swimming all morning, so he's probably knackered too, the poor bugger.
Right.
So he's been working, when he's been kicking it back up in the competitors area, and we've had Sasha surfing heats, taking photos, up and down the cliff here, out around the back around again, up the cliff, puts on his contest rashi and paddles out for a heat. So not taking anything away from Winnie. Winnie's an athlete, but Sasha maybe is starting to feel the pinch there on that one. And so Dave Winchester, I was hinted on before, he's been waiting out the back for the set waves to to join that 4.88, and that was the wave to do it. But he stuck the invert, but it just went straight into the pit and got sucked over. So look to see what that scores. Well, they've scored that at 7.25, Manny.
7.25 for Dave Winchester. That puts him straight in that 1st place position. So,
and he goes winning for one of these inside waves we're talking about, Manny. A smaller wave. See what's on offer. He's stolen at the takeoff. He's laughing at it. Doesn't think much of that one. Yeah, so that was surprising, Manny. It was an invert, a good invert, made the landing, but then he got swamped by the wave itself. So it goes to show the judges are judging on the conditions of this heat.
If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is Manny V with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. He's been shaping bodyboards, I guess, from day one.
Yeah, 16, I think. I rocked into the factory to sweep the floors. So 39 now. My math is terrible. So I know it's more than half my life. So only job I've ever had. As Sasha Specker takes off here, double hands that one, kicks out. So we said before, Manny, the last heat was pumping, and now it's just gone. It's got a bit of a yo-yo zozo not happening today. So it's done that all day, all morning.
Uh-oh. Look at Sasha turns around on this thing. Can it shape up for him? Oh, no. That wave just sweeping across the reef, and he looked like he saw a section that he can, do a big move off of, but it pretty much just disappeared on him.
Well, this heat's just kicked and spurted, and, it's 3 minutes left, so
yeah.
Don't know what really happened to it. Nothing really coming through, which is reflected in the scores. Apart from Winnie's 7.25, we're looking at 4s and 5s, so... And Ryan Hardy's got a 6.05, so... Hardy can jump, leapfrog everyone with a good scoring wave.
A 6.09 is what Hardy needs to get into that first place spot. And
there he goes.
Here we go, Ryan Hardy. Can he do it? A 6.09. Oh, no. You know what? Yeah, the conditions are not as pretty as we've seen earlier today. There is a little bit more wind in this afternoon. This afternoon,
yeah. The wind's picked up a bit. The wind changes around. We're on a point, a headland here, and it's open to the conditions, and the wind will switch around, and the tide plays such a massive part because the boys are surfing on basically a arrowhead reef out there. So you'll see some waves break totally different directions to previous waves as Winnie takes off on this inside one. This is the invert. Sticks to landing, nearly loses it here. You watch. He bounces, bang. So he makes it, and he goes right in the barrel, and it's all over. So
that was Dave Winchester's 7.25 wave, the highest score so far in this heat. So a quick look at what has gone down so far. But it was Dave Winchester's 7.25 wave that put him into that first place spot. Looks like there could be some action out the back.
Well, Elliot Morales looking at this one. He has priority.
Oh, my. Look at this thing shaping up for him. Elliot Morales, bottom turning, comes around the section straight off the bottom. Nice roll. Is he going to have another opportunity for another maneuver? Yes. And here he does another roll. But I'm telling you, where these guys are pulling off these maneuvers, they're pretty close to the cliff and on the shallow reef. And now he's got to deal with this thing coming on.
Let's see Hardy there kicking.
Oh, my. Turning around, taking a look with priority. Dave Winchester, here we go.
Dave Winchester on off the section. Here, what's he going to do? Nice invert. Sticks to the landing. And the wave is going to milk the inside, maybe for a little roll. Yep, nice invert there.
A little pop air
pop
right
off
there.
The back.
Oh,
Ryan.
Ryan Hardy getting unglued. I don't know what happened out there, but I'm guessing he was paddling back out, decided to go, but he's getting out there as fast as possible. The priority system is a crucial aspect, a piece of the game in these last few minutes. Here's another look at Dave Winchester.
Hits the lip. Nice projection. Bounces the landing again, so it must be bumpy out there. Tries to milk it through to the inside. And maybe a roll would have been better here, because if he had stuck that, it would have added to the wave score, but that's really off the back. So
yeah.
But if you got 7.25 for that last one, you could probably expect up around 7.5 at least for that. We're in the last minute now, as we count down, we've got Ryan Hardy in last place and Sasha Specker and White in second last place. And they're the two guys that are out there. So they're praying for a lump.
Again, this is a non-elimination round, 30 seconds remaining. And the winner will go straight to the quarters. Second will go into round number 6. Third and fourth are going to face off in a man-and-man situation in round number 5. And we will start round number 5 after the next heat, which has Johan Florentine, PLC, Ben Player, and Jason Finlay.
His heats are stacked, Manny.
Unbelievable.
I mean, if it wasn't elimination, there'd be some tears because, we're seeing all the top guys in these heats now as we get to the business end of the contest. The set's coming up here. Sasha's in position.
Here we go. Sasha Specker, the South African, slides under the pocket. Oh, and is able to pull off an ARS right there at the very last, but that is it. The horn has sounded. That is the end of heat number 3, round number 4, non-elimination, which means, and I don't think anything will change on our current screen that we have here, Dave Winchester still on the move for a world title, going straight to the quarterfinals. Elliot Morales goes into round number 6, bypassing round number 5. Sasha and Ryan Hardy will go at it again in round number 5. So You're going to see everybody go at it again. Sasha Specker will go back to the drawing board along with Ryan Hardy to figure out what happened. But Dave Winchester getting closer.
Yeah, well, he wasn't as emphatic as Jeff Hubbard's win. And, of course, Winnie's my boy. I'm not putting the cobwash on him.
All right, check it out. These guys that make their way into the inside pretty crazy area. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Straight into the action. Here we go. In orange, bottom, turning straight off the bottom. Big backflip right there.
Ben Player.
Ben Player, it wasn't really big. It was just a medium-sized wave and it was a backflip. So he's going to get right on the board, right off the bat with that first less than 2 minutes into the heat. Let's take another look.
So Ben now, we see the dark ball. We kind of lose him, It's not really showing up that much. So I'm going to have to talk to Ben about that. Get him on some brighter colours, but he's liking the stealth model at the moment. And so Ben gets first runs on the board with that backflip. And if it's anything like that last heat, that might score quite well. So we'll see. So this heat, it has Johan Florentine, Reunion Islands, Pierre-Louis Costes from France, Ben Player, and Jason Finlay. So Dan and I were talking about this heat before because Dan Sever shapes for Johan and Pierre, and Ben and Jason are on my boards. So whoever loses this heat buys dinner.
Look at this heat. Again, stacked heat. We saw Johan Florentine absolutely dominate his previous heat. Within the first 5 minutes of that heat, he got 2 solid waves, and those are the 2 waves that he needed to win that heat. Pierre-Louis Costa, we know him. He is the 2011 world champion, and here he is holding his own, just trying to get a little bit higher in the rankings. He is the backflip master. One of the best bodyboarders on the planet from Australia, Ben Player. He can do it all. Jason Finlay won the Fronton Pro last year, and here he is trying to get another win here at Fronton under his belt.
He loves the place. Like we said, he came here 2 weeks before, and he's just been ripping it up. He's had awesome waves. John Francois has been filming him. It's on the IBA website. You can see Jace's warm-up sessions, and he loves it out here. So the conditions aren't really Jace's fave, as we see Pierre take off on this one.
Whoa, how dry is his hair right now?
Yeah.
Comes out of that barrel, his hair is still dry, throws a spin, there it goes. Now it's all wet. PLC getting his hair wet on that first wave. Look at this.
Finlay in the pit, driving straight through that one, and he's got some sort of connection with this thing because he takes off on an average-looking wave, and next minute it barrels on him. So, and Jace pulls off there right in front of Pierre, and looks like Pierre can't be bothered with a paddle battle. So, Jace has put in the big ones.
Another look at PLC's first wave. Hair is absolutely dry. Comes out with the spit right there on the medium-sized wave, throws a spin, and that was pretty much all she wrote for PLC on that first wave, but it is a clean, and we're looking at the 5, maybe 6-point range. Jason Finlay keeps looking back to make sure PLC doesn't come up behind him for that priority.
We got scared in the last heat from Ben, but here's Jace's wave straight in the pit, comes out, clean exit, and smacks a little cutty, another cutty. So the boys are wanting that end section to pitch out, but it's not doing it. So, so 3 scoring waves there for Jace, Pierre, and Ben Player, with Johan Florentine yet to get runs on the board. So we've got 25 minutes into this heat, 5 minutes into this heat, and all the guys are going to be going, for first position because it does get you straight through to the quarterfinal, and that means you can sit back on your plastic chair at the side here and a couple of rounds off, and think about who you're going to get in that heat. So the quarterfinals are man-on-man or 4-man?
Round number 5 is man-on-man. From this point on, it will be man-on-man heats after this heat here that you see currently out in the water. Take a look at what's going down. These are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored 15 wave maximum. We haven't seen anybody come even close to that, but essentially it's if you catch 15 waves, you have to come directly back to the beach, but nobody's even come close to that because everybody's waiting for those solid waves, so they're taking their time. PLC, Jan, Jason, all looking for that first place spot. First place in this round, this is the last heat, goes straight to the quarterfinals.
Scores have dropped for that wave exchange with Jason Finlay scored a 5.88, so he jumps into first place. Ben Player still second with a 5.25. Goes down to second place with a 5.25. Pierre's backflip got him a 4.38. Was it a backflip? I don't know what I'm talking about here.
Oh, wait a second. Live action. Look at this section. Oh, Ben Player attacks it with a forward air right there and just holds on by the skin of his teeth, just makes that landing and pulls it off. Great wave right there for Ben Player. PLC on the left. Big backflip right there on the left. Pulls it off flawlessly again. The lefts are going to be short, punchy, and you're going to see just one maneuver on those.
Well, if the rights are doing the same now, then the left might be an option because before you go right, you could, thread the pit, come out of that, and then smack something off the inside. But that wasn't happening, or isn't happening now. As we look at Ben Player.
Oh, look at that
bowl
section.
on that. Bang. Critical move right there.
Look how he
lands
maintains.
back in the pocket and gets swamped on the inside. So that'll be a scoring wave there for Ben.
Oh, my. So we got the action ready to go. It looks like this is another look at PLC's big backflip right there. And, again, PLC can do those things in his sleep. Out the back, live action.
Jon Florentine on his first wave. And he just he's got through that one. No, that's his board with no rider connected to it. So Pierre, you wonder if Pierre, if he keeps pulling the same moves, if the judges will get bored from that, Matty, he's doing the same move, nothing new, like skaters, they want to throw in variations. If one guy's doing the same move time and time again, and in conditions like this, then maybe the judges want a bit more from him, Like, will he be handicapped in that way, you think, or they don't really care about that, They just go for what the move is and where he pulls it.
I think the judges are in tune with that, and I think PLC knows that as well, so he will mix it up. It looks like everybody's paddling out, and we have a short second, but we do have the winner of the last heat with Alex Leon. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yep, ready. Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here again with Dave Winchester. I got the results of that last one again. I'm sick of looking at this thing and seeing first Dave Winchester. Unbelievable. Every time I look down at this score sheet, oh yeah, another one. Through to the quarters now. Hub's made his quarter. Tension builds.
Yeah, you love it, Leo. You love me being there, mate.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'm just trying to keep doing the same thing. I just got to keep winning the heats, and someone's got to try and knock him out. Come on, guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw his heat go down, and Uri Valadares, we thought he would have popped him into second or third, but still came back and fought on, so he's still a battler.
Yeah, no, let's be honest. He's been surfing good. I'm not going to lie. I just got to hopefully surf good on my side of the draw, and hopefully he doesn't get there, and I do.
Yeah, well, you've done well. I mean, textbook inverts, you're throwing them out, left, right, and centre.
Yeah, everyone loves a good old pool chair, don't they?
You want to say a shout out to the family?
Yeah, to my wife and kids, they're probably sleeping. My wife might be up. I love you, and I'll see you guys soon, and my family back home and all the friends and supporters.
You. All right, it's heating up down here in the tent. Let's see if Winnie can take this out. Back to you boys in the booth.
Welcome back, and congratulations to Dave Winchester, the winner of the last heat, catapulting straight to the quarterfinals. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by Alpha Campaign, uriding.com, and we're going to take another look at what went down during the interview. Jason Finlay.
Jason's in the pit here, gets a cover up, pulls up high, comes out, little cutty reverse on the inside there. So you see we were talking before, I think it was Sasha Specker's wave. He got pinched down low. On that wave, Jace was high, came out the top, and that's the way it seems to be with this tide in these conditions. So
riders have to keep their eye on what is going on the wave, and they do. I mean, that's why they are where they are. They're in round number 4, the last heat of round number 4, a non-elimination heat, which means each of these riders will ride again. Third and fourth will go straight into round number 5 coming up next. Second place will go to round number 6, and first place in this heat will go to the quarterfinals. So that's what's in store in this heat right now, and that's the one spot they want to be first place. They get to bypass 2 heats and take the rest of the day off.
It's worth the effort. And Pierre, we were talking about Pierre's backflip there on the left-hander, and it did pay dividends. He's got a 6.38 and a 6.95. So in previous heats, they weren't scoring those left-handers very high, but it's changed. You know, the judges changed with the conditions, and we see Pierre-Louis Costes in first place.
Ben Player in second, needing a 6.08 for first, and Jason Finlay 6.63 for second, and in combination, having yet to catch a wave, Johan Florentine, who is absolutely doing the opposite of what he did in his last heat, which was catch solid waves from the get-go. Now he has yet to catch a wave, and it's already 11 minutes have gone by in this heat. So, question about boards, if you have one, get on our Facebook page. Cores.
Yo.
Mez. Do we see a future in cores? What are the best cores? Let's start off with this one. The best cores for the water temperature here at Fronton.
Well, I mean, you want to have a core that's, you know, don't be too stiff. I mean, the water temperatures here aren't freezing cold, but they are cooler than, let's say, Hawaii or Mexico. Definitely cooler than Mexico. So a polypropylene board here with, you know, say a carbon fiber string is going to be way too stiff, especially a brand new one. So a lot of the guys that do like polypropylene boards will ride a broken in board, a board they've ridden for, you know, a month or a few weeks. They've got a bit of a sweet spot in it. Some guys, like since the demise of the PE boards, you know, guys really aren't riding that. So we've got a new core called NRG, which is a new lightweight, softer core. Some other guys are rocking EFC type cores and paradox cells, as we see.
Johan Florentine on his first wave right there. Nice deep barrel right there. Looking for that last section to do a move, but nothing was there. But a nice clean barrel. That's his first wave.
That was actually his second wave, as we see Jace Finlay here on about his third. Nice little backflip, which is not something we usually see from Jace. So he's showing the boys that he can do it all. And we have a paddle battle.
Here we go. Jason Finlay is actually way ahead of Johan. Will Johan stay on him and see if he can get him to get out there quicker? I don't know if we can pan to the... we'll get back to the paddle battle, but Johan Florentine's second wave, you are correct. Thank you, hubby guys. And look at this. Comes out on the foam ball. Johan Florentine on his second wave, a solid barrel for that.
So he's got our water handed to us by Jeff Hubbard, which is nice. The guy's, you know, contest mode, but he can still look after the boys in the box.
Well, actually, he has the day off. He catapulted straight to the quarterfinals, which won't go until the next day of competition. But here's another look at
Jace's backflip. Nice landing. You know, it wasn't overly big, but he did what he had to do. Another spin, and he's out. So it's a pretty good heat, Manny. You know, we've got the guys pulling the moves. The waves aren't massive, but they're doing what they can with the best of the conditions, doing the best they can in the conditions they've got. So yeah, back to core. Yeah. So a lot of guys are riding at softer cores at the moment, like the new formulations of polypropylene and other materials. So they're called different names, but they're essentially the same stuff. And we all have different ways of actually manufacturing. When you've got the core, we add different things to it to give it different attributes of flex and rebound and recoil. So you got a lot of combination cores coming out now in stringer varieties. It's been quite a big explosion of ideas these last, say, year and a half to 2 years. And we've got, I've got my parabolic core. I know Pierre here is riding a new radial flex core from the guys at Pride, which is, I won't disclose what it is. That's their gig. And maybe they can discuss that at a later date. Yeah, we've got Mitch with his torsion stringer. We've got guys that are breaking down, not breaking, busting down doors, but they're inventing stuff. And we see Pierre with his, his new board there, just riding through the pit, launching off the lip with an ARS and flicking that long hair out of his face. Yeah, so we've got stringer variations, softer flex stringers, things. There's variable flex. We've got stringer systems that are coming up. I know we've got something we're working on now, which I can't reveal too much, but it's going to be a bit of a game changer, we think. And yeah, Mitch has really, opened things up with it. His torsion stringer. I know Mike Stewart's working on some flex stuff. Which I won't reveal because he'll probably bash me. But,
yeah, he would.
But Mike, he's a mad scientist, so he's away back in Hawaii, and Didn't come out the Canary Islands this time, so he's just working. I'm sure it's pumping over there in Hawaii, so he's got his new boards that he's putting through the paces over there. So, yeah, I mean, it's happening now. It's going to keep happening the next 2 years or so. We're going to see some big developments come out. And Pierre, he's just getting all the waves.
Nice.
Air forward there.
Nice little slow motion air forward from PLC. And
Ben Player's on the next one right behind it. So see if Ben can one-up Pierre. And air reverse. Wow. A big move on a small wave, you know. We got Pierre with the air forward, and then Ben comes straight up behind him and smacks out an air reverse. So we'll see how those two are judged. And these guys, they're having to work on those paddle outs, Matty. You know, there's someone right up their clacker and out they go, you know. Boom, boom, boom. So they'll be knackered after this heat. Pierre's wave.
PLC comes off the bottom. Nice, clean little slow motion air forward 360 on that one right there. That was a pretty incredible wave right there for PLC.
He did everything he could on that wave, Matty. Like, so, you know, nice landing. And here's Ben's wave. We'll analyze this one. Looks at the lip. Jams the air reverse. It lands that nice too. I mean, air reverses are hard to land. So two high scoring waves from the riders in white and orange.
That was pretty much how to do an air forward and an air reverse spin. If you want to learn how to do it, just watch those two waves, and you'll just study it. And they did them both perfect.
Well, they're pulling these moves in smaller waves, and it's hard to do. I mean, you know, to pull in a big wave is harder to land, but it's easy to get the projection because you have the speed and the size. Smaller stuff, it's a risky move, but these guys want to have that armchair right into the quarterfinal.
So where does the future end with the cores? Is there an end to different combination of cores and you know?
Yeah, I mean, how long's a piece of string? You know, guys will continue to innovate, and things will, you know, will come from left field and they'll develop stuff. As Johan Florentine here on the left-hander. Little backflip and off the back pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know if the judges are going to score that as high as he would like, because as soon as you land, you're actually on the other side of the wave. Taking a look at this one.
Ben Player.
Oh, watch out, Johan. It looked like he was flying over Johan Florentine on that one. But again, lands it perfect, but...
is that a make? You know, like he kept going. There's a little wave there, but is that a make?
Exactly. We're going to sit down with the judges later on tonight and get their opinion in so we can tell you guys tomorrow. But again, another beautiful day here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Here's another look at Johan Florentine. He went up for a big flip there on the end right there. And then with the wave exchange, it was Ben Player with a big maneuver as well. But all the riders heading out to the peak right now. We're down to the last 12 minutes of the last heat in round number 4. Again, a non-elimination round out in the water. First goes to quarters. Here's Ben Player once again.
Perfect air forward there. Lands it, and the wave's still going. He's on the side of the wave, like a back wave behind the wave. But we'll see what the judges think of that.
Yeah.
So Ben's got a 7.25 and a 5.25. He gets a 7.5 for that. So he leapfrogs Pierre Louis and goes straight into first place.
All right, so here we go. Once again, welcome to the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by the Alpha Campaign, You Riding, and Up and Riding. Right now, we have Johan Florentine. Nice barrel ride. Is he going to come out with a spit? Gets a little pushed outside of the barrel, but you know what? Has enough time to do a roll. So that's what we saw earlier from Johan Florentine, a nice combination of barrel and maneuver on each of his waves. So getting back into rhythm.
He had a nice extension on that roll. You know, like he came out, extended the arms, full rotation, nice landings. We'll watch this again when we get going. Okay, a bit of technical difficulties there, if we can say that. So the boys in the control booth there just going back through the hard drive to figure that one out. But everything's run pretty smoothly so far.
We're
not hassling them. They're pretty big guys, so there we go. So
here's another look at Johan Florentine from Reunion Island. Slides under the pit right there and comes out and has enough time to bust a nice extended roll right there. So Johan Florentine getting back on track, currently in that 4th position, now trying to better his other score. Here's a different angle. You can see him creep under and just barely escape that lip. Nice extended roll to finish off that wave, Johan Florentine. Woo, so another warm day here in the outskirts of Galdar, out on the water. We are in the northwest corner of Gran Canaria, one of 7 islands here in the Canaria Island chain. And look at this set coming in. PLC turns around. Look at this right-hander, slides under the pit. Big barrel, getting some tube time, comes out clean. Now look at this. Goes for a nice extended roll, playing the conservative card. He has another move right here and another roll. Definitely the highest scoring wave of the heat for sure.
Well, that'll undoubtedly take him back into first position with that wave. So,
wow.
I wonder if anyone got anything behind that. So
Ooh,
who's that?
look at a little paddle battle on the other side on the left. I wonder if there was a split peak on that. We will take another look. Johan Florentine paddling out from the left.
That's
oh
Ben
my!
Player, I think, in orange. His Pierre's wave once again straight in the pit there, stalling the whole time.
Oh, look at that!
Comes out, clean roll right here. Boom, straight back into the pit.
Nice.
Comes through, rolls out again under the white water. High scoring wave there for Pierre. He'll be stoked with that one.
Incredible. So there you have it. PLC, a solid score. Still waiting for those scores to drop from PLC on that wave.
Needed a 7.8 to get ahead of Ben, so we'll see if you got that.
Press refresh on the score there. I don't know if it went, but yes, again, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro winding down the last heat of round number 4. Johan Florentine, Pierre-Louis, Ben Player, Jason Finlay out in the water. Here's another look of PLC's last wave. Just a perfect clean bottom turn. Scoops under the barrel, clocks some serious barrel time right there, and then finds the opening perfectly. Goes for a nice extended roll. Able to maintain, re-engage his rail onto the face of the wave, and lucky for him, finds another section on the inside. Great wave for PLC.
Well, the barrel roll, the roller was the better choice there. If he did a backflip, he would have harder to stick the landing, then it wouldn't have got that third move in. And that third move will have given him, made that score just that much better.
Yeah, look at that. Oh.
He chose the right move there. And here we have another one coming through. And who's this in position? Is that Ben?
It looks like in the orange jersey down the way, Ben Player. In red, we do have Johan Florentine currently in 4th. In green, we have Jason Finlay. In white, PLC in 2nd, and Ben Player in the orange jersey.
Still waiting for that score to drop from Pierre's last wave.
Oh my, another beautiful day here at Fronton on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. We're about 200 kilometers away from the Moroccan coast on the African continent. And let me tell you something, this place is magical. Some of the ruins of some of the first inhabitants are still intact. I mean, you can just take a few steps back here and we're right in a very spiritual, very special place here in Galdar.
Well, the original, the Aborigines of this country, of this island, were some strange giant race. Am I right? They were like some 6 foot, 7 foot bloody Nordic people. They're huge. The skeletons they've found here are just bizarre. They don't know how they got here. So we'll try and find one of the local boys to get more of the info on that. But yeah. Very arid place, very dry, no water, not a lot of farming. Everything has to be shipped in or flown in. So basically a tourist island, but very beautiful at the same time. The water's so clean and clear, and the air's so fresh. When you come from a city like Indonesia or Surabaya, which is 6 million people and industrial, the air's just smoggy and just intoxicating. Whereas you come to a place like this and take a few deep breaths and the lungs start working again and go, okay.
Well, here's the current situation out in the water. 6 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz. We do have scores dropping in on our little pad over here, but keep your eyes on the water. On the screen, and there it is. PLC jumps straight into first place with that 7.88 ride. A solid score right there for PLC. Currently now in that first place position. Ben Player now, if he wants that first place spot, 7.34. Jason Finlay, he needs a 7.74 for first, and Johan Florentine needing a 9.05. The NMD versus Fronton Pro is live and direct from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. This event brought to you by uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Actually, uRiding has set up an incredible 14 days of competition of their own. Go to uriding.com. They post up a wave of the day. for the past few days, it has been the best score ridden on these waves. And if you get the best score, you're going to win some real life prizes. And Mundaka is the wave of the day today, and you can walk away with a nice package from the crew at Medusa, one of the biggest Spanish magazines, I believe. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, round number 4, ticking away for the last heat of round number 4.
5 minutes to go, Manny, in this
5
heat.
minutes.
And we have Pierre-Louis Costes in first place. Ben Player, Australia, second. Jason Finlay in third, and Johan Florentine from Reunion Islands in fourth and on this wave.
Oh, nice projection right there from Johan Florentine, able to land it, get out in front of the section, and cuts out of that one. Nice maneuver from Johan Florentine. He is looking for an 8.97 and a 9.5 for second and first place, respectively. But this is not going to do it. But a solid score will definitely be one of his biggest scores. Look at that big ARS right there.
These guys' backs must get hammered. You know, like that's what's taking the shock of those landings. And you see the boys doing like a lot of core strength now, you know, to work on that area around the torso, you know, to sort of prepare for that sort of stuff. So.
That's what you're seeing from a lot of these top riders is they're actually being serious about their physical fitness. Look at this one. Deep hit. Oh, my. Comes out of that nice clean barrel clean. It does a nice backflip right there to end that wave on the smaller part of the wave. Unbelievable. Woo!
Ben's starting to get a bit of rhythm going here. You know, he's just like the barrels are coming to him and he positions himself so well in that stuff. And we'll see that on the replay. Just drops and sets himself up and comes straight through that one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we are going into round number 5. There are 4 heats in round number 5. It is going to be interesting as
sit at the back, Manny.
We go man on man into round number 5. Look at this in position, PLC.
Driving through that one, Pierre.
Oh,
nice little exit. Comes through on the inside. What can he do here? Nice roll. So yeah, not as deep as Ben, I don't think. I mean, maybe it was the angle of the camera. But a good wave, a slightly bigger wave than Ben's. And that'll keep him up the top or thereabouts. So we have 3 minutes to go. Here's a replay, Ben's wave. Backdoors the section, comes out, eyes the next section. Doesn't really happen for him too early and just smacked a little backflip or ARS off that one.
Jason Finlay and Johan Florentine waiting patiently now as sets starting to roll in. Look how... I mean, there's so much water behind these waves as they unload on the shallow reefs. Look how clear it is. That's how shallow it is outside. And now imagine the bigger waves with less water underneath you. It's incredible what these guys are doing out here. Nice, clean barrel ride right there for Ben Player. And he comes to the inside. Nice backflip to end that wave right there. Very hard to do in that situation, but Ben pulls it off like, easy.
Well, Ben skipped the Puerto Rico event and... he's practicing back at home at Avalon. So here we see Pierre's wave, a bigger wave than Ben's. And then he comes through, little cutty setup here, bangs a roll, and it'll be a solid wave from Pierre. So that score for Ben, I think, has dropped, I believe, was a 7.05, as we have Johan Florentine here getting shoulder charged by that wave. And it just said, no, mate, you're not getting in there. Try again.
Oh, man, I believe he had priority out there, and that may have...
The set's on the horizon. We can hear from the guys next to us, and Jace Finlay is in position with 1:30 to go. Sorry to interrupt, Manny.
No, Johan Florentine may have just lost his opportunity to jump into that second place spot, but look at this. Jason Finlay, bottom turn, slides under the pocket, gets inside the barrel, and then comes out with a big invert.
Can he land that?
Can he get out in front of the whitewash? Jason Finlay, is he lost in the whitewash or did he come out in front of it?
We will lost him. Where is he?
Oh, my. I can't believe it. What is going on with Jason Finlay? But look at this monster. It is our boy dropping in on this one. Ben Player slides under the pocket. No way. Can he come out? Oh, he finds the exit. Ben Player able to maintain and hold his rail through that giant cavern.
A bit of grin on the face there from Benny boy. He's happy with that.
I thought he was done, but he was able to get above that shockwave and ride it out. Unbelievable barrel riding skills right there from BP.
Well, he was feeling sick before his first heat today. I was having a chat to him, and he wasn't feeling too good. Headache, gut ache. So maybe a bit too much aioli. So, But I'd be happy with that one. Here we see Jace's wave. Stalls for the barrel. Had to battle through this one. Not a big wave, but massive invert.
Big
We
invert.
thought he had it here, but he just got B-slapped from the back.
Ah, that was a solid wave right there. But Ben Player's barrel ride, that was incredible. Look at Johan Florentine taking a look at this left-hander. He knows time is winding down. In fact, about 10 seconds remaining. That could be the end of the show. We are still waiting for scores to drop from Ben Player. And here's another look at that deep barrel ride. Look how far back he is. There he is. He finally pops out after the spit, and he comes out onto the face of the wave. Solid barrel ride from Ben Player. That is it. Look at these waves still coming in, unloading. Oh, my. Welcome to bodyboarding paradise, people. This is El Fronton on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. Oh, doctor.
I think it was a 7.25, that last wave of Ben's. So because he didn't get a move on the end section, the judges didn't think that warranted anything higher than a 7.25. So unconfirmed yet, but I do believe Pierre-Louis Costes goes straight through into the quarterfinal with that result. Ben goes into the 6th round, and we'll see Jason Finlay and Johan Florentine in the next round, round 5.
All right, so we are going to get round number 5 underway. Again, 30 minutes long. Only 2 competitors now out in the water. How does that change things as far as priority and wave selection?
Well, they've got more time. You know, basically not sharing the waves with 4 guys. You know, it's just 2 guys. So there's plenty of time on the sets to take to pick the ones you need. So we should get better performance from the boys.
All right, we'll touch on that a little bit more once it gets rocking and rolling. But Sam Bennett starting off his campaign right there. And that's it. His first wave is now on the scorecard. Looks like there's really nothing out the back for now. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by Alpha Campaign, 662mob, uriding.com, and bodyboarding. Look at this live action. Oh, ducking out of there just in time. Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands holding it down. Amazing wave right there, but unfortunately too deep for Diego Cabrera. Jeff Hubbard now in the hot seat. Hubby, guys, conditions, what were they like?
Oh, they're good, man. They're going off. It's like this is definitely probably the best Fronton we've ever had for a contest here. You know, the past 2 years, this is the best day of competition I've seen out here. Guys are ripping, perfect direction, perfect size, and it's rideable all day. Low tide, high tide. It's unreal. Great winds. It's the tide's getting lower. The waves are getting heavier and more powerful. You can just see them breaking across the reef. We had such a huge high tide today. It's going to be rideable almost all the way through. We have 4 more heats to go, Manny. So another 2 hours for everyone in the webcast. Stay tuned. 2 more hours of this awesome action. Guys are flying, getting 6s for just getting spit out of massively deep barrels and doing huge air forwards. Just still at 6s, 5s for just huge moves. I love it. This is what professional bodyboarding is all about.
Oh, look at this, getting into that deep pit right there. Can he hold on? Can he get out of there? No. That is Diego Cabrera, I believe, in the red jersey, along with Sam Bennett in the green jersey out there. So this is all these heats are going to be stacked. I mean, you got 2 very competent, very capable wave riders out in Fronton in these conditions. And as the tide drops, you're going to see them. They're going to have to dig a little deeper to maintain and hold on to these deep barrel rides. So Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard. Jeff giving us the inside scoop. It is going off out there.
Yeah, it's firing, man. It's so good. It's we're just excited to be watching. I'm sure all the people on the webcast are just having a blast. This is what it's all about. Watching bodyboarding at its finest. Watching guys just fly and get deep, massive pits.
Well,
cool.
give it. I mean, you're watching the monitor here. We have a pretty cool 24-inch monitor, but the difference between what we see and actually being out there. I mean, a lot of water. We can't, show you how much power that is unless we take your legs and just, move you around like a rag doll. But how much power does Fronton really have?
Man, it's got a lot of power, Manny. You see the sets coming in, and you want to be right in the perfect spot. It's dredging off this really hollow, shallow reef, so you want to make sure you get this little sippy cup into it, and like you can drive through these deep caverns, and it's wedging around both sides of the reef. I mean, it's a west swell. The lefts are shorter, the rights are longer, but they're both hollow, and they both offer big sections to boost off of. We have a light wind condition, so it's kind of like semi-offshore. So, man, guys are loving it. I mean, I'm sure these guys are stoked to surf again. These guys are, okay, I got to go back out. What a bummer. I gotta go rip right on.
Well, one thing they have to be cautious of is keeping their fuel level up. What do you do to keep your system ready to go at any given time?
Yeah, you got to eat right. You got to do drink lots of water, lots of fluids, and make sure you got all the energy. Eat a good dinner at night. You got to do everything right. Make sure you can sustain for these long days. I was stoked. I surfed twice today, and I'm feeling pretty tired. I caught a lot of waves in each heat.
Yeah.
And so you're paddling back out, just pumping, going, and it was a lot of fun. But you're tired. You come back and you need to get some sugar in you.
This is the third time we've seen these riders out in the water today. So I mean, half-hour heats in these conditions will totally just suck it out of you.
Mm-hmm. It is. I mean, the water's, most of these guys who are all wearing spring suits or long arm springs, the water's a little cool. So, I mean, you don't feel it out there that you feel real warm when you're paddling around, but it is draining because the water isn't, it's a lot colder than your core temperature. So it's going to deplete your energy that way as well.
I don't want to disclose any of your secrets, but what is the strategy for these guys, Sam Bennett and Diego Cabrera? Here, the first man-on-man heat of the competition, 30-minute heats. You know what the conditions are like. What is the key component to be able to pull off the win here in these heats?
Well, look, local boy Diego Cabrera, he's just trying to keep busy. He's in second priority right now, so he's just, okay, I'll stay busy, I'll catch some waves, I'll get some scores. He has no scores on the board. Sam's in first priority. He's going to be wanting to try and wait for the right wave, wait for a really good scoring wave, and they're out there. But we've seen in some heats guys wait too long, and we've also seen the waves not come for a long time. So, you let waves go, or the waves don't come. You got to make sure you find that right balance where you're just in the rhythm of the ocean, and things are just happening. It's a delicate thing.
Well, we know Sam Bennett, the big boy from Australia, but a lot of people may not know a lot about Diego Cabrera.
Yeah, he's local from Tenerife. Diego's been around. He's got second at the first Wild Wave contest here at El Fronton. He rips. He's won the El Confital contest before. He's done really well in numerous events, and he's really great at surfing heavy waves. That's where he excels. He doesn't excel, in the little beach breaks and stuff, because he's just a big maneuver kind of guy. And so you see him out here at Fronton. He's pulling in deep. He gets the right wave. He's dangerous.
So Diego Cabrera, definitely a contender in this event. And here he is taking a look at this left-hander. Not a bigger wave, but he knows it could form up. Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh.
He is just getting ragdolled right now. But, again, these guys are all physically fit. You have to be.
Oh, you have to be to surf this wave. I mean, it's demanding. It's demanding. You want to be in the best possible shape, and you want to make sure your body's in fine tune going forward. I mean, this is it's awesome to be able to surf the final event of the tour. There's a lot at stake for these guys. Sam Bennett's trying to hold on to his 16th position here, trying to make sure he requalifies for next year's tour. He's he come on strong, and he's surfed strong all year. Can he hold on here? This heat's a make or break for him. Ryan Hardy is behind him. Jake Stone is out, so one guy can take him out of the equation. That's his buddy Ryan Hardy, who's in heat number 4 today, versus Jason Finlay. So there's 2 do-or-die heats today. If Ryan doesn't make it, then Sam is in automatically, whether Sam wins or loses this heat. But Sam, if he advances from this heat, really helps his chances out going forward and moving past. They could both make the quarterfinals and both make it.
So keep your eyes on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of points are up for grabs for the qualifying series. I mean, for the to qualify into the seeded realm of the 2013 Grand Slam Series. So not only is a world title up for grabs, but also some serious points as far as being qualified onto the 2013 Grand Slam Series. Look at this. Sam Bennett slides under the pocket. Nice, clean bottom turns, and it pulls it off. Nice, clean barrel. Not a maneuver at the end, but was able to maintain a deep barrel again. Sam Bennett.
Yeah, that was just like break wall, his home break back in Port Macquarie. He's just, the river is running out right there. He just scoops in.
Nice.
And I think spits hard. He comes right out. He's going to be pretty pleased with that. He's already got a 4.25. This will definitely be his second best wave of the heat, maybe his best one. And Diego Cabrera right behind him doesn't want to be outdone. If Diego can make this, that'll help. But man, Diego's just had really bad luck with these waves. He hasn't made one wave yet. But you know what, man? He has 20 minutes. If he can he'll get paddle back out. He'll have 20 minutes. He's going to have to reset and refocus on this heat and try and get some scores. Sam hasn't run away with it yet. So I mean, Diego's can jump right back in there if he applies himself.
All right, check this out, hubby. We do have the winner of the last heat for the interview. Where are you guys at?
Thanks, Manny. Well, so far, we've got our quarterfinalists named. We've got Jared Houston, Jeff Hubbard, Dave Winchester, and now to join them, Pierre-Louis Costes. Pierre, well done.
Thanks, Alex. Stoked.
Yeah, you managed to pull off some pretty good manoeuvres in that one again. As you've been consistent all year, one of the top 5 surfers for sure on the tour. How do you rate this wave?
Yeah, it was a very, very good hit. The last one I had one of the worst hits I had all year just before, so felt pretty disappointed. That the last one was pretty good. I got good waves, I got good score, so I'm pretty happy. Fronton is pretty amazing. Like I guess today is maybe an average day, and we still saw amazing moves, amazing riding today. So it's probably the best stop we have on the tour, and I'm pretty stoked I made the quarters. This thing is going to be amazing the next day, so can't wait.
Well, you know, if you get through this next quarterfinal and Winchester makes his, you'll both be in the semi together.
Well, yeah. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't want to be in that situation, like being against Jeff or Winnie. I mean, I don't want to be against them, really. Like, I don't want to be the one that take away the dream, or I don't want to be in that position. I know that it doesn't feel very good, so. But I will. If I do so, I would just try to serve my best anyway, and see what happens.
Well, we saw you last year. You got crowned world champion here at Fronton, and the ball was in their court last year, and you had to sit on the fence and wait for results.
Yeah. What?
Last year, you had to sit and wait for results to come through for you to win the world title.
Actually, I've been in other situation, like I was still surfing. I never had to wait to see anyone's result, really. Just wait. After everyone got knocked, the contender, I was the only one that was still able to surf hits. So it's better, definitely better being like the hunter than being the one hunted. I mean, it's a very hard position to be, and well, you have to.
You've been in that position that Winnie and Hub are in. A lot of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, I know what they are feeling right now. Jeff's been, for the second year in a row, is in that situation. I mean, he's handling a lot of stress right now, but he's been surfing amazing too. I think he's using that stress like very positively. So, well, I can't wait to see them both ripping in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the world and especially France is waiting to see you in the quarterfinal and hopefully see you take this one out.
Yeah, I'd love to win that comp. It's, like I said, it's my favorite wave in the world, and now that I can win the world title, I just want to put like all my motivation into winning this event.
Well, good luck for the rest of the event. We're going to see you in the quarterfinal either tomorrow or Friday. Back to you boys in the booth.
Congratulations to PLC going straight to the quarterfinals after winning heat number 4, round number 4. So he's going to face off with the winner of what we will see, Ben Player, and he will go against another rider. I don't want to confuse you. Let's just stay in round number 5, currently out in the water, 17 minutes, 52 seconds remaining. Sam Bennett currently leading the charge, but just take a look at the scores. Not the highest scoring waves we've been seeing throughout the entire day. It's because Mother Nature has not delivered those bigger waves in this heat thus far, and we're already at the halfway mark. So the priority system will be a huge factor during these man-on-man heats. But again, it's a matter of luck as well. If those waves don't come, then you're not going to get those points.
Yeah, true. I mean, they got 17 minutes. There's going to be some action coming. We see lots of lines in the lineup, and they just have to hit the reef properly. And we'll see this. Heat just keep unfolding. You know, Diego has yet to get started. He's got a couple twos. I mean, he has not made a wave yet. And looks like he's refocused. He's out there with priority. That'll help. He can just simmer down, just try and catch the best wave he can now and make it. Where Sam's already got two scores in, and he's feeling pretty comfortable at this moment probably because Diego's pretty far away.
Well, we had a question on our IBA Facebook page, and it was questions for Jeff Hubbard, and this is probably one of the better ones we've got. We Bodyboard wants to know, how do you stop your ribs from breaking on the heavy landings? Do you land on your ribs, or what do you do?
Try not to land on your ribs. You land on your stomach and your abdomen. That's the best thing, and you use your arms and your abdomen to brace yourself. If you land on your ribs, you definitely could break them. You know what I mean? You want to land on where your stomach is, and push that out and protect those ribs. They're fragile.
All right, so land on your core, and I think that's why all these guys have like a six-pack. If they're, I mean, you can tell too. If they're big aerial masters, they're going to have a six-pack. If they just like barrel riding, they'll probably have a little bit of cushion from all the beer they're drinking. But yeah, so just the core, that's where it's at.
Very cool.
16 minutes remaining. Sam Bennett currently in the lead, but it's still anybody's ball game. I mean, we got 15 minutes. That's like a whole new heat right there. But Diego Cabrera, this is pretty much his backyard. It's just a matter of if those waves are going to come through.
Totally. He's got a wave back on Tenerife that's pretty similar to this, I've heard. And so he's used to bowling heavy waves. The Canary Islands offers up heaps of them. So he's used to it. He's no stranger to this. He's going to hopefully get out there. He's sitting there with priority, and hopefully a wave will come in. He can show us what he's got.
All right, here we go. Looks like there could be some action. Diego taking a look, but no, it's Sam Bennett. No, but look at that thing. Oh, just looks so clear.
Yeah, look, it's just going to reel upon the inside reef, and is a nice little wave, but not what they're looking for. Though
No.
Diego might have been able to better a 2 on that somehow, but but he knows he needs more than a 2 or 3 at this moment. He needs an 8.2 to get ahead of Sam, but he's probably looking for more 2 good waves, 2 good scores. But he's definitely capable of an 8. So hey, that definitely could happen very soon.
So this is Gran Canaria. We are on the northwest corner, one of the 7 islands. It has a lot of little smaller islands, but 7 major islands to make up the Canary Islands. And this place is absolutely gorgeous. I can only imagine what it's like when it's super flat and how clear the water is. But people aren't here for that. They're here for Fronton at its finest. And we've been seeing a lot of incredible waves, a lot of incredible action throughout the entire event here in the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Look at this. Could be something out the back. Standing by. Look at, you can see them getting ready, getting situated, trying to figure out where the best spot to sit is. It is in red. Diego Cabrera taking a look. Sam Bennett taking a look. Both of them opting not to go, but look at that.
Yep, they decided they wanted a better, bigger barrel than that.
Yeah.
That wave was pretty good, but it wasn't what they were looking for. Diego thinking he can better his moves here. He loves lefts, and let's see if he can hit the section. Oh, he's going to get a big barrel. If he can hold on to this, it's going to be a better score for him. But, man, he just gets caught up, and those lefts are so hard to ride out of when you do a move like that. And,
you seen him slap the water right there.
Yeah, he was bummed. He pushed himself on that. He pulled into the barrel, and he could have just probably come out of the barrel with a 4. If he just comes out of the barrel, he's going to get a 4. But he went for the roll out of the barrel to try and get as much points as he can, and it caught him. It's so heavy out there. That's what can happen. But man, he just hasn't been lucky at all with any of his waves. He hasn't made one. We need to see him make a wave and give us a show here. But Sam's happy with it. Sam's like, please don't make a wave. I like this position I'm in.
Yeah.
This is great.
So Sam's in priority, and as Diego makes his way back out, we'll be back right after this.
Yeah, Alpha Campaign throwing out a nice commercial. Those guys have come to the table. Really great support here of this Fronton contest. They're a big supporter of bodyboarding, and the Alpha Campaign is a wonderful clothing company from Hawaii, but they sell worldwide, and they yeah, they deserve our support. You know, we need to support bodyboarding companies, and they're one of those companies that, you know, are putting their money into the program here, sponsoring big events like this, and it's really nice to see. And who's this?
Oh my!
gosh.
Going for ARS under the lip. That was Diego Cabrera. Did he pull it off? That's what was going down during the ad break. But yes, Diego pulls off a maneuver finally.
Wow, that's going to be his best scoring wave, and it was a great wave.
Yeah.
He'll be happy. It might be the best wave of the heat. We'll wait to see.
Back to Alpha Campaign. I mean, I've been saying it from day number one. Support those companies that support bodyboarding. And if you are walking down the street and if I personally see you wearing one of these surf brands that do not support bodyboarding, I will instantly swap shirts with you, no problem. And I'll probably throw that shirt into the trash.
Yeah,
so
totally.
if you make sure you support those that support bodyboarding. Alpha Campaign is one of those companies, so get on it. Looks like we may have some action out the back. Ducking under that one, Sam Bennett. Will he be in position for the next set coming in right now? Waiting patiently. Look at just the explosion on the inside right there. Ton of water. Earlier today, I was down on the rocks, and I was that last heat. Bent player. Here's Nick Omerod. He's on a good one right now. But Bent player was coming in, and he almost took a wave into the cliff. Not intentionally, but it's just so much water moving down there. Sam Bennett, here we go, up and riding.
Yep, nice stall takeoff, getting shack, spit out, a little granny sneeze, and just cuts out of there. That was definitely not one of his top two waves. But let's see, if Diego's on the back, Diego's now going to have priority, which would be really helpful for Diego because he probably doesn't need much of a score to get into first place now. He's looking good. We've got 10 minutes left. Diego has a 4.75. He needs a 5.59. And this is
oh my,
Sam Bennett's. Yeah, maybe that is Sam's second best wave, 4.63. It's pretty good. The boys watching the beard zone. We got Jacob Romero. He qualified for next year's tour. He's just stoked. He put on a great performance here, dominating guys, and we like to see the happy beard man.
Yes,
Give him coffee, and he's happy.
I actually saw him the other day at Tumismo. He was sitting there, and I was sitting right next to him, and we were quiet, and I look over to him, and he was cool and calm, looking forward. And I'm like, hey, I know you're stoked, man. You're qualified for next year. And he just turned and looked at me like halfway and just winked at me and looked forward again.
Something Kyle Maligro might do back in the day. You know?
Yeah, it was.
That Filipino blood.
Yeah, so Jacob Romero, I'm excited to see him on the tour next year. It's going to be incredible to see him do his thing on the World Tour next year. Grand Slam Series 2013 will be starting off in Hawaii, I believe.
At the Pipeline. So Jacob's going to be surfing at home at Pipeline. He's going to be ready to go do some big ramps and up and riding. Diego Cabrera looking this wave. No, doesn't go. Sam, nope, no takers. Diego's looking for a 5.59, so he is in second place at the moment. 9 minutes remaining. Sam's in the lead with a 10.33. It's not a commanding lead, but he's in the lead, and that's, you'd like to be in the lead going into at this heat.
Yeah. Well, I love that last angle, the wide angle shot where you can see the reef starting to drain out. And look at this, Diego Cabrera taking a look. Yes, drops in, comes around that section. He is frustrated right now.
Wow.
That did not shape up for Diego Cabrera. He has time, 8 minutes. I mean, he can totally put the reset button on and just sit back, relax. There are usually one or two good waves in a set. Sam Bennett not in position for that wave, but again, Diego can pull this off still. This is an elimination round. Second place, unfortunately, will end up in an equal 13th position in the Fronton Pro, and first place will advance on to round number 6.
Yeah, this is cool, Manny. This is really cool. I think this it's an exciting heat, and these guys are playing it kind of conservative. You don't see him catching, you saw Diego trying his best his first 10 minutes and just couldn't. He was going hard. He wasn't being conservative at all. Let me rephrase that, because he was going, ballistic, trying everything, couldn't put it together, just couldn't land a move in these heavy conditions. It's gnarly. Yet, now it's time maybe for him to buckle down and try and get that 5.6, which is,
man.
Still yet, Manny, that's not an easy score. It's not like just going and doing a spin and a roll like on a beach break or something, or just doing an ARS. You've got to get a good wave out here. At Fronton, the judges are critical. There's 10-point rides possibly out there, so they know their scale is really high. So that to get above a 5 isn't an easy ask.
Yeah, but you know what? If you go down knowing that you couldn't get that 5.59 in Diego's case right now, you're not gonna sleep well tonight. A 5.59 is what Diego needs right now to get into that first place position.
It is, and you know, Sam's trying to requalify. This is huge for Sam, and he's putting it all on the line. And look, Diego's paddling around. He's got
He's got priority.
No one going, no takers. Little foamy.
Wow, you can see the inside seconds just those boils coming up in the inside. It's getting shallow out there, people. We saw the little reef head earlier on a wide shot, and it's you cannot let your guard down. You have to always remember it is shallow and it is heavy out there. And we, Elliot Butler has pretty much demonstrated that this reef shows no mercy.
No mercy. I mean, look at Diego's looking at every wave. He's in second priority. He's having a look at everything. Time is crunching down. He just needs a score, and so he's just getting busy. He wants to just try and get something going here, help a situation out. And man, the ocean is not cooperating with this kid at the moment. Yeah, it's tough to see because you know Sam's going to win this heat. Not going to. He's going to go hard as he can to win this heat and qualify. But the waves just aren't cooperating with either of them. You know, Sam's on a 10.3, and that's one of the smallest heat scores we've seen today because of how good the waves are.
And for that reason, I mean, it's explained by the waves aren't really coming in for this heat. Just absolutely just slow down just a little. Actually, a lot. So the riders now have to deal with getting, higher scores than 4s and 5s. A question that is asked to a lot of bodyboarders is how big of a wave have you ridden? I got a question for you, hubby. Look at this big ARS right there for Diego. Was able to whip that around. That's what he wanted right there. You can see him. He's stoked on that.
That was great. That was the best wave he's had this heat, and it was a nice big flip. I'm not... is a great score, a great wave. Is it going to be a 5.5 though, Manny? You know what I mean? Is that a 5.57?
Exactly.
It's like he gets stuck for a second, comes out, claims, he's stoked. He's like, he feels it. What kind of score is going to drop for this heat? There is Diego Cabrera, young, 22 years old, Canary Islands, just a happy guy. He's just a awesome character to be around, real positive and just cool dude.
Yeah, I mean, we almost... we had just a big scare down in Chile earlier this year where he actually hit his head really hard on the reef out at El Gringo. And fortunately for us, he is okay. So that one maneuver wave, not super clean landing. Oh my, comes in at a 5.05. Not enough. Again, looking for a 5.29 is what he's after. And that wave right there was not enough. Even though he was stoked on that wave, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it helps the situation out, so that's the good news, man. He needs less of a score at the moment, so that's his best wave of the heat. If he does that one more time, it might, and gets just a little bit more of a wave, that he might be able to get this score. He's definitely not out of it. It's a close heat, 9.8 to 10.3. Gosh, it's really critical points here.
By the end of the day, are we going to see this reef exposed on the inside here?
Yeah, we're going to start to see it dry out for sure, man. The tide is going down. I'm not sure what exactly low tide is, but I'm sure it's probably at 6:30 tonight. So we're running into 4. We'll be at 4 o'clock, 2 hours before. So I'm not sure if it'll be quite dry yet, but it's not going to be too deep.
All right, hubby. I was going to ask you. Grant Davis actually gave me the idea. Not only he asked, what is the biggest error that you've done this year, but what about in your life? Has that ever been measured?
I don't know. You see, it'd be really nice to have someone measure these things out and up to, really properly measure out how big of an error you can do. I'm not sure. So look at, guys aren't going tough wave there. But yeah, I don't know how big of an error. It's hard to say. We always measure things differently. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. I'd like to have someone else tell me how big it was.
All right, let me ask you this then. What was the biggest error you felt like you've done and where?
Gosh, again, tough question. I know I've done some big ones at Backdoor. I've done some big ones in Mexico, at Chile. Those are all huge ramps. Done some big ones here at Fronton before. So they're all waves that offer huge ramps, and so I know it's, those are probably some great locations. The bigger the wave, the bigger the ramp. That's kind of the way it is, and the farther you free fall. So Pipes had some big ones at Pipe, big ones in Mex.
Well, I'm gonna start a campaign to possibly put together a. You know what? Hold that thought. Here we go. Sam Bennett. Here we go. With priority, drops into this right. One of the first bigger waves so far. And nice clean roll right there. Lands in the pocket. Little cover up. Is he going to come out? Yes, he comes out with a nice extended roll right there. Best wave of the heat, hands down.
Yeah, that was great riding by Sam. He went off the bottom, through the lip, really clean roll, and then just did it again. Oh, Elliot Butler's just bleeding over there, poor guy. Gosh,
is he all right?
He looks in pain, poor man. but look, his friend Sam just killed this wave, and this is what we're looking for all heat.
Nice big roll right there, and lands perfectly in the right section right there, and comes out with another roll right there. Sam Bennett.
Yep. So 6.63, best wave of the heat. Now Diego needs a 7.28. We've seen those happen a lot. Now he's, maybe this will compose him for the last minute. He's got a minute left, just go throw everything he can, throw the kitchen sink at this wave. What happens here? He's paddling hard. I don't know if he's going right or left. You just never know. They're shaping up. Will they give him anything? He doesn't even go. But there's a big lump behind him. He's got to paddle hard. He's paddling hard, man.
Can he get in position?
Yeah, I don't know. He's paddling. He's a local. He's going to have to go. You got a minute left, son. Not going. Was not in position, but it was a great wave. If he
Sam
was in
Bennett
position.
Was stoked he didn't go.
Yeah.
It really wasn't there, though. That wave didn't really form up into...
no, it wasn't. I don't know if it was going to be a 7. We saw what Sam did, and Sam's was a set, and he did 2 rolls, and Diego wasn't going to get down on that wave. And, it's just unfortunate for Diego, local boy. He just, had a tough heat. But congrats to Sam. Sam did what he needed to do. Sam got through that heat, helping his chances to qualify. Again, he needs, I'm not sure how many more heats he has to make to qualify. It might be one more.
Keep your eyes on the screen. It is Diego. 7.28 is what he needs. Can he come out of the barrel? Not clean, but here he is still going. A move at the end, a 7.28. Is that going to be it, ladies and gentlemen? Did Diego Cabrera do it in the last second of that heat? He doesn't know if he did or not. He's covering his face, trying to figure out if that was enough. The barrel was there. It wasn't clean. Let's take another look.
Yeah, look, he bottom turns and he pulls into this barrel. It's not a clean barrel, but he does get barreled, and it opens up. He punches around, and goes right up into this ARS, and really, he lands it clean. He comes around, and it's his best wave of the heat. Is it the best? It's not the best wave of the heat, but it's his best wave of the heat. 5.88, and just,
Oh, my, coming up short. Needed a higher scoring wave than that. Unfortunately, Diego Cabrera's run for a final and a win here at the Fronton Pro has come to an end, and Sam Bennett stood in his way. Winning that heat, Sam Bennett advancing on to round number 6. Diego Cabrera in the red jersey, unfortunately, will end up in an equal 13th place. Jeff Hubbard will be sticking around. Manny V, we will both be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard in the hot seat. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by Alpha Campaign, uriding.com, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Full day of action. has gone down, and we're still not done. Out in the water, it is Nick Omron, who has been on fire. He will be wearing the red jersey, and wearing the green jersey, Mark McCarthy, the South African. Unfortunately, one of these guys will call it an event, and oh my, that is going to be a tough heat. Both of these guys have been riding incredibly. Who do you got your money on?
Hey, they're both staying with me, so I, Mark's been cooking for me, so I got to go with Mark. But gosh, this guy is incredible.
Right off the bat.
Wow, he's not done. He could get a section here. Oh, if he lands his flip, he's a big dude, and for land that was impressive. I'm really proud of Nick for going for it. First wave, he got a sick pit, and he knows he has to go for it. ARS right after the pit. He didn't play it safe. Mark McCarthy, though, he is just a strategic genius.
Yes, I think Nick Omron heard you as he said, oh, yeah, Hub, take this. Nice, clean barrel. Comes out, gets as much tube time as possible by dragging his legs. It comes out to this section where he pulls off a clean ARS. He had to throw down his legs a little early to bring it around, but still a clean move.
He's 6'6". His legs are going to go down no matter what happens. It's not possible for him to keep him up there because he's so big. So I mean, that move he did was so hard for him. But look at this barrel is not hard for him. He surfed Shark Island and heavy waves in Australia all the time. Spit out deep hit. This is interesting how they score this wave. It's going to be a great way to start a heat for Nick. He's going to have a good backup score, or and now he can just concentrate on getting some bombs. But Mark McCarthy is just known for just how smart he surfs heats and what he can do, and he's been really impressing me out here. And look at this set coming. Watch your booty go for it. He's going to get a big...
he pulls back on this. I think he probably saw something we didn't.
Oh, yeah, reef.
So I'm posting something on the IBA Facebook page right now, IBA World Tour. Where you at and who you going for in this heat? Let me know where you're tuning in from and who are you going for. Is it Nick Omron or Mark McCarthy, the South African versus the Australian? Actually, Nick Omron, the Australian, versus the South African, Mark McCarthy. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have begun the 30-minute heat. This is an elimination round, round number 5. 7.0 for that solid wave of Nick Omron to start his campaign.
Great way to start a heat. And so that's, puts Mark in a pressure situation, but he's used to it, man. He surfs great all the time. He knows it, and that's in this. Also, this score is going to help Nick out. It's going to calm him down. It's going to give him some breathing room, what he needs to do. He knows he's going to try and do as good as he can here. He wants to try and make sure those guys don't get in his opponent Sam doesn't get in the quarter, so he might be able to meet him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's possible, but probably not actually. So he's just going to do his own thing and try and win this heat. He's got no pressure on him, so he's getting in a no pressure situation at the moment. He's sitting almost requalified, and Mark McCarthy, look at this gem of a wave. He is on fire.
Oh, nice turnaround right there.
Nice big ARS.
Goes for the roll instead, and look where he landed. Not where you want to be. Will not pull off that big roll. Very interesting, but look at this. Out the back, scooping into this barrel. If he comes out, I'll rub your feet for 2 weeks.
Yeah, man, I thought he was coming out, but he just got sucked back. And, luckily, Mark didn't make his huge roll. Nick didn't make that big barrel, so we're back. They're going to have to paddle battle to get back out. We'll see who wins this paddle battle. Nick's going to have to really put his 6'2" frame or 10-foot frame into effect and paddle hard. We know Mark is going to start just motoring. Look at Mark. He takes off, scoops up, just eyeing the ramp, which is a great idea. And he goes a huge roll, lands, and then just gets smoked. So I don't know if the judges are going to call it a make because he didn't have much rail control as he landed. It was a great move. And look, Mark
look at this on the inside.
Mark snuck right past him. Mark
he had to duck under that. We'll slow him down. But
what? Who's going to make this? It's a tough call. Mark just motors past Nick.
Wow.
So Nick just got caught pants down. Not very
unbelievable.
Not very professional of him to let his guard down. But Mark McCarthy knows exactly what is at stake here. He's hungry. He's fierce. He's just a demon. And look at him go, paddling his heart out.
I even got caught. I didn't know Mark was going to come on the inside of Nick Omron and actually just surprised him, say, hey, I'm right here, and made it to the outside first. Now, Mark McCarthy has priority, but first let's take a look at this.
Yeah, Nick scooping hard. He gets caught right there. It looks like he's coming out right there. He gets to that point, but I don't know if that board had blown him into it, and it was going to be a tough wave to make. So they're both Mark got a 3.13 for that wave, so it is counted as a make, which isn't, it's not a bad heat score to have. Mark McCarthy, Richards Bay, South Africa, ranked 5th in the world coming into Fronton. He's hungry as hell. He's been cooking us some great meals, and just he's the chef at our place, and it's pretty cool. But Nick Omrod, no pressure at all here, just cruising out there. And look at another wave. Look at Mark's wave. Look at this ramp. It's just a huge ramp, and he plays it safe with a roll, skies, and just gets smashed. Wow. Critical
That
move.
was kind of the angle that the judges see right there, straight on, and it looked like he may have landed, but it's going to be interesting as the points start coming down from Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, that was his first wave. He got a 3, so they don't count it as quite a complete make, but kind of a make, but not as much as he would have if he rode out of it to the beach and did some spins and rolls onto the rocks.
Oh man,
just kidding. That's not what they're looking for, folks. They want those big. They want Mark to land that, and they're going to really reward him for a big move like that. They know how good he can surf, and so they're just watching and waiting to see what's going to happen here. So now second priority. You know what? Second priority isn't a bad thing to have. It offers Nick a little bit more freedom to choose his wave. He's not going to be waiting for the sets, whereas Mark has to wait. Mark's going to be in a waiting situation here, which isn't bad. It's either one. You can look at the positives and negatives on either situation that they're in, considering what the conditions are like.
So Mark McCarthy now sitting, waiting patiently. He's only got one wave under his belt. Nick Omrod, he is looking really good with that 7-point ride. Again, 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, 15-wave maximum. One rider will advance on Nick. Taking a look, going for it. Here we go.
Second position. Nothing to lose here. We'll see what Nick can do. Oh, big backflip. Not going to hold on to that. It was nice to see him go for it. He wasn't going to get much of a score anyhow, and Mark kind of baited him into it. But he didn't lose priority. There's nothing ventured, nothing gained. And it's good to see this from Nick, just kind of going for it and doing a nice backflip. Just, those big legs just got caught as he went around. But look at this ramp from Mark McCarthy. Oh, no. He thought he was going to paddle into that little peak. But we shall see. So Mark's in second, needs only a 5.88, so it's really obtainable here. But we did see the last heat, it kind of go flat for a little while, and Diego had a lot of trouble catching these waves. But you know what? Looking at it now, the way this reef is, it's going lower tide. I'm not sure who's going to benefit. Mark's going to be uber competitive. He knows how to surf a heat better almost than anyone on tour in his head. But can the waves come in for him? I'm sure they will. And with Nick with a 7.0, Mark's going to be really waiting for those really big bombing peaks. And I don't see Nick on the lineup yet. Maybe he must have got really based. There he is. He's paddling back out, just cruising, using that long, lanky frame to get out, wait for the big west peaks.
Well, we are winding down the 2012 Grand Slam Series here with the NMD versus Fronton Pro. The Drop Knee World Tour has ended, and the very own South African Sasha Specker is your 2012 Drop Knee World Champion, as well as the Women's World Champion, Isabella Sosa, winning the Women's 2012 World Champion. She is 2-time World Champion, Isabella winning in 2012 and 2010. So congratulations to Isabella and Sasha, World Champions. Now we are waiting for the Men's World Champion to be crowned here at this event. It is Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester. Hubby, guys, any pressure?
No, I mean, just got to go and surf your heat, and just do as good as you can do. And it's luckily we've had some waves. My last couple of heats had some great waves, and Fronton's offering up looks to be an awesome finish on tomorrow or Friday. Friday looks to be really good, but we're going to wait and see. There might be a call tomorrow. If it's pumping, hey, we're going to be running the final day, and I'm really excited to be a part of it and see what happens. It's going to be fun.
If you're just tuning in, again, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Out in the water is the second heat of round number 5 and elimination round. Look at these two guys getting in position for the set that seems to be coming in.
Big set's coming. Mark
Yes.
McCarthy going.
Oh.
No, he didn't go. I'm not sure if that loss of priority, it's a great wave. Mark would have been a little deep, and it may not have been the perfect wave for him, but you could have get some scores. We'll see if priority changed. Guess it didn't. So Mark's on this next one. Great choice by Mark. Nice barrel. Probably going to do an ARS out. He knows he needs a big score.
Nice. Hands come unglued right there, but is able to maintain. So nice solid wave right there for Mark McCarthy. Looking for his second wave.
Yeah, so that's going to rocket Mark into first place. He needs a 5.88. That wave's going to definitely be better than that. It might even be better than Nick's first wave. That was a nice big extended roll. Mark got a nice barrel. He definitely was playing it safe. He's definitely not going guns blazing here. He knows his opponent, and so maybe he's surfing. He's really surfing conservative to me, but we know how good Mark is, and so.
Here's another look at what just went down Mark's second wave. Nice spinning barrel right behind him, and then goes for a nice projected roll right there. You can see him landing pretty hard and losing the grip on his nose, but is able to maintain and rides that out. Very good wave right there for Mark McCarthy. Still waiting for the scores to drop. Can't thank you enough, viewers from around the world. Here's another angle of Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, we got a battle on our hands. So look, he gets a little barrel, and he just goes for this big Rolo, and legs flying. Mark holds on beautifully. It's a really smart from the hold on and rides out of it really clean. So the judges love that. And so Mark knows he's in a good. Mark, goes 6.45 straight to the lead. Nick Armrod now needs a 2.58. Not much to get in the first place, but so we got a nice battle on our hands. It's going to be really cool to see what happens here in the next couple of minutes.
Hubby guys, we have the winner of the last heat with Alex Leon. Alex, where you at?
Thanks, Manny. Down here with Sam Bennett. A tough one over local boy, Diego Cabrera.
Yeah. Just did what I had to. I just relaxed. I just made sure I was pretty relaxed and let the waves kind of come to me instead of trying to panic in those conditions, because there's not so many waves.
Yeah, and the tide's a bit like getting lower and the wind and stuff too. How are the conditions? A bit hard out there?
Yeah, but like I said, if you just sit and wait for that one to come to you, then you'll get one and you'll get a good barrel.
Yeah, coming into this event, like you've got a bit of pressure on you, being on the bubble there, on the cusp of qualification. You're 16th at the moment.
Yeah.
Now this result's hopefully going to help you and keep you on the tour for next year.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I was sitting 16th, and I to better my my worst, I think it was a 13th. I need a 9th, and it seems as though I just got a 9th. So I'm pretty confident I might push me up a position or increase my points so that I'm harder to reach.
Yeah, there's a lot laying on it, especially Ryan still in the event as well. He's below you. He needs a very good result to try and push in front of you. But with Etta not being here, it looks like you're probably going to jump above him.
Yeah, that'd be very nice if that happens. But Hardy's still a bit of a threat,
Yeah.
But he does need a good result, and if he gets it, then he gets it,
Well, you're pretty confident, pretty relaxed, got your composure. Big shout out to the Port boys.
Yeah, shout out to everyone that supports me, Port boys.
Lighthouse Beach or?
Mum, no Lighthouse, no thanks.
Are they supporting you, reckon, or just breakwall?
Nah, there's a couple of boys from Lighthouse watching, for sure. Nah, yeah. Hey, Mum. Hey, Joel, if you're watching. Hey, to my girlfriend Jenna. Hey, babe. And I don't know, stoked.
Yeah, well, one happy Sam Bennett there. He's pretty stoked. We'll see him coming up tomorrow or Friday for the last day of the event. He's moved into round 6, sorry. So back to you boys in the booth. Sam Bennett.
The microphone on Alex Leon's chin looks like a big old goatee. But congratulations to Sam Bennett, who will advance on into round number 6 and go head-to-head with the local legend, Yare Martinez. That will go down on our live webcast, so stay tuned for that. That, I believe, will be the last day of competitions. We have 6 hours of competition on our next live feed, so make sure you tune in. We're going to see a world title winner, and we're also going to see a winner here at Fronton, so don't miss any of the action.
Poor Manny's sick here. He's just coughing up a lung, and he's working hard in these tough scenarios. But Nick Armrod is still in second place. You guys didn't miss much action. Mark McCarthy is holding in first place. We got 13 minutes remaining in this heat, and both guys are sitting on two great scores. But they're also throwing away a good score each. So I mean, a bad score. So the tables, everything could shift with the next wave exchange, depending if we get some more sets coming in, which I think they're coming in at the moment. We'll see who's got priority. We'll see who goes. We'll see what happens. I know. Just hold on to your little internet.
Screen.
Folks. Yeah, we'll see Nick Omrod going for it.
Oh, look at that thing.
You know, he just doesn't quite. He's going to get a better score. No, see, he doesn't even better at 2. It's just a tough heat to have when your wave just doesn't cooperate with you.
Thanks again to all the viewers tuning in from all over the world. I mean, we got people from the UK tune in, Sam, Juan Carlo in Portugal. We got Sean, and look at this out the back.
This
Mark.
is the wave.
Oh,
wow, big
nice
pit. He's not done. Look at him go. This is what Mark McCarthy's known for.
Oh, and another one.
Yeah,
and he comes
there he goes. He's happy. He just knows he solidified that heat. He's going to be in a huge lead. And he's really relaxed right now. He's just finally finding his rhythm. Got a great deep barrel, 2 deep barrels. Look, that's what's great. Look, scoops in, gets a nice cover up right here, and it barrels again. And look, he comes out with a lot of speed, and then boom into the second section, and he's eyeing it up, guns it. He has to gun it. Nice barrel. I'll roll out too. Boom. Mark McCarthy going to be sitting in a great situation going forward. Best wave of the heat by far. Probably going to fall in the eight categories, I'd assume, and we'll see what Nick Omerod's going to have to do to get into the second place. It's going to be a big ask for Nick. He's going to have to wait for a bomb now.
That was perfect riding skills right there. What was that?
8.0, it looks like 8?
Yes, 8.0, I believe, for Mark McCarthy on that last wave.
Yep.
I mean, it was perfect riding technique from Mark McCarthy on that wave. I mean, double barrel ride, and he knew the end was coming on that inside barrel and punched a roll through the lip on that. So solid 8-point ride for Mark McCarthy. He's just pulled away from Nick Omrod. Nick now will be needing how much?
7.46. So Nick needs a big score. He's got to do better than his first wave, which is a barrel to air us at the end. And we know Nick's capable. He's such a great surfer in big, heavy waves, and he just needs to just sit out there and wait for a bomb, and hopefully he gets deep and gets spit out, and we'll see what kind of score he can get. But
go ahead.
Yeah, he just needs to just compose himself and know he shouldn't take off on bad waves, which is what he was doing earlier. He just got caught there, and Mark McCarthy, the competitive guru, got a nice one.
Nice. If he makes this heat, he will, I'm sure, cook up a nice dinner tonight. Mark McCarthy, actually roommates in with Nick Omrod and Jeff Hubbard, so it's going to be kind of weird in that house tonight.
Yeah, and Jacob Romero, he's in the room too. So I mean, we're staying in a nice house in Sardinia. So all the boys got their own little space, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here tonight. I guess those boys are probably going to drink some beers. Two guys will be drinking beers. The rest of us will be getting ready for the next day of competition.
Nice. Sasha Specker getting warmed up, getting ready. He's coming up next, I believe, in heat number 3 against Johan Florentine. Again, an elimination round. One of these riders will go home, call it an event here at the Fronton Pro, and will come in an equal 13th place. Look at this, some paddling going in out the back. Mark McCarthy looking back. Oh, pulls back just in time before getting sucked over the falls. Look at that. Why did he not go on that one?
It just ran too fast, man. It was a great call by both Mark and Nick. They knew it was going to be a good wave, so they both pulled back. And it Nick's got to wait for a perfect wave if he wants to win this heat, and we'll see what happens out there. I think Mark's got a commanding lead at the moment, and he's in a solid position here. He's got 14.45. It's a huge heat total. And Nick Omrod's sitting on 9 points. He needs a 7.46 to advance, and it's a big ask, but he's a big man and he's got big talent. We know Nick can do it. I really like his style of riding in heavy surf, and he's gets great long pits, and he's used to these right-handers coming up in Queensland, long right-hand point breaks. So we'll see if he can use his home skills to get out of this situation.
And Nick does have priority in this situation right now.
Yeah, it looks like Nick has priority, which is what he needs if he's going to catch the best wave of the heat and try and beat Mark. But there's some bombs coming. We'll see where Nick
here we
positions
go.
himself. We'll see what the waves do and see what happens. I mean, gosh,
Oh.
as we say in the commentary booth, anything can happen.
Anything could happen, and here we go.
And he gives it away.
Mark McCarthy has to give it away to the one who has priority. Nick Omrod slides under the lip right there. A roll is probably the only thing he'll get out of that nice little carve, but that is probably won't be enough for Nick Omrod to get back into that first place position.
It's a great wave, and Mark McCarthy, there he goes. That's probably not going to be in Mark's top waves either. We'll see if Nick actually paddles past Mark now for priority. It's going to be a battle. This is going to be.
Can we get the wide shot of these two guys paddling out? There it is. Look at these two guys. And going for the inside section right there.
Yep.
It is Nick Omrod. He's going to lay it on right now. Mark McCarthy, Nick Omrod getting back out there. Who will have priority? Oh.
Wow. So Nick, under the lip, pulls in. He gets barreled and does a big roll. It's going to be definitely his best second scoring wave. And I just don't think it's going to be the 7.46 he needs. But hey, it'll get closer to Mark, but it's not really going to help at the moment to get him into first. And
so it looks like
Mark got priority. Mark paddled a little harder, got priority, and we'll see if Nick can. 7 minutes remaining. If Nick can better his situation here. That last wave was good. I just don't think he got deep enough in the barrel to get the score. Yeah, 5.25 for Nick Omrod, not enough. So he needs a 7.46. He knows it. The waves or conditions are cleaning up. The sun's coming out. It's a beautiful afternoon in the Gran Canaria. I think it's just going to get. I think these next couple of heats are going to start to pulse, Manny. Tide's dropping. It's going to start to get a little heavy. And with 7 minutes left, we'll see who can take this heat. I know Mark is confident in his ability, and Nick. Hopefully, Nick isn't too down on himself at the moment. But we'll see what he can do.
There's your current situation out in the water. Round number 5, heat number 2. 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes remaining. Mark McCarthy's 8-point ride compared to Nick Omrod's 7-point ride is pretty much edging over now. So Nick, he's totally capable of it.
Oh yeah, we know he's capable of it. We know how great he is. We're just not sure if the wave's going to come in for him.
So again, shout out to everybody who's tuning in. Juan Carlo in Portugal. Sean is in Two Rocks. Grant Davis, thank you for tuning in. Gold Coast. Mitchell in Perth. Taz in the UK. What up, dog? Dan Bird, this guy has been here since the beginning of the broadcast. So Dan, you're a wild man. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll get to more of these names as the day progresses. And we are coming down to the wire here in today's live broadcast. Round number 5. We have heat number 2 out in the water. We have heat 3 and 4 to finish off today's competition, and it's going to be interesting to see how the conditions change from now to the end of the day. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Mark McCarthy leading this heat, round number 5, heat 26. Oh, a little bit of frustration right now. Nick probably heard the scores over the loudspeaker, and he just slaps the water in frustration.
Yeah, and there's no waves coming either. That doesn't help his composure. So this is going to be the next heat, round 3. Sasha Specker versus Johan Florentine is going to be the last heat of the day. So I guess we're gonna call it quits after this. So we can wait and see what happens for the last 2 guys. Mark McCarthy's in a great commanding lead with 5 minutes remaining, and I'm not sure how many waves are coming in, but Nick needs a big score.
All right, yes, we just got word the tide is dropping super fast, and it's getting a little bit too dangerous out there as far as the big swells unloading onto the shallow reef. So, yes, to reiterate what Jeff Hubbard said, the next heat, Sasha Specker and Johan Florentine will be the last heat of the day. So come back tomorrow. The next call, 8:30 a.m. local time, is when we will let you know if we're going to run. But most likely, you know what? We can't confirm anything. Just come back 8:30, and we'll either be on Facebook, Twitter, and we will let you know if we're going to run or not. But for sure, come back 8:30 tomorrow morning local time.
Definitely check us out here, ibaworldtour.com. We'll be streaming it, the check-in for sure, and you can find out if your favorite rider's riding in pumping waves or if they're going to have a nice rest day and go practice out of Fronton.
Woo, 4 minutes remaining. Can Nick Omrod find that 7.46 in these last few minutes? We will find out. Yagan in Western Australia tuned in. Chris from Perth. A lot of people in Perth. What time is it there?
Ooh, Perth. Great. What? I have no idea. It's probably kind of late. Probably like 10 in the evening. I'd say something like that. 11 in the evening. I guess maybe 12 hours difference from here. So maybe what time is it here? I don't know.
I know we don't even know the time.
I don't even know.
Alex in NYC. Manu is tuned in. Pedro from Portugal as well. Felipe is tuned in as well. Look at this.
Nick Omrod, what is he going to do? Deep hit. I don't know if he can come out of that. He comes out.
Oh, nice.
But is that going to be a 7.46? Smaller wave, deep barrel, no move at the end. It's probably not going to be 7. It'll be his second highest score. He'll probably get a 6 for that. But in the long term, that doesn't help us, or doesn't help him. But nice commitment there. Deep barrel, first section, second section, drives right through it and comes out really clean. Judges like that. Surprise, peekaboo.
He almost got clipped on the way out of that one, but it is a completed in and out barrel ride for Nick Omrod. Now waiting patiently with priority, Mark McCarthy. We're still waiting for that score from Nick to drop. Look at Mark. Perfect situation. Will he go on this one? No, he's going to wait for another wave. He does have priority. As you can see, it's starting to get the very low tide here at El Fronton. And how deep does it get on the inside section, right where the wave breaks there?
That's a great question, Manny. It's going to be deep. I mean, shallow for sure. And it gets shallow and shallower as you go in on this shelf. The shelf, it's a natural progression of deep out in the channel. The farther out where Mark McCarthy is, the deeper it is. And as it comes up towards the rocky cliff, it gets shallower. Mark McCarthy just relaxing out there, cruising. He's in a comfortable position. 2 minutes left. You know, he's looking the goods here in this next heat. Nick's paddling out, and he's pretty far away. His last wave, 5.8, didn't help out his situation at all. And I'm not sure if there's some sets coming for Nick to get one more wave, but Mark's stoked.
Mark McCarthy is sitting very comfortable right now with priority in his hands and with the lead here in the second heat of round number 5. If you just joined in, we just want to fill you in that the next heat, Sasha Specker and Johan Florentine, these two guys have been on fire throughout the entire event. Their heat will be the last heat of the day of round number 5. It's just getting too out of control on the low tide. I believe that's why it has been called.
Yeah, probably, and maybe in the lack of waves. You know, the last 2 heats have been pretty uneventful.
You're right.
And so maybe the judges and the directors are noticing a lack of performance leading into this man-on-man heat, because before this we just saw guys just going at it and just amazing surfing being done. And the last 2 heats have been pretty lackluster. You know, not taking anything away from Mark. He surfed great, and that's why he's winning this heat. But it's been a little slow. Nick hasn't been able to get too much besides his first good wave, and I think the judges and the spectators want to see more.
And I totally agree with that. I mean, you have the best riders in the world at one of the best bodyboarding waves in the world. Look at that frustration from Nick Omrod. I would not want to be in the same house as him tonight.
Oh, he's just going to party. He's going to go get some beers. He'll be a happy camper in about 2 minutes. He did what he had to do, and good on him.
Yeah, you know what? These guys are frustrated right now because they're getting knocked out of the contest, which some of them train really hard to do. And in situations like Nick, he had an opportunity to actually qualify for the next year's event, but now it doesn't look like that's going to be a possibility.
No, he's still on the cusp. You know, we haven't seen Ryan surf, and we haven't seen
Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, you know, we haven't seen. And Sam Bennett still has to make another heat, I believe. I don't know really the exact points, but Sam's doing great. He has to beat Uri Martinez, and if he does that, he's going to be on tour next year for sure, 100,000%. Ryan Hardy has to make 2 heats, I believe, win 2 more heats for him to be ahead and win this contest. I mean, and win this and be qualified, safely qualified. So it's a battle for the requalification, and Nick Omrod is sitting outside the bubble on the QS, and that's why these results are so important to him, because if both Ryan and Sam push Eder Luciano out of the top 16 of the GSS, then in fact Nick Omrod will not have a spot on next year's tour. Oh, we got a jet ski out there. Wow, it took all day, but we got one.
Well, hopefully he sits out further away. But we were going to go to a commercial, but it looks like Sasha Specker in the red jersey sees something out there. And, yes, he's going to turn around and get something under his belt right now, drawing first blood. Sasha Specker, the South African, comes off the bottom, forces a roll right there. And you can see the texture and the wind on the water on the wave is not forming up the waves as perfect as they were this morning. But Sasha Specker gets that first wave, and you can tell, and I was just going to say that, get the jet ski out of the area. I mean, he does cause a little bit of wakes.
For sure.
And I totally agree. I think we should get the jet skier just a little further away out of the contest area. So as Sasha adjusts, gets his fin back on, Johan waiting. We'll be back right after this.
Yeah, Alpha Campaign, yep. Great sponsor here. We're really proud to have them sponsoring this contest here at El Fronton. They're been great supporting this, supporting the industry. And look at them go. They're going to be a big brand coming up in the future for bodyboarding, and it's pretty rad brand here.
And I'll touch more on that after we show you this right here. Out in the water, one person will advance on, one will call it the end of the Fronton event. For them, it is Sasha Specker in red going against in green Johan Florentin from Reunion Island. So we got the South African and Reunion Island riders going head-to-head out here in the third and final heat for the live webcast today. So you guys stay tuned. This is going to finish up in about 27 minutes remaining in this heat. Sasha so far, one wave under his belt, 4.0 ride on that roll under the lip for Sasha.
Yeah, so that's cool. Sasha's stoked, and the next he's got a 4.0, and that's something to start with. He's going to build from there. And we got Johan Florentin from Reunion Island, just an amazing surfer. He's going to be surfing against South African Sasha Specker, and we'll see what these guys can do.
All right, so once again, we're getting the word again to confirm. This is the last heat of the day. Tomorrow morning, 8:30, next call. Make sure you tune in on our live feed. And if you have any issues, again, it seemed like if you head over to the youtube.com/IBA World Tour channel, there you'll have a clear stream of what we got here going on. Our servers on our website just got totally annihilated with all the amount of viewers trying to log in through our IBAWorldTour.com
Yeah, you want me to do? Yeah,
website.
sure.
And I guess the jet skiers aren't part of our competition, as you can see, telling them to get out of the zone. It does cause a little extra wake right there. Johan Florentin on his first wave of the heat. Oh, my. Oh, does he get hung up? Oh, he cannot pull it off. Big ARS maneuver from Johan Florentin.
Doctor.
Oh, doctor.
Looks like he has patches all over his face, man. He's just been ripping that hard, just hitting the reef with his face and with his neck. I mean, he's just crazy, man. This kid's just all over. I've seen his podcast from Reunion Island, and he was going Richter. I really like seeing Johan surf. He's really enjoyable. And that was a huge flip, and I thought maybe he was going to land it, but just didn't quite do it.
Sasha Specker waiting patiently in the red jersey as we're coming down to the wire. It is getting crazy out in the cliff right here. Everybody's yelling and screaming, trying to see one last big maneuver from each of these riders. 25 minutes remaining. Sasha Specker in red, Johan Florentin in green. Again, 15 wave maximum. Top two waves will be scored. Only one rider will advance on. Sasha Specker in red.
Respects, man, from South Africa, deep hit. He rides these like a champ. He wants more, and he's going to get more. Big roll, clean landing, punches through. Look at him extend himself. Dry reef everywhere. He just escapes with his life, and that was a great textbook contest serving by Sasha Specker. Just pulls in deep, spits out, waits patiently, gets a nice roll. So he's going to be really happy with that score. It's going to be really good. Johan Florentine checking the situation out, seeing what's going on, where he's out on the reef, and what he's going to have to do. Replay of Respects, Manny.
All right, Specs slides under the lip right here. Finds the perfect spot to sit in the barrel, maintains his rail inside of the barrel, keeps his eye on the exit, and then comes out with a roll in one of the most critical parts of the wave right there. And you can see him just pulling it off, getting his knees up and out of the water because it is shallow right there. Sasha Specker comes to us from South Africa. He is your current 2012 World Drop Knee Champion, and guess what? This has been a phenomenal year. He also has qualified on the 2013 Grand Slam Series. So, Sasha Specker, happy camper.
Very happy here, and especially with posting that last wave of a 7.5, Manny. That's going to really make us that little South African smile. We're really stoked for that, and boy, Johan Florentine needs a 9.6 to be first. He's only got one wave. It's a 1.9. He's got 23 minutes left to get his heat started, and we'll see where he can go.
All right, hubby guys, we do have the winner of the last heat with Alex Leone. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here with Mark Meerkat McCarthy. Mark, well done, mate. Taking on-rod down. Moving on into the next round. How's it feel?
Yeah, I was just intimidating heats, and he nicks me 7 good all comp, and just a machine out there in those draining routes. Just lucky enough to pick up that one wave that made it for me.
Yeah, just talk us through that one that got you through.
Yeah, just Nick had priority, and he decided to go on the first wave of the sets, and I don't think it drained as much as that second one came up. You know, when I saw it, it looked like a good wave, and there was just enough water to run on the reef so I can get barreled and get blown out and get barreled again and exit out with the roll. So just luck just played on my side that time.
Yeah, well, your road to the final now is you take on Uri from Brazil, Uri Valadares, into the next round, and if you become the victor in that one, you'll then take on Jeff Hubbard and either crush his dream or make his dream.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. Just take every heat as it comes. Uri's first, and what happens after that happens. Looking forward to competing that final day.
Yeah, well, in my eyes, you're one of the most outstanding surfers of this event. You're overdue for a win. This could be your one.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry right now for a win. It's been a while to see how it goes on that final day.
The meerkat needs a feed.
Starving.
Shout out to anyone with the boys back home.
Yeah, everyone's at home watching. Lots of love to my family, my friends, and all the guys at Emerald that are still watching. Cheers.
That's Mark McCarthy. He's moved on to the next round, taking on Uri Valadares from Brazil. Mark McCarthy. Back to you boys in the
Welcome
booth.
back, everybody. What were you going to say?
I was like, welcome back.
This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Jeff Hubbard and myself, Manny V, giving you the live feed. This is going to be the last heat of the day. Sasha Specker currently in that first place spot. Johan Florentine Johan Florentine in that second place position. He needs a score of an 8.05 to get into that first place spot. One of these riders will not advance on. The other will go into round number 6 and face off with Elliot Morales. So Elliot Morales is watching this heat, trying to figure out who he will go head-to-head with tomorrow or the next day. So 8:30 will be the next call tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune in, or make sure you get on our Twitter feed or Facebook page, because that's where we're going to let you know if we are going to go live or not. So that's it. One more heat.
One more heat, man.
Out in the water.
Sets coming. Specs is in second priority here. Look at him looking around. Oh, he might be in first priority, actually, because Johan did get a 3.0, 3.45 for a little ARS on a left-hander. But I see some lines coming out from my little corner room. These guys are going to have to scratch out if they want to get to him. But, I mean, it is west, and it is treacherous. Big caves over on those west-handers. Wow, barrels, and just kind of hectic. That was a fast one. It may look really appealing on the screen, and you're wondering maybe why no one was on that. It's because the thing was wrapping straight into shore, and so it's a really fast wave. It covers that last section is dry, and it's covering about 10 feet in 1 second. Oh, set out the back. What's going to happen here? Sasha's paddling hard. Johan's paddling hard. He's in a split peak scenario. We know Johan likes his lefts, Manny.
This is probably the biggest wave of the day. Look at that thing.
It's pulsing. It's low. Tide's dropping. Waves are starting to just drain off, and they're gonna. We had a little bit of a lull during those last couple heats, but it's back.
Is Sasha actually going to go for this? Yes, he is. Turns around, takes a peek on this right. One of the bigger waves of the heat so far. Pulls in under the barrel. Gets out of there just in time.
Oh, he's not out.
Oh, no. He's getting
He's
into
a madman.
Oh.
Wow.
It's just super shallow right there, and he's pulled it off. Oh, my. I get nervous when you guys get into the inside section.
Wow, that was cool,
shallow.
man. He took off on the set, got barreled, spit out. Wasn't the cleanest barrel, but he got barreled, and then he stayed in the face long enough to get a nice big roll. And look at this angle. Great camera work from our boys on the rocks.
And girls.
And girls. The females pulling it off. Look at this. Respect stalling. Gets barreled.
Oh, right
Luckily
there. He almost got clipped and just axed by the guillotine, the lip of the wave, but he's able to maintain and come into the section, going for a roll. And you can see him look right now to the reef to see where he's at. And a score is going to drop for Sasha Specker.
Yeah, it's going to be it should be better than a 4.0, which is his lowest scoring wave. So that'll help his situation out immensely.
Different angle.
Different angle of respects on this big set. He definitely gets barreled, so that's a good thing. He comes out, avoids his whitewater. He gets caught up for a second, so that's what's going to deter this from being an excellent score. But that roller was big, so there's two ways. He's got two major points on this wave, and so it's got a 5.33, so that helps the situation out. Johan needs a 9.38 now. He's out there relaxed. He's got 17, 18 minutes, and Johan's a pretty relaxed surfer. He knows. He kind of just chills, waits for the waves, and when he gets the right one, he goes crazy on it. It's really fun to see.
This reef is very peculiar because it looks like there's actually a couple takeoff zones. Is there just one place you guys sit on, or is there something you guys have a little something on the cliff that you guys try to line up with, or do you guys just feel it and try to figure out where it is when the wave comes in?
Well, the waves, it's a circular platform, so the wave comes in in certain angles, different angles at all times. So you kind of have to read the wave as it comes in and paddle accordingly. You kind of know where you want to sit depending on what way you prefer to go. And these last couple days have been predominantly right because it's so west and it's longer right, longer waves. So you can sit really far over actually if you want and still catch a good wave, as we've seen some people do.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also sit farther to the other side and catch some deep bowls and get some good ramps. See these guys paddling. Johan Florentine loves these left-handers. Look at him go.
Lefts.
Don't expect a big backflip or air reverse from this character. So shallow, Manny.
That is probably that's more shallow than it is on the rights. But if you catch the rights all the way to the inside, then yes, you're going to deal with just inches of water. But the left is pretty sketchy. It's I hold my breath every time these guys take off and end up on the inside section. Look at on the bottom of your screen. You can just see it just sucking up off the reef right here. Keep an eye on this whitewash as it comes into the inside. Look at the bottom right of your monitor, and you can just see it starting to suck right there. It's crazy, and that's where these guys are landing their maneuvers.
Mm-hmm. It's so west, you're actually landing your maneuver right there. Where we were at high tide, that was where everyone was boosting those last flips and last little punchy moves that we're helping out our scores. But I see lines, and this is an exciting part of this heat. It's a good time. Guys are 15 minutes left. Both of these guys still are not safe and not out of the woods, so they're both going to be pushing each other to go for it. And we'll see what happens here as the waves start to unload on this reef. It's radical. Look what's happening.
Look at this. Johan Florentine going right, slides under the pocket. Nice clean barrel right there. Not a long barrel. Spins it in a nice little area. Gets under the pocket. Oh, you can see him just bailing inside of the barrel, knowing that he's not going to come out. Sasha out the back.
Sasha on a wedger.
Ooh.
What's he going to do? Wow, that was like Shark Island, man.
Man.
Look, he knew where Johan was. He cut out, see if he can paddle battle to get priority.
Here we go.
Here they go. These guys are fit. They want it.
Sasha's been out there pretty much all day, though, as shooting water photos and competing. So let's see if he has enough juice in him to keep him going 100% to paddle back out. Great angle. Do not take this shot away. Who is going to get out there first?
Inside position. Sasha has to let go. He knows Johan's got the juice, and Sasha, with sitting out in the water for 3 hours, just knew he didn't have it in him. And fair enough. We're fine with that, and it was a good exchange.
Little quick look back from Johan Florentine as he will get the priority out there. And Jeff Hubbard, Sasha Specker will have second priority. Here's another look at Johan's last wave.
Yeah, he scoops in, get a barrel, and he drives. He sees it. He spins, which is nice, and then he drives in this barrel again, pumping, and then he dives off head first into the rocks. Like, why would you do that? It's just so dangerous. It may be okay in reunion, but man, it's really dangerous over here, Johan. I know you have bandages on your face and you're a madman, but please, Sasha's last wave. Look, he gets barreled, then comes up. The wedge is behind him.
Look at that.
It's going dry. He pulls in again, a tiny cover up, and it was like, whoa. Tries to cut out.
I love your sound effects.
I got good sound effects. You're trying to make this fun entertainment. This is our last heat of the day. We got 13 minutes left. Manny and I, we've been here for 9, 10, 12 hours at the beach. we're putting in the time, and it's been fun. We've seen a lot of good waves, and look at this. He's riding the rapids airdrop. Oh my
Look
goodness.
at all the little just ledges that are forming on this
How's
side.
his facial expression?
Sasha just trying to maintain right there. And the reason why all these ledges are coming up is because you got, just inches of water right below them. Look, you can see it on the inside. But amazing wave exchange from both of those riders. Again, we are winding down today's competition with this heat, the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Can't thank you all enough for tuning in all day long. We've seen some incredible riding today. Look at this. Sasha going left.
Wow, Sasha left-hander. Get out of there, Sasha. I really want to ask him about that wave when he comes in and get his...
Why he went on that?
Or no, not that left, but that right. I want to ask him about how he felt roller coaster riding that right, just riding the rapids and just getting bounced around like a bunking Bronco. He'd give us some really good details. He can talk about it all night with him, Manny.
Oh, yeah. It's actually, we're roommates back at the media house, and it's pretty interesting to see. I really don't talk to him about the competition because that's, his deal. And I don't want to, interrupt any of the spiritual things or anything that he has going on when it comes to the contest. But we will talk cameras. We will talk, tech stuff. We're both, camera nerds. But he has been producing some incredible images all year long as the IBA World Tour photographer. So shout out to Specs for holding it down, holding the trigger down when he's out there taking the great photos. And, man, he had his eyes set on the Drop Knee World Tour, and he pulled it off.
He pulled it off. Talking about respect, I respect Sasha Specker, and I call him Respects because it just blends in. So we're really excited. Seamus Makeup just popped his head in here, and he's just a Fronton local, and he's just
so happy right now.
He just saw the forecast for Friday and just is alerting us that it's going to be just off its head. So we're getting excited that the final day could be just magical for you guys. It could be 8 to 10, 12, 20 foot even. We're not sure, but it's going to could be glassy. The winds could be decent, which is the main thing here at Fronton. The tide will be high, the winds will be decent, and the boys will be ripping. Johan Florentine wants a piece of Friday. Can he do it, Manny?
Oh, look at this section. Oh, big backflip. Lands on the face of the wave, but look at just dredging right there on that shallow reef. Oh, my. Somebody's battery's running low.
Yeah, change the battery.
Switch that out, but an incredible backflip right there. I love this wide angle shot. It's just, you can just see it all just unraveling on the shallows here at El Fronton. Look at that.
It's getting too low, Manny, for those rights. You notice they're not staying open as much. They're just kind of crumbling through because there's not enough water. But Sasha Specker's out there. He's putting his life on the line. He wants to make this. Look at that barrel. He dodged that one because he doesn't need it. He has already 2 great scoring waves. But look at this backflip by Johan Florentine. Big backy. Lands clean, but then gets annihilated. I'm not sure what the judges can score it because it could be an incompletos. It is incompletos 2.13. And
whoa, you speak Spanish?
Sí, señor Vargas. Hable español muy bien. Dans Islas Canarias.
Epic. Do you want to do the rest in Spanish?
Sí, señor Vargas. No, I definitely can't speak in Spanish very well, but I try, and Mr. Vargas here can hold it down in Spanish all day long for all the viewers living in the Latin countries. That's why we love Manny Vargas. He gives us the rapport in the Spanish language. Do it. Wrap us up here.
Mire, hermanitos, tenemos 10 minutos que falta en este final batería. Tenemos Sasha Specker y Johan Florentine. Aquí vamos a terminar con esta batería. Vamos a regresar a las 8:30 en la mañana. Venga, IBA, worldtour.com. That's where you're going to find all the information. Tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. We will find out then.
Yeah, we're going to find out. You're going to find out whether on or not. Vale, claro, claro.
We're winding down 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Sasha Specker, who has been a terror, as well as Johan Florentine in this event so far, go head-to-head in this third heat in round number 5. This will end our live broadcast today, but we will come back 8:30 in the morning. But according to Seamus Makeham, Friday looks to be pumping.
So we're holding on for Friday, but Johan Florentine just getting bucked off there. The tide is getting low. It's a little bumpy out there. It is probably the right call by the organizers to shut it down. Now we've had 7.5 hours of competition, Manny, going on today, and for Friday we're looking at 6.5. So we should be able to punch through all the way through on Friday for that final day in great classic Fronton conditions, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be big. It's going to be gnarly. Can Johan or Specker be a part of it? That's what they want to know. It's Johan needs an 8.93. Sasha going on this right. What's he doing?
Oh, my. Oh, gets out of there just in time.
Yeah, it's treacherous. That thing was going to pinch on his head. Even though it opened up afterward, he wasn't going to punch through that wrapping West Bowl. And Johan, take another look at these lefts. He loves them. He's good at these backies. He's going to do another one for the boys. Backflip.
Oh, can he pull that one around?
He does pull it around. That's going to be his best score of the heat. Get him right back in it. Probably going to be in the 5s or 6s. He might just need another 7-point ride to get into this. It's going to have we're going to have action coming for the last 8 minutes of this heat, Manny. Get excited. Let's get pumped.
This is it. Here's Johan Florentine one more time. Cut him around the section on the left-hander. It is draining on the reef right there and pulls it off, lands on the face of the wave, pulls it around, but it's going to be interesting what the judges are going to give him, but I don't think it's going to be in that 8.93 range at all.
No, it's not going to bolt him in first, but considering he's only got 3s and 4s, it's probably going to be in a 5-point range, I would assume. He's got a 6, so it's a 6. The heat's wide open. He now needs only a 6.83 to advance, and so Sasha has to be on guard. Sasha has to watch out that Johan doesn't go left anymore and do these backflips, because he can do that on demand all day long. The rights are getting so treacherous, man. Look at that, just wow, gnarly.
So Johan Florentine's last wave at 6.0 did take care of that 3.9 of one of his lowest score of his top 2. So you don't see it on your screen yet, but yes, it did come in at a 6.0. I put something on the IBA World Tour Facebook page. What do you want to see? Medium and perfect or massive and out of control? That is what is at stake right now as far as Fronton. We may be seeing some incredible riding in some pretty massive conditions come Friday, or we may even run tomorrow. It all depends on what the tour manager, organizers, and actually the riders have a word in it too. Will we go run tomorrow or hold off for the bigger day? So
yeah. Mother Nature's probably going to have the final say, man. I think
You're
we're
right.
going to show up. Mother Nature's going to say yay or nay, see or no. But
so head on over to our Facebook IBA World Tour page and let us know what you want, what you would be stoked to see. I mean, it's just your opinion.
Yeah.
It's not going to make a difference, but I'd love to see what you guys say.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the viewers want to see. I mean, we've seen Out of Control the last 2 years. So,
yeah.
I mean, this year I think the riders I'm sure want to see like perfect 6 to 8 foot heavy kind of perfect waves. But there he goes, air reverse. Well, that's going to be the score.
6.84. Did Johan Florentine just pull it off in the last 7 minutes of this heat? Sasha Specker, he's going to listen in very intently to what the speaker says over the speaker.
Wow, heavy situation for Sasha. Sasha is now going to need a score. That's going to be one of the best waves of the heat. Air reverse by Johan Florentine. Look at it, on demand for this character. Looks just like a Lazy Gretz or back in his home break in Reunion Island. Maybe even La Tortue or maybe La Hermitage.
Wow, French too. All right, we're waiting for the scores to drop. That's going to be a heavy score for Sasha if it comes in over a 6.84. Judges are still trying to put their scores into the system, and we will tell you as soon as we hear it. But Sasha, better be careful. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. He's looking towards the cliff right now to see what the beach commentator is going to say on that last score. Was it enough?
No, it wasn't. A 6.45 was not enough.
Oh.
That's strange. That was a really technical move. Probably, I thought, better than his backflip, but maybe it wasn't as big. Smaller wave. The judges said, you know what, it's a small wave. It's on the left. 6.45 only for Johan Florentine, but he helped the situation out. Only needs a 6.39. Sasha just better not let him go left, because it seems like every left this guy goes on, he's boosting.
Well, check it out. Hubby guys, we do have some responses on our IBA World Tour Facebook page. It looks like there are waves coming in out the back. Sasha taking a look. Sasha going. Sasha on the left-hander. Dropping in. What's he going to do? Comes around the section. Big roll right there. Nice, clean maneuver right there looking at the judges. That's not going to be a super high-scoring wave. Maybe a 5, high 5, maybe a 6.
Yeah, it might help his situation, although, man, he only needs a better 5.33. So it's not a bad situation for Sasha to be in. He's lucky he didn't let Johan go. Johan would have done like a 20-foot backflip, but Sasha was able to do a nice big extended roll, possibly get into the 5s, and maybe even extend his lead over Johan, which would make it harder. But what he has done, Manny, is left Johan out there with priority with 3 minutes, 25 seconds left for him to choose whatever wave he wants and see what he can do coming in on this final heat of the day.
Oh, my. So it's coming down to the nitty-gritty here. 3 minutes remaining. Sasha Specker, his last wave is going to be dropped in just a few seconds, but Johan Florentine now with priority, now has the opportunity to pick any wave he wants, and he wants a wave that will score him a 6.38 or higher. Sasha listening in. Sasha waiting for that score. It will probably be better than that 5.33. We're waiting patiently. So I see on our IBA World Tour Facebook page that the viewers have spoken. They are all about out of control.
Oh yeah, they want to see crazy. They want to see people. They want to see carnage. And you know what? It might be the best of both worlds, Manny. From what the forecast I saw, it's building all day. So what they're going to see is perfect waves in the morning, awesome conditions, and then in the afternoon, the finals are probably going to be out of control, low tide, just heavy. So they'll get to see. Everyone will be happy, and it'll be unreal. Look at this. 2 minutes left. Johan giving it a go. He wants it. What is he going to do, Manny?
Johan Florentine comes off the bottom. Oh, nice roll. Lands really quick and then just bails out. So,
yeah.
Oh, my. That's not going to be enough. 6.39 is what he's after. That could be the last-ditch effort for Johan Florentine.
Yeah, he gave up priority.
Up priority on this wave. Very interesting maneuver from Johan Florentine.
Yeah, see what happened, Manny, was he stalled for the barrel for a second, and what he needed to just race for that ramp, really, just go hard at it and just fly. But he had a reverse air before, and he only got a 6.45. So maybe he just thought he needed to get barreled, which isn't. The judges are telling him, hey, maybe get barreled, buddy. But Sasha did not better his score. Sasha got a 5.3 for that left Rolo, and so now Sasha's priority. It's a minute left, and anything can happen. The last heat of the day. Waves are coming. We'll see what happens.
Again, this is the last heat of today's broadcast. We're going to come back for a live check-in at 8:30. Well, check-in, next call will be at 8:30, and that's when we're going to determine whether to run tomorrow or hold off until Friday. And we are all about bringing you the best waves with the best riders. So we will find out and make that decision tomorrow, 8:30. So make sure you tune in. This is Manny V with Jeff Hubbard here in the hot seat. The NMD versus Fronton Pro has been unbelievable so far. It has been amazing. This event has also been brought to you by Alpha Campaign, uriding.com, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboarding. Sasha Specker on the outside sees something. He's paddling to get into position. He is currently in the lead right now. If he can fend off Johan Florentine.
30 seconds left. He lets Johan go on this left. Johan does a barreled ARS. Rides out of it. He only needs a 6.39.
Oh, I mean, my. Did that just happen right now? Less than a minute ago.
Yeah, Sasha had priority. He let him go on the left, which was so dangerous.
Why did Sasha paddle away? I think Sasha was more
concerned about the right. Sasha knows he needs to go.
Wait a second.
You have to go, Sash.
Here we go. Sasha Specker. He needs to improve right now to pull away from Johan just a little bit further. Nice. He's going to finish off with a great wave right there.
Wow.
It's a smaller wave, medium-sized wave, but
riding
barrel
on the
ride
reef.
to roll to 360 to ride onto the reef.
Well, that's his second best wave, Manny. If I do say so myself. I think
He's trying to better what?
5.33. So he got barreled, spit out, spun, and rolled. It's going to be close. It's not going to be in the 6s, but it's going to be in the 5s. You know, the upper 5s. Whereas Johan's wave. If we get a replay of it, we're going to see. I mean, wow, how cool is that? Action. Oh, my gosh. Hope he's okay.
This is what we're talking about. That's how you come in right there. Sasha trying to maintain on the shallows right there. This is what it's about, coming in and going out. And especially when it's high tide and big, it's scary.
Yeah. He's a rock spider. And, wow.
So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
What's the scenario, Manny?
I know. We're still waiting right now for all the scores to drop. The last wave exchange between Sasha Specker and Johan Florentine. Johan Florentine with a big backflip on his left-hander. Sasha with a combination of barrel ride to roll to 360 to roll. Pulls it off. Johan Florentine on the shallows on the inside. I'm telling you, this place is absolutely crazy. Let's go take another look at Sasha.
Wow, airdrops, gets pitted. So he's got a nice barrel, spits him out, and he's straight into a spin and into a roll, real controlled. So it's a complete wave. But I'd like to see Johan's wave here because I almost think Johan got the better of that exchange if I say so. But it was a left. It was going away, but Johan might have got a wow. No, it didn't. I was completely wrong. Sasha got the better of that exchange. Johan got a 5.83. Sasha got a 6.0. Sasha Specker winning that heat. Happy camper moving in to round number 6 versus Elliot Morales when we resume competition on Thursday or Friday. So are you going to wrap us up here, Manny?
Oh, my. I'm going to get the word from the webcast crew to whether or not we're going to interview Sasha. That is the result right there. You know what? Johan Florentine cannot put his head down. A great showing here at the Fronton Pro. Johan Florentine from Reunion Island absolutely went crazy today in the earlier rounds, and I thought he was going to make a full-on charge, but Mother Nature had a different outlook for him. We will see him on the 2013 Grand Slam Series as he qualifies as one of the top 24 seeds. So big shout out to Johan Florentine, and I'm sure Reunion Island is proud.
They sure should hold their head high. He rips, and he's going to be battling Sasha Specker next year on the GSS. So these guys could be meeting in every heat they enter, man on man. It's going to be cool. The first battle goes to Specs.
That was incredible.
So, yeah, it was incredible. And what we're going to do now is, finish up the day. There's some actually cameramen have to paddle in, some free surfers out there. It's been an awesome day of competition. When we come, the next heat that's going to surf on tomorrow or Friday is going to be Jason Finlay versus Ryan Hardy. Jason Finlay, the 2011 Fronton champion, going up against Ryan Hardy, one of the premier surfers out here at Fronton, and someone who is battling for his spot on the World Tour. He has to battle hard if he wants to make it on. So this is the do or die heat for them coming up in the next couple days here. But we'll also see Uri Martinez versus Sam Bennett. We'll see Yuri Valadeo versus Mark McCarthy. Elliot Morales versus Sasha Specker. Those are the heats have been confirmed and will be going forward coming tomorrow or possibly Friday, where the swell looks really great, Manny. Awesome forecast. But, hey, check back tomorrow. Mother Nature could just send in some big waves, and we might throw some heats out. Why not?
Yes, and you're going to find out tomorrow. We're going to have our next call tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning is when we find out whether or not to go out tomorrow or hold off until Friday or even Saturday.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty about
waiting periods.
The waiting periods. We have up until the 16th, I believe.
Yes, we do, Sunday.
To pull off this last day of competition, 6 more hours of bodyboarding competition in one of the best bodyboarding waves in the world, El Fronton, right here on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria, one of 7 islands of the Canary Islands. So it's going to be decided at 8:30. And guess what? We are going to wait a second or wait a couple minutes before we say peace out. And we want to get a last few words from Sasha Specker, who just won this last heat against the fierce competitor, Johan Florentine. So you guys sit tight. We're going to give you the inside scoops on what to expect in the coming days. Let's go to the quarterfinals. I mean, so far, we do have one rider ready to roll in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, already in the quarterfinals, Jared Houston, myself, Dave Winchester, and Pierre-Louis Coste. So we're all sitting in the quarterfinals, which will come up, the next day we start competition. And the guys who are in round 6, who are surfing surfing to come into the quarterfinals are Yuri Martinez and Sam Bennett, Yuri Valadeo versus Mark McCarthy, Elliot Morales versus Sasha Specker, and Ben Player versus the winner of Jason Finlay and Ryan Hardy's heat. So, I mean, they're all awesome heats. They're going to be nail biters, and it's going to be just action. I mean, we got such good, swell on Friday. But you know what? The good news is there's some waves tomorrow, maybe a little windier, but there's going to be some action. We'll have to check back and see. Friday is really light winds, big swell coming, increasing all day. And Saturday and Sunday are also some waves, and it looks gigantic. Saturday and Sunday are like 90,000 foot. Laird, I heard, is coming. He's going to be towing into Fronton. Just kidding. I think he probably doesn't want a piece of this of this wave. It's not tall enough for him, but it sure is heavy and scary, that's for sure. When it gets to like 15 foot out here, it just gets thicker and thicker and just implodes on itself. So
yeah, some of the craziest waves I've seen is from Guillermo Tamega when he was first starting to come out here. And if you want to see some of that, just type in GT Fronton and you'll know what I'm talking about. But look, we do have Alex Leon with the winner of the last heat, the one and only, the 2012 Drop Knee World Champion, making a charge here at the Fronton for a win. Sasha Specker, where you at, brother?
Thanks, Manny. Down here with that last heat winner, Sasha Specker. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much, Alex. Sure. It's super shallow, and it's just there's a bit of a survival mode out there.
Yeah, you could see the reef through the face of the waves. It was so green, you could just see how shallow it was. I seen you let a smoker go too. It just looked too heavy.
It was actually a really good wave. I just didn't want it. I was scared. It was super shallow, and I had two kind of decent scores, and I was just kind of left the ball in Johan's court. So yeah.
Well, you've done enough. You managed to beat him, and moving into the next round, which we'll probably see tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think the wave's going to get really good, so I think tomorrow's going to be a good day of action, so don't miss it.
Yeah, well, you're really showing, pushing through the boundaries here. You're qualified already for the tour and just giving them a taste of what's to come next year, aren't you? I'm trying everything I got, so it's cool to surf against Johan because he's also qualified, so it's, I'm going to meet him next year again. So it's just been an awesome couple of days here, and Fronton's been pumping, so I think we're really lucky, and I'm excited for the last couple of days. Yeah, the forecast looks amazing. Tomorrow looks pretty good. Friday looks even better, so we'll see what happens. But Sasha Specker taking that one out. Quick shout out to anyone.
Thanks for watching, and tune in tomorrow. Don't miss it.
There we have it. Sasha Specker wrapping it up, winning that one there for the day. Back to you, Manny, in the booth.
Congratulations, brother. He will advance on and face off Elliot Morales in heat number 3 and round number 6. Again, thank you all for tuning in to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V and Jeff Hubbard. This event is also brought to you by uriding.com, 662 Mob, Alpha Campaign, Like Bodyboarding. Also, U-Riding, the wave of the day today is Mundaka. Get on there and you can win some awesome goodies from Medusha. And youtube.com/IBA World Tour. That is where you'll get a proper feed if you've had any issues during the live webcast. So what's next?
Yeah, tomorrow, check back here, 8:30 a.m. We'll give you the report whether we're on or off or whether we be holding heats or whatnot. And so it'll be an awesome couple days coming up. So check back here. I'm sure you've enjoyed the day. Thank you, Manny, for hosting us all day. And thanks for all the sponsors. I'm stoked. We'll see you guys later. Pow!
Later.